Why does my mobile one work? Oh, now my computer one is working. Okay, hi, welcome back. I don't know. What the fuck? Anyway, we were watching a video about cloning.
Did you know, back in the 2000s, there was a huge debate about human cloning?
We're talking about scientists creating human...
Wait. Alright. No, you can't, because you're a kitty. You don't want to touch my boobies, so stop. Okay. Yarn. I am rewinding balls of yarn for a new blanket. That's what I'm doing. We're watching YouTube while I wind balls of yarn, deciding the color pattern of my ombre blanket that I'm doing in green. So, these are my yarns. And I'm rewinding them into the order I want them on my loom.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hi, Mech. I was actually live for like a half hour for a minute there, and it didn't work. I thought I was live, but I wasn't. How you doing, baby? All right.
human embryos for the purpose of exploiting them and destroying them.
I broke my phone,
there
by the
is
way.
no scientific evidence today that this is justifiable.
So now all my Discord and everything isn't logged in on my phone
there's no
anymore.
federal ban on human cloning in the United States?
Strictly speaking, it would be legal to clone me, for example, tomorrow.
They're also making fake embryos for spare parts.
At a brave new world where children are bred for spare parts.
Watch
And
YouTube
human
while I wind
animal
balls of
hybrids
yarn.
for research.
Dr. Zavos also
And then I'm gonna
reveals
start a
he's
new
produced
blanket.
animal-human hybrid.
In this series, we're going to get into the most incredible cloning, conspiracy theories, and scientific advancements. Now, y'all can watch these all in order, you can watch them out of order, but at the end of the series, we are going to put out the entire cloning series as one mega video. The mega series video. So in this series, I'm going to cover the recent past, the present current status of things, and how it might even get more interesting in the future.
Very, very high probability that the baby's going to be seriously abnormal. It's just completely morally unjustifiable.
Please do not send any hate or honestly comments of any kind to anyone mentioned in this video on behalf of me or yourself. The purpose of this video is to give my commentary and opinion on matters of public concern. Thank you. What's the deal with human cloning? Like, is it allowed? Is it possible? These are questions that we will explore in today's episode of this series.
It was 3 months ago that infertility researcher Panos Zavos predicted that his Kentucky-based human cloning team would produce a pregnancy this year with the delivery of a cloned human being in 2003. Now he's confirmed that one of the first of several couples willing to try the controversial human cloning procedure is from this country.
We are considering 200 couples. That doesn't mean that 200 couples will be cloned immediately. They will be considered as such. We will start with the first one, and we'll finish with the 200th one eventually, but it's not going to happen all in November.
So it's not starting at the same
we're
time.
going to spread them out and do as many as we can.
Allowing cloning would be taking a significant step toward a society in which human beings are grown for spare body parts and children are engineered to custom specifications.
Again, is this legal here in the United States? It's my understanding you'll do the procedure elsewhere. Is it legal in this country?
Yes, it is. The House passed the bill, but the Senate never debated it, and George W. never signed it. Therefore, it is legal in this country, but we prefer not to do it here. We have better environments and conditions to do it elsewhere.
As we discussed in episode 1 of this series, the celebrities are out here cloning their dogs, okay? This is taking place in labs across Asia, but mostly it appears that it is going on primarily in Korea, South Korea, and a little bit Japan, a little bit China, okay? And so the technology, so to speak, to clone a dog apparently exists, all right? This is scientifically accepted and noted. And we did talk in the second video of this series about Dolly the sheep, a purportedly cloned sheep 1996, apparently it took place, and then 1997 they announced it. Pop culture explodes with a cloning obsession. But a sheep and a dog and a monkey, that's not a human.
Did we watch that one? No, we did it.
Here's how I eat low-carb, high-protein meals every day. These are my lunches this week.
Yeah, it's
Eating
not thumbed up.
carnivore or keto isn't cheap or fast.
We missed number 2.
There was a huge debate about human cloning.
We're talking about scientists creating human embryos for the purpose of exploiting them and destroying them. And there is no scientific evidence today that this is justifiable.
Did you know there's no federal ban on human cloning in the United States?
Strictly speaking, it would be legal to clone me, for example, tomorrow.
They're also making fake embryos for spare parts.
But a brave new world where children are bred for spare parts.
And human-animal hybrids for research.
Dr. Zavos also reveals he's produced animal-human hybrid.
In this series, we're going to get into the most incredible cloning, conspiracy theories, and scientific advancements. Now, y'all can watch these all in order, you can watch them out of order, but at the end of the series, we are going to put out the entire cloning series as one mega video. The mega series video. So in this series, I'm going to cover the recent past, the present current status of things, and how it might even get more interesting in the future.
Very, very high probability that the baby's going to be seriously abnormal. It's just completely morally unjustifiable.
Please do not send any hate or honestly comments of any kind to anyone mentioned in this video on behalf of me or yourself. The purpose of this video is to give my commentary and opinion on matters of public concern. Thank you. We got to talk about how the 2000s was obsessed with cloning. So in the previous video in this series, we talked a little bit about how the celebrities are out here cloning their dogs out in the open, okay? And then we talked a little bit about how they are also now cloning primates. But before we get into the whole what are they doing next and what are they doing now, I need to rewind a little bit and just remind y'all and ask y'all if you remember how obsessed, like for example, the Disney Channel and like the kids channels and things were with cloning, because I did not remember. I figured since we're going into the past anyway, we might as well go all the way back to 1818. And again, my God, all roads leads to, I'm going to finally one day drop my Lord Cornberry video. Put Lord Cornberry somewhere if y'all want me to finally drop that soon. I'm nervous I'm going to put all the work on it's going to be my life's work, this Lord Cornberry. But anyway, yes, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde does go right back to the Hyde family. Yep, the Cornberries. And we're going to talk about Frankenstein. Okay, so this book originally was written, is this Mary Shelley? So she originally wrote this book. It came out, it was published in 1818, and they've been obsessed with Frankenstein ever since. And like, what is Frankenstein? It is a hybrid, chopped, hacked, whacked together humanoid homunculus that is made from the most supposedly beautiful attributes of humans, but then when you put the thing all together, it was a monster. And also, very importantly, a mean, degenerate monster. It wasn't a creature of high moral standards, ethics, or even intelligence. It was something wrong with it. All right, that's the book canonically, okay? And then recently, in this month or last month, they just came out with a Netflix series about Frankenstein, or a movie, was it? It might be a movie. Stop it, it's Guillermo. Yeah. Y'all remember him? Remember him? What was it? Oh, this. Y'all remember him? That guy who made that movie made this Frankenstein thing on Netflix. And why does it say only monsters play God? We have to put in like a zoinks. So, only monsters play God. See, they telling you. They always have to tell you what they're doing. Okay, anyway, so yeah, oh my God, what is that grotesque picture? So we're gonna fast forward like 100-something years. Then we have the Brave New World situation. And I don't know if y'all ever had to read this Brave New World. I definitely had to read it in college. I don't remember nothing about it. I completely have amnesia. They must have fractaled me. I definitely had that book with that swirl on it, but I don't. Maybe I didn't read it. That doesn't seem like me.
Drop my
balls. My reading assignments for the most part. Maybe I didn't read it. Maybe one of my friends had it or something, but I've seen this. Anyway, so in the Brave New World, cloning is used to mass produce people through the Bokanovsky process, where one egg is split into 96 identical embryos. It does sound like a cool, like, sci-fi basis of a show or a movie or a book, but girl, I didn't know that Aldous Huxley wrote this. Like, I had forgotten. Was he a Cornberry? A Habsburg? A Rothschild? Huxley. He was a Huxley. These cloned embryos grow into 96 identical people who are trained for a specific role, helping the world state maintain a steady supply of workers. I gotta go. I'm telling y'all, I'm haunting everybody if y'all don't cremate me instantly, like within a few days. Anyway, okay, so this one we all probably have heard about. You may be familiar with Dolly the sheep. I was about 5 years old when this happened. I was 6 years old. So like, and I'm 35 now, okay, so that's 20 years ago. 30 years ago. Anyway, okay, so there's this sheep right here. Allegedly, apparently this was a clone sheep, but the birth of Dolly the sheep was kept under wraps until the Roslin Institute published its research paper.
The few at Roslin who knew what made Dolly so special were sworn to secrecy.
The next
we knew
one
it was going to be a
will
big story. We were going to get a lot of media
green.
scrutiny, and the top journals will not publish papers about things which have already been publicized.
They managed to keep Dolly under wraps from July until February. Then, just days before the news was set to be released,
Somewhere or other, there was a leak, and because it was published in the Sunday paper, the thing blew.
Her birth was announced February 22nd, 022297.
A brave new world has arrived with the debut of Dolly, a 7-month-old lamb.
And the world's press descended on Roslyn to meet the now famous sheep. Her sudden appearance sparked a media frenzy and debate around the ethics of clone, because they're like, okay, shoot, beep, it worked. If this is real and true, it worked. And if they could do it to sheep, I mean, everybody was thinking it. What's to stop them from doing it to Marilyn Manson? Or me. Or you.
What sensationalized it was that people began to say, well, could we do this with humans? And people tended to assume that this would happen.
Cloning a human being is closer than almost anyone had even imagined.
Now it seems that one day scientists could take a single cell from a more sophisticated creature, say like me, pull out my DNA, stick it in a new cell, plant the cell in a womb, and 9 months later,
not womb.
A genetic copy of
Calm
me.
down, whore.
People are like, hold on, that's a clone sheep? And a lot of people like denied it. They were like, there's no way. That's just a hoax. They just want more funding. I don't know, I wasn't there. Okay, I definitely remember seeing it. Like, I remember being in the grocery store and seeing like Dolly the sheep, like on the front of like, the National Enquirer or the whatever, those like really actually crazy tabloids were, but it was like, okay, but they really did clone this sheep apparently, Dolly. And so after the whole Dolly the sheep news broke, that was 1996, 1997, when that was going on, pop culture exploded. They were obsessed with clones instantaneously. Cloning became a huge topic in Hollywood and movies, and especially movies for kids. For example, the first Pokemon movie.
Pokemon, the first
Why
movie.
does Rhodes end up leading back to Pokemon movie now ever since we talked about it? Isn't this the third or fourth time the Pokemon movie, the first Pokemon movie? We talked about Dream Street, we talked about Lou Pearlman. Pokemon movie album with Britney freaking Spears. There's like this very obvious Lou Pearlman shadow looming over the Pokemon movie soundtracks. It just feels that way to me. And now, yeah, I mean, well, that's what was going on. The first movie was released 1 year after the Dolly the Sheep announcement, and it's about Team Rocket developing evil clone versions of Pokemon. Okay, fine, maybe a coincidence. What about in 2000, a couple years later? Disney Channel original movie, The Other Me. Now, I had completely forgotten this existed. I did not remember this movie in the slightest, but now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh yeah, I definitely watched that. This is a Disney Channel original movie about a teenager, one of them Lawrence brothers, who maybe them's cloned, who accidentally clones himself as a genius and ends up using the clone to pass school. Okay. Anyway, then there was this other movie that same year, The Sixth Day. Is this Arnold Schwarzenegger? Yeah. The film is set in the near future when cloning is accepted for animals but illegal for humans. So by the time they finally make it illegal for humans, because it ain't yet, but we'll talk about more of that later.
Supreme Court upheld the laws against human cloning.
So for example, each mall contains a store named Repet.
You hear me?
Repet. That will clone your dead pet right down to its ability to notice you. Well, they haven't gotten there yet. It must be in the future. If you missed the last video, you need to check it out.
How about now?
Soul, man. God doesn't want you to go
Better?
in there. Don't go in there.
Wait. How's that? Better?
It all begins with the growing of blanks.
Animal drones stripped of all characteristic DNA in embryonic tanks at the Repet factory. In the final stage, using Repet's patented cerebral syncording process, all of your pet's thoughts, memories, and instincts are painlessly transplanted via the optic nerve.
I mean, suppose that clones have no soul, but they're dangerous.
Clone pets are every bit as safe as real pets. Plus, they're insured.
Well, if it is so safe, then why is it against the law to clone human beings?
Because the human brain is much too complicated to syncport. Now, you remember that experiment they did, right? Yes, well, that's why that didn't work.
Then there's also in the movie a black market in human cloning whereby illicit cloners can do a simple eye scan of a dead person and sync-cord their entire personality. What in the Minority Report, Tom Cruise Scientology, hell is this movie? I don't think I ever heard of the Sixth Day either. And that's another kind of religious, like, goddish reference. Because, like, on the 6th day, he created the blah, 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 blah. On the 7th day, he rested. Anyway, the next year, of course, who could forget? How could we make a video without mentioning Spy Kids? The movie. Okay, Spy Kids, remember there's like a clone army of kids? 2 siblings whose parents are in, for all intents and purposes, the CIA. OSS, which is the original name of the CIA. Like, the OSS got shut down the next year the CIA opened. So it is the CIA, and their parents are spies for it. They're supposedly secret agents, and the kids have to go rescue the parents, who are spies, from a madman that is creating clones of children to take over the world. And they're like super soldier clones. They're like really strong, and they can fly, and they can do crazy stuff, and they're robotic, and they have, like, stamina for a long time and things like that. And the guy, he's not only making clones, exact replicas of children, he's making these weird hybrids with these creatures and humans. So he'll take like a person from DC, like a political pundit, and he will get them kidnapped and bring them to this island and then hybrid them with some weird thing and twist them. You know the Fooglies, you remember. So the kids eventually then get initiated into the Society of Spies themselves, and they do end up battling the army of degenerated clones and saving their family. And I do think that they did hide the truth in these movies, because guess what? Can't no clone compare. Sorry to tell you. Anyway, so the next year we had Star Wars Attack of the Clones, right? I mean, like, this is just clone. Dolly the sheep comes out and it's Clone City. Okay, we got Attack of the Clones, we got the Clone Wars eventually comes out, which is a Star Wars animated series, and then of course The Island. I just found out about The Island, but it's apparently a 2005 movie. I gotta watch this thing. It's Michael Bay, who did Transformers, a Michael Bay film about a government-funded facility that grows clone humans for wealthy sponsors. Why do all the clone movies have to do with, like, government stuff, too? So why in this movie were they cloning things, or why do they have clones around? Like, why did they need a government-funded, wealthy sponsor clone facility? Well, it was for many reasons. One of them was to be surrogates, surrogate mothers, incubators, kind of like those dogs we talked about in real life in the last video. Also, organ harvesting. It's like, we need an extra spleen, we need an extra liver, somebody drank too much, we gotta get a liver, let's just grow one in a clone. So they grow whole entire clone, just cut the spleen out. And this is a fiction movie, y'all, okay? So this is a movie, but it was in 2005.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the next generation of science. An organic frame engineered directly into adulthood to match the client's age. You're looking at stage 1. It's developing. Within 12 months, it will be harvest ready, providing a carrier for your baby, second pair of lungs, fresh skin, all genetically indistinguishable from your own. And in compliance with the eugenics laws of 2015, all our agnates are maintained in a persistent vegetative state. They never achieve consciousness. They never think or suffer or feel pain, joy, love, hate. It's a product, ladies and gentlemen, in every way that matters.
I definitely think that the pop culture obsession, especially starting in about 1998, all the way through 1997, all the way through really kind of today. I mean, even like in some ways, like iRobot is sort of like that. And we'll talk a little bit more about like AI clones and robot clones and things like that, and how, that'll be in a later video. But as far as this episode in the series, I just want to point out that I think that the life imitates art, imitates life, imitates art thing definitely ends up proving to be true, because whenever you shove things out, especially to kids who, we didn't have all this Netflix and all this, that. There was 3 channels most of us were watching or allowed to watch. That was like Nickelodeon, Disney, and like maybe Cartoon Network, and maybe a few other, one Saturday morning, PBS, whatever. And so there was not a lot to choose from. The Pokemon movie was huge. Everyone saw that movie. Everyone had that album. And so it's clone. Spy Kids, I mean, it's still like that movie had such an impact on me. So it's like, you know, little kids grow up to be scientists and they learn how to do things with skin cells. All right, so I'm just going to say, I think that the pop culture obsession with clones in the 2000s has led us to where we are today, which we will talk about in a later video. So these first two videos of the series have really probably led, I know they definitely learning this stuff led me to ask this question, maybe it led you to ask this question as well. Okay, all that's fine and good. They were obsessed with clones, they were obsessed with human clonings, and maybe they can clone a dog, and maybe they can clone a monkey. But let's not get all ahead of ourselves. Can they even clone a human? Has it ever even been done? Is it allowed? These are questions we're going to get into in the next episode of this series. That's all I really had for this one. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation, neither are opinions. Love you, Mika, bye.
All right, now we go back to the second one or third one. Third.
Human.
I had no idea popcorn could get that good.
I have something for you to eat. It's called oat.
Maybe there's something specifically unique about humans.
Now we're back to it. Hi, TNL. How you doing, Beard Daddy?
I'm not going to make you wait till the end of the video to find out that's not the case. Humans can be cloned, and according to some of the sources
Did you
in this video
jammies,
we're
Brian?
gonna get into, it's already happened.
Not yet. Do you want to have a shower
Humans
first?
made to
Or
order.
not till
Mothers
tomorrow?
giving birth to themselves.
Okay.
Babies conceived just so their body parts can be transplanted. Come with me into the scary new world of cloning. The nightmarish stuff of science fiction has suddenly become a reality. The genie is out of the bottle, said scientists in Scotland earlier this year when they successfully cloned a sheep. And they weren't kidding. Using those same techniques, it's now possible to clone humans. What's more, there are doctors ready and able to do it.
I'm glad they say it. Look, one thing about 60 Minutes Australia, and it's been since 1999 at least, they'll say it when nobody else will. Shout out to the Australian. I love Australian. To be honest, I feel like that's got to be my cousins. Like, to the scary world. It is scary. It is scary. I'm glad she's not mincing words. It's scary, and she's saying it here. She's saying they've got, but they, yes, human cloning's possible, and they do, and they're making babies to order.
Strictly speaking, it would be legal to clone me, for example, tomorrow. And this is the place it's most likely to happen, a leading IVF clinic outside of New York. Behind those walls, there are people with the technology, the ability, and the desire to genetically engineer human embryos, to be the first in the world to successfully clone a human being.
There's no doubt that human beings will be cloned.
Dr. Jacques Cohen, a leader in his field, simply needs the approval of his clinic's ethics committee to make history. So if I had the money, you had the permission, you could clone me tomorrow.
Well, I wouldn't say tomorrow. It will take a year or two. We could clone you probably within 2 years.
What you're seeing here is an actual cloning taking place at the research facility in Scotland that pioneered the technique. In theory, it's blindingly simple. Here, it's an animal. But just as easily, you can take a cell from a human. A scraping of skin will do. Then, get an egg from a female, remove the nucleus and fuse the two with a spark of electricity. And ta-da! You have an embryo. Implant the embryo in a woman, and 9 months later, you have a carbon copy of the person from whom the skin scraping was taken.
Oh man, and it does just remind me of like all the scary implications, because anywhere where there's money to be made, there's a criminal and a grifter just sitting right there waiting to make that money. And it's like thinking about the desperation in somebody who needs a heart or organ transplant, like
There's
what
3.
they're willing to do or not do, and maybe they
And then the
wouldn't be
last
willing to harm
one,
somebody, but maybe they would be
we
willing
start with
to
the
pay
outside.
$100,000 for a clone to be grown,
And it's gonna be a
grow liver and
green.
just get rid of that clone or whatever. Who cares where it came from?
Oh,
It's a skin cell.
arms.
Ooh, it gives me like a weird shiver down my spine.
To some, this man is a Frankenstein. To others, he's God. Over the past 8 years, working in secret, he's been leading a team into medicine's most controversial terrain. His aim is to clone a human being.
For the past 8 years. And this
Oh.
was in 2000. So this started in
These are my favorite
1992.
candy.
When was Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs Christian Combs born? Anyway, just
Walkers.
By injecting the unique
Treacle.
DNA
Coffee.
of an individual into a
I love
woman's
toffee.
egg to give birth to a human replica. His ambition has brought him into bruising conflict with mainstream science and ethics.
This is a disgrace, Doctor. 70% of these children, by your own words, would be born mutated.
By his own words, 70% of the children will be, quote, mutated. I rebuke.
Since this experiment began, our film crew has been recording from the inside this man's journey of triumph and disaster.
Wow. It's very difficult for us to tell what may have happened here.
You know, I paid $60,000 or $70,000. I guess obviously you ought to tell them, do not freeze the embryos.
The lady is on the phone, the customer's on the phone hollering at him about freezing the embryos, and that just brings me right on back to cryogenics. And the people that have their whole bodies and their heads and things frozen so that they could be reanimated. I mean, we're real close now. You know somebody over there at Alcor has tried.
What this man is doing could change the very process of creation itself.
I am not God, I just only do God's work. And if I have a choice between playing God and playing devil, I'd rather play God.
Okay, that was unsettling.
Take a look.
In the eerie blue light of his secret lab, one of the world's most controversial scientists shows off his creation, cloned human embryos that are genetic carbon copies of their father.
Okay, here's the other thing too. There's more, apparently, there's more than one way to clone a human. Okay, it's not only one way. They got ways where they take the genetic material from one, put it in a woman's egg. They got one where they actually combine it with the woman genetic material. They got one where they just use the casing of the woman's genetic material and put two other completely different people. And now they're even developing a way to do it where there's two female genetic informations and like there's three
you'll feel
total,
better if you
three
send me
total
your
like
ass.
contributors to this eventually born. I mean, is it a human? If it walks like one, talks like one, I mean, I don't know what that would be. I guess it would be, but it would have like different, just some weird genetic stuff going on. But they're talking about this like he's got to do it in secret because it's illegal or something. And it's like there's many places where you could do this out in the open. Why is it so secret? Is it because he's doing something with the clones that then after he clones the clones, he's not supposed to be doing with the clones? I mean, it does raise a lot of ethical questions. What's the law? You know, what's the law? I mean, we will get into that at some point. There are states that have clone and kill laws in the United States where it's like, oh yeah, you can clone it, but you can't clone for to make a a new person like as a reproductive clone. But you could clone human tissues and embryos and things to do other stuff for research, and it's like,
Oh, my babies are doing well. Look beautiful.
Thankfully, I do not have any of that nonsense. Oh wait, no, I still have my eggs. Alright, I still have my eggs. But they just floating into the abyss of nothing. They can't go anywhere. There's no tubes, there's no uterus, and there's no cervix for them to escape. So they're just floating around in my stomach being digested.
Early 2000s. He's cloning a clone that has only the genetic material of the father, of the male contributor. Like, it's just like a male clone, like male, like only male. It's like, I don't know, something like, not to get all traditional or anything, but something in me just feels like at the very least, like to make a baby, there should be an egg and a sperm. Maybe not. I'm not even, IVF and stuff, that's fine. I'm not talking about that. Actually, truly, I don't know what IVF is. I thought it was like a sperm and an ovum, and they come together and then they make at this point, maybe I need to look into that, but that's allowed.
I think we have 3 very good embryos that could be in utero today, and that if implantation is successful as well, and the pregnancy is maintained, as we say in the U.S., we have a home run.
Why is this man with this accent like this saying, as we say in the U.S., we have a home run? Why he ain't saying like we say in Greece? Like, excuse me, you freaking weirdo. Don't ask we anything in the U.S. whenever you are doing secret clone experiments of human embryos. We in the U.S. would like for you to go back. Actually, I think I speak for all of us.
Dr. Zavos also reveals he's produced cloned embryos from 3 dead people, including Katie, who died in a car crash. He injected her DNA into a cow egg, though he hasn't implanted the animal-human hybrid.
Not only can 25 years ago, they were in fact and indeed cloning humans. They were making cow-human hybrids 20 years ago. If you think it's a conspiracy theory, I wish it was.
British scientists have condemned his work as reckless. Cloning of animals, such as Dolly, has shown the technique carries risks of severe congenital abnormalities.
Something's wrong with him.
And be disgusting, because he's sowing false hope to begin with, So the individuals who are involved in this experiment, and that's what it is, an experiment, may well not realize that the outcome is almost certainly going to be negative. And to put couples through that, in my opinion, is unethical.
And like, there's a lot of conspiracy theories that I've heard over the years, and like, some of them like easy to believe, some of them middle, and some of them are like, you're never getting me to believe that ever. You're just never getting me to believe. And one of the categories of that conspiracy theory for me was that they would say there was these underground government labs that had half human, half animals. Half human, half pig. It's the craziest thing. You're never gonna get me to believe that. Well, imagine my surprise that I'm watching 20 years ago that the man put a little girl and a cow hybrid together. Actually, maybe they got something underground. I mean, you're not gonna do it above the ground. If you could go in a cave or in a tunnel to do it, you might. This man said he's doing stuff in secret. He was, in fact and indeed, making a human cow hybrid in his secret lab. For real, he said it. I mean, I didn't look at the experiment. It was a long time ago.
Dr. Zavos adapted a
All right, wait.
technique
Respectfully,
for his
based on my
human
milk
patients.
production when I was growing the Alice, I'm pretty sure I'm already half Holstein.
Okay?
Just,
This is not new.
are you sure?
Is feeling unwelcome.
Are you sure it's not already
He first took an egg
happened?
from the mother and stripped out the nucleus containing 99.9% of her DNA. He then took a skin cell from the father and extracted the genetic material. That was injected into the empty egg and given a jolt of electricity to form a cloned embryo. Within a matter of days, the embryo would have grown into a ball of 32 cells, which Dr. Zavos implanted into the mother's womb. So far, none of the attempts has led to a viable pregnancy, but this infertile Canadian doctor, who wants to remain anonymous, says the technique is his only hope of having a child.
Pretty much decided that probably I would be the first one to be cloned, but then, you know, if it worked, then we might go on to have another child.
Despite almost universal condemnation, Dr. Zavos has vowed to continue his work. He says more than 100 patients have contacted him in the hope of having a cloned baby.
So back in the late 90s and early 2000s, there were a few scientists who were the preeminent experts in cloning technology and cloning science, period. And it would end up being the case that they would work together, but they also seem to have fractured in their relationship at some point. There was this guy in Italy, there was like an Italian scientist, and then there was this Zavos guy we were just introduced to, and then there was another man who came from the Cryogenics Society. He was in the leadership over there, and he wanted to throw his hat in the cloning ring as well. Avi Ben Abraham. Okay, Avi Ben Abraham. And so in 2001, Ben Abraham, along with this Dr. Zavos, the one we just saw in the secret lair doing the half cow, half human, along with this third guy, this Italian scientist who was an infertility specialist, they announced their attempt to clone the first human. Now, they said they were going to do it in an undisclosed country.
In most of America, cloning hasn't been outlawed, but public hostility is such the professor is looking elsewhere.
By next year, there could be a clinic where the first cloned babies will be born. In the next few weeks, Dr. Zavos will be flying to the Mediterranean, where he'll be scouting out possible locations.
Which, again, if it was not outlawed completely federally in the United States, I don't know why they would have to say, we're not going to say it. They're just going to do it in the United States where it's legal. They were doing it in a, quote, undisclosed country. Well, y'all, all I had to do was watch a few YouTube videos to figure out that the country was very obviously, you know, I'll just put the clip in here.
Arrived in Israel today, hoping to pave the way for human cloning here. Zavos met with one of Israel's most influential religious leaders, 104-year-old Rabbi Kaduri.
In all my appreciation.
Despite widespread moral and ethical objections to human cloning, Rabbi Kaduri gave the effort his official blessing.
There is a great wisdom in that process. God bless those who are doing it, and I'm all for it.
Kaduri has a lot of political clout. Israeli candidates routinely seek out his blessing. So today's stamp of approval is seen as a first step towards persuading Israel to legalize cloning.
This is a great day for us and a great day for Israel.
The man behind this weekend's political maneuvering is Dr. Avi Ben Abraham,
Oh,
a wealthy and well-connected member of the
soda.
cloning consortium. If he succeeds in his mission, he says, the first human baby will be cloned in a fertility lab somewhere in Haifa, north of Tel Aviv, within the next few years.
Israel is the land of innovations, and we're hoping that we'll be able to do it here, obviously under the umbrella of the legal system.
This is where he went to meet a local leader, okay, to get his blessing, because you have to check in. It's not much different, frankly, than the Hoovers or
She's
the
gonna think I'm calling her.
Or the, big.
That's the Alice call.
Go into somebody's turf to do such a thing, and some speculated he was doing it maybe right off the coast here and there. Whatever,
That's how you call an Alice in a pocked area,
I already made a video
especially a shopping mall.
Disney's frozen head and Halima, and then they got the Alcor.
Good night, T&L.
But one of the things that I covered in that video is that people are purchasing basically like parking spots in the freezer tanks of these cryogenics companies that are freezing their bodies or their heads or their genetic material in order to reanimate them in the future. From what has been reported publicly, that has never actually worked, but that hasn't stopped people from paying thousands of dollars to have their matter and remains frozen. So this guy, he was all up in it, this Avi Ben Abraham guy. And it kind of looks like he maybe was the plug into this undisclosed country.
The procedure is a criminal offence in the UK, but not in this undisclosed Middle Eastern country.
Like, it looks like that's kind of like, he was in with them. He's like, oh, I can introduce you. I know a guy that'll give you the blessing or whatever. And they did get the blessing. There was also this press conference that they had. So they do this press conference, and it actually was reported about in the Tampa Bay Times. This was March 2001, the very beginning of 2001. Now, this article has been updated in 2005. It was updated, so I don't know. Is this the... Yeah, this is the updated version. Yeah. But it says, in a scientific forum punctuated by shouting matches, 3 doctors from the United States... No. I'm gonna correct that. 3 doctors, one from Greece...
If they choose to reproduce via this mode, they will reproduce via this mode. This is a freedom that they have. In America, it is a freedom that is under the Constitution and is guaranteed to them.
One from Italy.
If the law against the cloning will be approved, it will return the dark age, like Afghanistan, like Iran. Please, I am proud to be in America.
And one from Israel.
The man behind this weekend's political maneuvering is Dr. Avi Ben Abraham, a wealthy and well-connected member of the cloning consortium.
Told critics Friday that nothing can stop their plan. Nothing can stop us. To create not just cloned humans. No. Of course. What is it? What do you think? Take a guess. Clone children. Yeah. They want to clone children. They want children clones. They don't want adult clones. Just think about that. Anyway, they said more than 600 infertile couples have already signed up. The would-be pioneers disclosed little.
I'm a good girl. Oh, I found on the floor!
Announced 6 weeks
I gotta get a new
ago
one.
And spurned the idea of submitting to ethical or scientific oversight by any government. Instead, they spent 4 polemic-filled hours either belittling rival researchers and wary politicians, or trying to convince them, and a skeptical public, that science is ready to move on to cloning humans despite a disturbing rate of disease and deformities in similarly reproduced animals. Quote, some claim that we're moving too fast. They are right, said Avi Ben Abraham. Again, some say we're moving too fast. They are right. Stop pushing. An American-Israeli biotechnologist. You know what I thought about recently? What even is biotech? Like, we say it so much. We really think about it. It's like biology and technology together. I think we have enough of that. I think we can stop now. We have IVF and surrogates. Like, do we really need clones for adopting? I mean, there's also kids that don't, they lost their mommy and their daddy and they don't have none of that. So they need to adopt. You can go adopt them. I don't know. Girl, I don't know. He's like, we are moving as fast as we can think, as fast as we can imagine, but we are proceeding with the utmost responsibility, according to who? Then there's this Italian doctor. He pipes in. He already had pushed the boundaries of fertility treatment by helping women become pregnant in their late 50s and early 60s. He and this Zavos, Greece guy, a Grecian reproductive physiologist who just left the University of Kentucky, announced their project on January 25th, apparently becoming the first specialists in reproduction to publicly set the goal of cloning a human being. Now, they do have a competitor for the first people to clone a human, and it's going to end up being a very bizarre alien religious cult, okay, or a religious cult that thinks they might be aliens or getting messages from aliens, okay, so...
Then came Dolly the sheep, and now nobody's laughing anymore. Everybody's afraid, and we are laughing.
Cloning is not illegal in most states in America, and the Raelian movement has both the money and the scientific expertise.
I'm wondering who actually cloned the first human. Somebody definitely did. You know it had problems. It probably was like a Frankenstein, and maybe Mary Shelley was trying to tell us something back in 1881. Okay, so they have this forum, and they got into it with each other. There's actually YouTube videos. There's videos of this exact incident, and I'm just going to show y'all how fired up all three of these dudes were. They were fired up. They were in rare form.
In the public, saying that Severino and I cannot do this, and they're basing all that on circumstantial evidence. You just can't do that.
I want to remember, President Bush, if the law against the cloning is approved, it will be the return the dark age, like Afghanistan, like the Taliban in Iraq.
What do you think of the Italian scientist that wants to clone a human being this fall?
As you know, I supported the anti-cloning legislation in the Congress, and I'll be making a statement about my views on how life and science should interface when I'm ready.
So this press conference and all that was just leading up to them saying that they were going to try to do it. Well, remember this guy right here, that Italian guy, the Italian fertility specialist? Look at this headline. Again, this is a headline. I didn't write it. This is from 2002. This was over 20 years ago. Italy's Antinori says he's cloned 3 people. So we started this video, you know, is it possible? Is it legal? Is it allowed? Has it been done? Well, according to the United Press International News Analysis Insight, May 9, 2002, this fertility specialist from Italy says yes, he did it. Three times, 3 people. He shocked observers a month ago when he reportedly said on the sidelines of a conference in the UAE that an Arab patient of his was 8 weeks pregnant with the world's first cloned human. He declined to elaborate. However, the staff at his office in Rome would neither confirm nor deny the claim. This week, this scientist spoke to Italian television reporters to say that he has helped 3 women become pregnant with clones, a claim his office has confirmed. There are 3 of them, ranging from the 6th week to the 10th week of their terms. The pregnancies are progressing nicely. Staff members did not provide additional information about the 3 women, citing their rights to privacy. We live in hell. This was in 2002, y'all. This ain't 2025. So he said despite the outrage from political and religious leaders over the possibility of cloned humans, the reason the project was top secret was not moral, but
doing
social.
A new
In the
blanket
country, he said, where these babies will be born, the children will be treated as monsters.
Monsters!
The climate of persecution
Persecuted.
changes.
So
Okay, well,
just
he did
the same
say,
as they are
you
now?
know, one of the countries was the UAE.
They're already
which I don't know. I'm
prosecuted
not Muslim, but
for
I would
existing, right?
imagine, like, you know,
Okay.
Allah probably like doesn't want clone babies. Maybe he does. I don't know. Somebody can tell me. Religious leaders were speaking out to you and saying this. No, we're not doing cloning. This is not what God has intended. Of certain religions, there was a Catholic one. So people were really speaking out, and you can also see how these guys are so good at propaganda, because it's like you're persecuting the clone. If there's a clone baby going to school with your baby and it acts crazy and you have a problem with it, you are persecuting that clone, and it's going to be seen as a monster. Maybe it's going to be seen as a monster because something's wrong with it. I bet you if it just went to school and acted normal, like probably nothing would be wrong. Nobody would look at it as a monster. I don't know, girl. I don't know. Now, a lot of people even back then were like, he's lying, Your Honor. No, that's not true. He's not doing that. He just wants clout. I'll leave it up to y'all whether you believe it or not, but that leads us to the next topic that I want to discuss, and we are going to do it in the next video of this series, and that is right around exactly. I mean, I'm talking like on to the date timeline of when one of these 3 clone babies would have been born. There's a pretty crazy religious cult out here that claims that they might have one of those babies. That's all we got for this one. Make sure that you turn your notification on, because I know you don't want to miss the next one. In the meantime,
I got it. It's ready.
Let me goodbye.
Girl, hold on, girl. Hold on, girl.
IQ is 50% genetic and got distracted, and I was just thinking, thank God.
Ooh, bitch. We're ready with the next one.
Did you know, back in the 2000s, there was a huge debate about human cloning.
We're talking about scientists creating human embryos for the purpose of exploiting them and destroying them.
Oh, I should turn
And
Discord on.
There is no scientific evidence today that this is justifiable.
Did you know there's no federal ban on human cloning in the United States?
Strictly speaking, it would be legal to clone me, for example, tomorrow.
They're also making fake embryos for spare parts.
But a brave new world where children are bred for spare parts.
And human animal
That's what they are bred for now!
Dr. Zavos also reveals he's produced
I don't know
animal
why
human
people act like
hybrid.
cloning
In this
isn't
series,
breeding
we're
in the
going to
first
get
place.
into the
Lol.
most incredible cloning, conspiracy theories, and scientific advancements. Now, y'all can watch these all in order, you can watch them out of order, but at the end of the series, we are going to put out the entire cloning series as one mega video. The mega series video. So in this series, I'm going to cover the recent past, the present current status of things, and how it might even get more interesting in the future.
Very, very high probability that the baby's going to be seriously abnormal. It's just completely morally unjustifiable.
Please do not send any hate or honestly comments of any kind.
This is a blanket loom, by the way. It makes a 5 foot wide blanket. If you don't know 5 feet wide, that is 60 inches.
So we got to talk about that.
60
episodes of this
inches.
Series, we talked about a few cloning related issues.
60
inches.
inches.
Here cloning their dogs. They're just saying it out loud.
A queen size bed is 60 by 80. Alright? So this does a queen size bed wide a blanket. Alright? Are we all on math now? Good.
And we talked about how it's possible to clone sheep and dogs and cows and monkeys, primates, and things. And then
It's just
the
shaped
last
like an F for
episode of
saving
this series,
space.
We talked about this group of scientists who claimed that they had successfully implanted human embryos into 3 separate mothers or patients, and these patients were carrying the clone children as pregnancies. Well, those 3 scientists, I mean, it kind of all started getting hush-hush, pushed under the rug, because they had made a huge PR propaganda push to try to make the public, the general public, especially like religious leaders and things, more comfortable with the idea of human cloning, and the public just simply wasn't having it. So after they did push to try and make, they were calling anybody who didn't like human cloning persecutors. Their persecution. They're gonna think that the clone babies are monsters. It's like maybe they might be. I mean, I never saw one to my knowledge, but now, I mean, this has been going on since the 90s. But who freaking knows what they were doing in these secret labs? The guy said that he did a half cow, half human.
Dr. Zavos also reveals he's produced cloned embryos from 3 dead people, including Katie, who died in a car crash. He injected her DNA into a cow egg, though he hasn't implanted the animal-human hybrid.
You gotta make sure you catch up on my videos and previous videos on this in the series. But today, we gotta talk about this cult. So, they're based in Montreal in Canada. And Canada is widely known, especially like this area, is widely known for being, open-minded, and they really do have that sort of French libertine-esque sort of spirit, like, woven throughout the. So if there's anywhere that's gonna let you do it, supposedly maybe it would be France. Look what they let go on over there, or maybe Montreal, Quebec, something. People did not like it over there either.
There's so many disastrous things that can come about from somebody doing this with a bad motive.
I don't think we should allow it to manifest where it's actually cloned as a human. Just the cells itself may be a benefit, but not to the point where there's a person like yourself or myself living among us.
And in fact and indeed, it ended up turning out to be the case that in the UK in 2005, they finally just banned human cloning outright in the law. Now, in the United States, they did go back and forth in Congress or whatever about whether or not there should be a federal ban on human cloning. To this day, December whatever it is, 2025, there is no federal ban in the United States on human cloning. Now, there is a ban in some states, so there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's only 8 out of 50 states that just outright ban human cloning. That would be, just for your information, Arkansas, Michigan, North Dakota, South Dakota, Virginia, Arizona, Indiana, Oklahoma. And then some states have this, you can clone, but you can't clone for reproductive reasons. It can only be for scientific research. And you can only let the clone be alive for 14 days and you gotta kill it. It's called clone and kill laws. And those exist in California, Connecticut, Iowa, Louisiana, and this blows my mind because I think Louisiana just outlawed abortion. So they have a law in Louisiana that if you clone a human embryo, you must kill it. You must. But then you can't. Anyway, also these clone and kill states include also Maryland, Massachusetts, Missouri, New Jersey, and Rhode Island. Again, like I said, the UK done banned cloning. The whole UK done said no, you can't do that. But as of right now, there's no federal ban. Now we do see Bill Clinton would come out and say, and he would make statements like, we gotta ban cloning or whatever. But like, I don't think that ever happened.
Our administration believes that there are loopholes that could allow the cloning of human beings if the technology were developed. Therefore, today I am issuing a directive that bans the use of any federal funds for any cloning of human beings.
Tonight I ask you to pass legislation to prohibit the most egregious abuses of medical research, human cloning in all its forms, creating or implanting embryos for experiments, creating human-animal hybrids, and buying, selling, or patenting human embryos.
I don't think it ever happened, and from all my research, it never happened. So that's like one of the biggest revelations to me from this series, and what I learned is like, I just assumed and took for granted that cloning humans was illegal. I thought it wasn't allowed. I thought it wasn't allowed anywhere. Come to find out, it's allowed a lot of places, and it was allowed a lot of places until fairly recently. Anyway, so these people right here, they over there in Canada, and this was all going on in the early 2000s.
Adam and Eve is the first human being created through human cloning.
His name is Rael, and he heads a wealthy, well-organized religious sect whose faith is science, and whose ambition is to use existing technology to clone a human being.
So on December 26th, the day after Christmas, 2002, a company named Clonaid, led by a French ex-journalist who ran a religious group, which probably, is appropriate to call it a religious cult, named the Raelians. Okay, the Raelians. Got it. Now, they claim to have cloned
Raelians,
a girl
real
named Eve.
aliens,
So
lol.
too, because Adam and Eve, the first woman, so the first clone is named Eve. Anyway, Eve allegedly was born in an undisclosed country where cloning is not illegal. Well, could have been this one. Could have been another one. Anyway, Clonaid held a press conference in Hollywood, Florida. Oh God, how many roads lead to Hollywood, Florida? That's where Star Search and Mickey Mouse Club was. LeChew. Anyway, they held this press conference to announce the birth, but they did not bring up the baby clone.
I'm very, very pleased to announce that the first baby clone is born. She was born yesterday at 11:55 a.m. in the country where she was born. So this will not give you more details about the location. She's fine. We call her Eve between us. You knew that, of course. Some suggested it, and I thought it was a good idea, actually. You will have the right name. And, for a long time, I thought that this press conference will be with the baby, the parents, the scientists, everybody surrounding me, and having pleasure announcing it. I'm alone. And there is a reason to that, is that it hasn't been easy to face the world with this announcement. And we have been discussing with the parents the last 3 months how we would handle today. And they decided not to show up yet. They will. I hope they will. And I wish them well. We started really to work with human eggs in January of this year. So it took us 3 months to finalize, and this is very short, and that's why I said, is it luck or is it hard work? I do believe it's hard work. But we had really good success very quickly and refined the technique for human eggs until spring, where we started to have implantation. We had 10 implantations, and 5 of them during the first 3 weeks were terminated spontaneously.
So they're out here saying that they have a cloned baby and it was born. Now, if you reverse engineer the timeline, do timelines on this channel, this human clone baby Eve could have very, very well been one of those 3 clone pregnancies from the previous video, where those scientists were like, we have 3 successful clone implementations or implantations or whatever, May 9th, 2002. This fertility specialist from Italy says yes, he did it 3 times, 3 people. He shocked observers a month ago when he reportedly said on the sidelines of a conference in the UAE that an Arab patient of his was 8 weeks pregnant with the world's first cloned human. And then nobody ever heard from them clone babies, so maybe they didn't survive the pregnancies, or maybe they did. And if they did, then what? So we'll have this clip right here, and this clip is kind of what led me to believe that might be what's going on, because this lady is like, we're working with some specialists, with some experts, but not linked with them financially, but we're just working with them.
So now we have 3 scientists working almost full-time in a lab here in the United States with the major goal for us to produce a human embryo by human cloning.
And it's like, okay, so for research purposes, did one of your cult members carry the baby?
Among the volunteer surrogate mothers for human clones are these young devotees of the Raelian sect.
I always wanted a baby, but you know, the problem of overpopulation and it's a dedication for 20 years, which is too long because I want to do so much for others. If I dedicate myself to one kid, I won't be able to help all the one that needs help right now.
And I'm just going to throw in some clips here of how weird this cult is and how willing they are to do it.
Dr. Bridget Boisselier is cloning humans.
We're dealing with human reproduction and we're preparing embryos in a laboratory that is included in the clinic, and this is located in a place where it's perfectly legal to do it. So that's the background. We do have 6 scientists working full-time. We have experts who are associated to us but are not linked to us by any financial thing. They are just experts who are looking at what we're doing in the sense that they will be our witnesses when we just publish and when we open that to the public. So we have very healthy blastocysts and we hope to present a baby. And then Mom, my mother, she's a Dr. Boisselier, and she was working on it for a while. And then I grew up, and it was time for me where my body starts feeling I want a kid. And I thought that having a kid, like, if it's for science, if it's for the whole humanity, and if it's for a couple who are infertile and want a kid, and then I could have that kid, I could have the experience of being pregnant, which I really want to go through. And I won't have to keep the kid.
Simplement, un jour j'ai entendu parler de cette nouvelle technique de clonage. Et puis j'ai compris qu'ils avaient besoin d'une mère porteuse. J'ai simplement posé volontairement ma candidature. Je vais aider la science à mettre au monde un enfant. Je vais porter l'enfant pendant les 9 mois.
I'm going to carry the child for 9 months, and at the end of the 9 months, I'm going to give it back.
Like, they talk about the cloning in the it's not like a secret, it's like a cloning cult. And I don't even know if I can even show what their cult logo looks like on YouTube. Now, they did seem to have like a rebrand of the cult logo, probably for those reasons. And it looks like also maybe they were trying to operate in Israel, and it's kind of hard to operate in Israel if you have a sticker as your logo. But I don't know. I mean, it looked like the Seal of Solomon mixed with the sticker. So, I mean, girl, I don't know. And it's just, it reminds me so much of the Lifeboat Foundation. Yes to human cloning. No to human cloning. Again, the Raelians. Really? Okay. Anyway, so after this claim was made, right, it wasn't, oh, we had the technology, oh, we did it, and then we killed it after 14 days, oh, we got a pregnancy. No. She said they were out here and they had a baby, and it was Eve, and she was alive. Now, they didn't show any proof for that. So again, we had naysayers saying that wasn't true, that didn't happen. So they always try to say it's an undisclosed country, but then somebody somewhere like lets it slip. They let the cat out of the bag. We have a headline here. It says, Baby Eve clone is in Israel. Company chief claims. Florida judge throws out guardianship petition. All roads lead to Florida guardianships. Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The head of a company claiming to have cloned humans said Wednesday that the alleged first human clone ever, known as Baby Eve, is in Israel. Bridget Boisselier, chief executive officer of CloneAid, made the disclosure under oath at a hearing into whether Florida should appoint a guardian for Eve. I knew this was where they were
Rinse it
heading
out
with
and put
this.
it in the dishwasher,
I said some
boo-boo.
stuff off camera I can't even say, because y'all are going to try to put me in
It goes on the
asylum.
top shelf.
Or somebody will. I know y'all won't, but somebody might. But this could start explaining a whole lot more why people like guardianship so damn much. Is there like a clone generation up on the rise at this point? Now they're older than 18. This stuff was happening. This was 2002. The judge said no guardian for this child. Now, this scientist also maintained under oath that 2 other cloned babies have been born. So again, I renew my speculation that these 3 clone babies are the same exact 3 clone babies that those 3 doctors, the Israeli, the Greece, and the Italian, were doing in their press conference. They had said that it was 3, and they wouldn't say where it was and all that.
Comfy and lifting at 60?
An Israeli, a Greek, and an Italian. It sounds like a terrible joke. Like one of those walk into a bar pun jokes.
Or whatever. So I think it could be the same 3. And then they just volunteered to be the incubators or the surrogates. But she said this under oath at a hearing, and this is after she had the press conference where she said they have Eve, and she wanted to get a guardianship over this baby, or she wanted somebody to. She maintained under oath, I'm guessing penalty of perjury. I don't know what under oath would be other than that. There's 3 of them, and they all been born. Now, the company CloneAid was founded by a man who also created the Raelian religious sect. Oh, and this cult claims that life on Earth was started by extraterrestrials. So the man who founded and started the company that does the cloning also founded and started the cult, who thinks that life on Earth was started by aliens, extraterrestrials specifically.
Expelled from his native France, former racing car driver and journalist Rael now has his base in Canada. It's his ambition to build the structure shown in this model near Jerusalem. Its purpose? To welcome the alien race which inspired his interest in human cloning. The flying saucer is apparently a full-scale replica of the one he originally witnessed in a volcano in France. Rael first inspired Dr. Boisselier, a disciple, to develop research into human cloning. He founded CloneAid and believes cloning is the way to an eternal life where we'll eventually transfer our memories and personalities into adult replicas.
I was the first on the earth to say human cloning is coming very soon. That was 28 years ago, after the encounter with this very advanced civilization from space.
Now, importantly, by 2002, they had really not offered any proof that the babies existed or that clones can actually exist. It could also be the fact that the babies was born messed up, and they weren't real proud of it, but they were proud of it, but they didn't want to show what the babies were looking like. I don't know. They never did offer any proof, hardcore proof. They just said it happened. Now, she initially promised DNA tests to prove that Eve was a clone. But later she backed out, saying the parents were concerned that the court was going to try to take the baby away. Now, she said that she's only seen a videotape of the baby. Now, after her testimony, the Broward County Circuit Judge ruled he had no jurisdiction over the case, and he threw the case out. So again, this is where Scientology is based. It's based in Pinellas. Can we put a map up? Show Pinellas County, Clearwater, and please show me how far away Fort Lauderdale is. Thank you. Now, by January 2003, that's when the 2 more clone babies were born, one to a Dutch lesbian couple and another, the first boy clone, to a couple in Japan. That's according to this article here. Now, this is a Wayback Archive of the CloneAid website from 2004. Now, importantly, the CloneAid website's still up and running today. You can go type it in, go look it up right now today. But we got an archive picture from 2004 claiming 3 babies are now alive thanks to our dedicated team of doctors and scientists, with babies born in Australia, Mexico, Brazil, Spain, Italy, England, and Hong Kong. Thousands of families have contacted CloneAid in the last couple of years in the hope to see a later born twin of their deceased family member again. Oh, twin? Like they were saving the twin in utero for several years and until after the first twin died. Belated twin. Many of those families are families of celebrities, business leaders, and political leaders. We are currently working on the case of a prime minister whose son had lost his life. We at CloneAid are very proud that we've been able to realize this dream for some of those families already, because of celebrities, We are going to talk about celebrity clone theories in the next video, and I just want to, as a spoiler, put that Xena LaVey right next to Taylor Swift. This is one of the conspiracy theories. Okay, we're going to get into that, but that's in the next video. But this is what this website had said. Again, y'all, there's no proof for this. I didn't see proof for this. This could be some people with having a schizophrenic delusion, as far as I'm aware. Okay, I'm just reading you what the website said in 2004. That families of celebrities and business leaders and political leaders. Now, this is 2004. This is like years. This is like almost 10 years after Britney Spears hit the scene, you know? So no wonder there's Britney Spears clone theories. Again, we'll get into that in the next video. They said they were very proud that they were able to realize this dream for some of the families. The world's first clone baby boy is actually the belated twin of his dead brother. Please, girl. He was born January 2003, shortly after the first baby girl, Eve, was born. According to his parents, he has developed different behaviors than the twin. So they're calling him a twin instead of a clone, because he don't act like the person he got cloned. Like, that's the thing. We learned this in the first video. Sometimes don't even look like him. You just, it's like pulling a... But he likes the same toys. Oh, shocker. Little boys like trains. Got it. Contrary to what some bad movies try to make people believe, cloning a dead person is not about exploiting people in difficult times, but about providing another option for them instead of grief and despair. No, baby girl, baby boy, that's a trap. You gotta just go through grief. We all gotta go through grief. It's just part of it. I think it's weird when they do the AI cloning of a deceased loved one. That freaks me out.
Well, speaking with the dead, it used to be something you needed a medium for, or maybe even a Ouija board to do, but now one AI startup says you can do it with your phone. The app is called Two Way, and it lets you upload photos and video of just about anybody to create your own AI avatar. Two Way promising to let users chat with business luminaries, actors, even historical figures like William Shakespeare. But it's the promise of keeping grandma alive digitally that's drawing attention now.
He's listening. Put your hand on your tummy and hum to him. You used to love that.
Ooh, just gave me chills.
Recently, it was, I believe, Martin Luther King Jr. His family came out and said, someone from his family was like, can you stop making AI, like, motivational speeches? It's, like, very weird and very creepy. Other living loved ones of deceased relatives have said, can you stop making AI remakes of my dead family member? It's freaking me out. The last paragraph of this article says, in a not too distant future, advanced cloning technologies will allow us even to recreate a deceased person in an adult body. This was in 2004, 21 years ago. With all his past experiences and memories, allowing mankind to enter the age of immortality, as it has been announced by His Holiness Rael. Oh, that's why it's Raelism. His Holiness Rael, founder of CloneAid. In 1973, already after his contact... Okay, so he got contacted by the Elohim in 1973. When was Scientology established? So he thinks the Elohim are mankind's extraterrestrial creators. Where have I heard this Elohim before? Elohim? Nephilim? Seraphim?
The Elohim, which whose name is in the Bible, and they are the creators of life on Earth. They came on the Earth with a very advanced civilization long time ago. They came on the Earth, built the big laboratories, and inside these laboratories, using DNA and genetic engineering, they did create all life on Earth.
Then they said, as of March 1st, 2004, 30 human clones have been implanted and 23 pregnancies are underway. Okay, well, I don't know if any of that's true, and we will supplement this heavily with clips because don't take it from me. And frankly, don't take it from them either. They seem a little bit off their rocker and a little bit deranged. I'm not really sure we could take them for their word, but that's what they said. So apparently, according to them, yes, you can clone a human, and yes, they did indeed have human clones being born all over the world. Now I'm like, oh my god. I'm just, it does make you kind of have to start having some conspiratorial thoughts, which is why we're going to get into celebrity clone conspiracy theories in the next episode of this series.
I could make a sperm out of your skin cells and an egg and fertilize that.
So you can clone me?
I could clone you. I won't do that because it's illegal, but biologically we could do that. I'm going to get all sorts of phone calls.
You are. There we go. I'm going to get the emails too.
Hey, can you clone me?
Yeah.
No, but what's important is I can make organs, mini organs from you, and test drugs. And I could. What we're doing in the lab is we have. Yeah. Personalized medicine.
Yeah. Wow.
So when you come to my lab, and you have to promise you're going to come, I'll show you. We grow these mini brains in the lab.
Hungry Root is the easiest way to eat healthy. Hungry Root is kind of like having your own personal shopper and nutrition.
Okay, next. Spill.
This woman has been charged with 55 counts of...
Hold on. Okay, no, we're still good.
This woman has been charged with 55 counts of criminal SA of a minor. Despite this, her newlywed husband continues to stand by her side as she claims to be the victim.
She said she was going to take your family for millions and then be with this child after he graduated high school. And you're still going to be here to support her and hold her hand?
The following deals with matters of SA and alleged grooming of minors. Viewer discretion is advised. If you or someone you know is the victim of SA, there is help available. On March 16, 2025, a police officer followed 30-year-old Christina Formella and her husband to their home in an unmarked police vehicle, parked behind them, got out and approached the driver's side window. And what happened next left both Christina and her husband shocked and confused.
Hey, how you doing? Officer Gosman with Downers Grove. Do you have your license on you? Yeah, I'm ready to play. I'm sure you're confused. I'll explain it to you. You Christina? Okay, Christina, do me a favor. Can you step out of the car for me? I know you're confused. I'll explain everything to you. You don't have anything on you? You can just grab whatever you need.
Whatever I need.
Yeah, whatever you need. Your phone, your purse, your phone, grab it. Is she going somewhere? Or?
But the officer wouldn't give any details to her as to why he was there.
Yeah, we're going to explain everything to you guys. Go ahead and grab it up. We're not going anywhere right now. Of course, yeah. I don't understand what's going on here. I get it, yeah. You can go grab your things.
Can you come with me?
Yes. You stay there, for right now, sir, just stay there, but yes, you can. But come on back here.
Should I shut the car off?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead. Goes off. Okay. Let's right back over here. So, we do have an investigation going on. We have to talk to you about it at the police department, okay? So we're going to explain everything to you there. It's not my investigation. I don't know the full details. We do have to bring you there, though, okay? So I do have to put you in handcuffs and bring you to the police department. Just a Downers Grove.
Handcuffs?
Yes, unfortunately, yes.
I'm like willing to go with you.
I get it, yeah. Unfortunately, we have to do it that way. So do me a favor, just take this off.
And as he seemed to be doing everything he could to keep tensions from escalating, Christina didn't show any signs that she had a single clue as to why he was there, and admitted that she was frightened.
Can I ask you what?
Of course, yeah. It's not like I said, it's not my investigation. Obviously, we're here for a reason. So go ahead and turn around for me.
So he knows what's up. He's just not going to tell her because it'll freak her out.
So right now she's being detained, and there is a detective that needs to talk to you at the police department.
Because they don't just go there blind. They don't. They are at least minimally informed.
No, he can just come to the police department as well if he wants to wait for you there.
I'm like...
I get it. You have a lot of questions.
So scared.
Yeah, everything's okay. We just need to talk to you at the police department, that's all.
And in the police cruiser, she continued to appear unaware and even tried insisting that her husband physically accompany her.
Excuse me, is my husband coming with?
Yeah, he's taking his phone number down. We're going to talk to him. We're just going down to Grove, the 10 minutes away.
No, I know, but I really would prefer that my husband's with me. Am I in trouble? Like, I'm so lost right now.
If you weren't in trouble, you wouldn't be handcuffed in a fucking cruiser, dipshit. Durr.
When Christina arrived at
Fuck's
station,
sakes.
she was
Am I
likely
in
searched
trouble?
and
Yeah.
searched before being placed in the room to await detectives.
You're arrested in a cop car, buddy.
Promised,
Yeah.
detectives revealed everything
Yeah.
to Christina.
Am I in trouble?
know
No!
why she
This
was
is
there.
a regular
Investigation was
Tuesday.
opened, placing
We're
her
just
at the
inspecting
center,
you
and
for
according to a
handcuff
statement by
sizing
DuPage County,
and
she
taking
is
you on a
being
quick
charged with
ride.
3 counts in connection
Yeah,
with criminal
that's all.
SA of a student. It added that according to DuPage County State's attorney, Robert Berlin, the allegations against Mrs. Formella are extremely disturbing. The type of abuse and behavior alleged in this case will not be tolerated. And though we don't have video footage of the interview, court documents later reveal that Christina not only denied all of the allegations against her, but went so far as to paint herself as the victim, claiming that everybody comes after her because she is good looking and she is just a good person who cared too much about the boy. That's
Oh
right.
my,
She
ma'am.
was trying to blame her good looks on the reason she was in
I'm
this
just
mess.
'cause
And
I'm
sure,
pretty.
maybe sometimes people
It's
do
'cause
take advantage
I'm
of
so
others based on
pretty.
this quality alone, but as you're about to see,
I
this is
fondled that
surely
child
not
'cause
the
I'm
case
pretty.
here. Christina Formella, formerly Christina
Fucking what?
Quiones, graduated from Concordia University with a major in special education in 2016. While there, she was a star defensive soccer player and played on the women's team every year of university. She reportedly dreamed of making a difference in the lives of children and becoming a special education teacher after graduation. And it was at Concordia that she met Michael Formella, whose family owns E. Formella and Sons Incorporated, an Italian specialty foods manufacturer that has been in operation for over 100 years. And like Christina, Michael was an athlete and played baseball throughout his time at the university. It's said that he first laid eyes on Christina when he and his friends were looking for seats during a home baseball game. But instead of an empty seat, he saw her and told his friends, "I'm going to marry that girl one day." 2 years later, their friends helped to facilitate their official meeting during a drinking game at a house party, and they were inseparable ever since. The two continued to date, and after graduating from Concordia, Christina got a job as a special education teacher and soccer coach at a middle school north of Chicago. After being there for a few years, she moved on to work the same roles at Downers Grove South High School in Downers Grove, Illinois in September 2020. In 2021, the couple bought a home close to the high school, and not long later, in 2023, Michael popped the question during a couple's beach photo shoot. They then proceeded to have an idyllic destination wedding on the Amalfi Coast in Italy in the summer of 2024, and another celebration with friends and family.
The word friends is idyllic, not idyllic. Idyllic. Thank you. Whoops, wrong button. Don't look at that. Okay, look at it.
2020. In 2021, the couple bought a home close to the high school, and not long later, in 2023, Michael popped the question during
Again,
the couple's
the word
beach
is
photo shoot.
idyllic.
They then proceeded to have an idyllic destination wedding on the Amalfi
Idyllic.
Coast in Italy in the summer of 2024.
It is not
and
potato
another
potato.
celebration with friends
It
and
is
family
idyllic.
back home in Illinois. Christina had the dream job she had spent her university career working towards, an adoring husband, and what really seemed like the perfect life. But not everything is always as it seems, and it was her position at Downers Grove South that led her to being visited and taken in by police, and they had not brought her in without cause. One of her students, we'll refer to him as AC, since he was underage at the time
Anonymous
of the
child.
alleged assault, and at the time of recording, had recently found himself in need of a new cell phone. So after his mom bought him a brand new iPhone and began syncing his iCloud, she noticed explicit text messages from an unknown number. And after speaking with her son, he revealed the disturbing truth. One that she was able to confirm herself when she matched the number with the sender through her own phone's contacts. The person on the other end of the messages was none other than AC's soccer coach and personal school tutor, Mrs. Formella. And when it all came to light, AC accompanied his mother to the police station to file a report. Those text messages that his mother found were later released to the public, and TikToker
What is possibly
Abby
attractive
Blobby,
about
who
children?
has been closely
No,
following
don't tell
the
me, I
case
don't wanna
since
know.
the very beginning and sharing insider information, revealed what they
Have
said.
never found an attracting towards children's.
So much, Mama. She said, "I love you so much, baby." Even though this morning was short, it was perfect. I know, baby, it was perfect, baby, so perfect. I love having that with you. I know, baby. I love it so much. It feels so good. It's so passionate. It's so intimate. It's so perfect.
It was all right there in black and white. So how did Christina try to explain her way out of it when confronted at the station?
You were fucking
well,
a
on top of
baby,
denying the
you
allegations
freaking
and claiming that
weirdo.
she's too pretty and that's why everyone comes after her.
She even told police that the boy had stolen her cell phone and sent the messages to himself as part of a blackmail plot.
But according to court documents, she told police that the alleged abuse happened a year and a half ago, meaning that Christina was 28 and the victim was 15 at the time. It seems the stories weren't lining up. And that's not all detectives found. Remember when the officer was getting ready to handcuff Christina? He took her bag off her shoulder and confiscated her cell phone. Well, while she was being interviewed, they searched her phone and found extra evidence within the Notes app.
Y'all are not ready for what I'm about to read you. Detectives later searched her phone, pursuant to consent, and found a memoir in the notes section of her iPhone, which was last updated at 10:45 a.m. on March 16th, the same day she was arrested.
And this memoir of Christina's within her phone was quite the tell-all for investigators. It read, I once again, from day effing 1, called your next girlfriend's name. You're so effing predictable and disgusting. Shocker. You cheated on me with her. All I was to you was somebody to F. I'm not upset. I'm not mad. I'm not any of that. I've just lost interest. I went back and screenshotted every single time I said that we should break up until after the wedding and after you graduated. And every single effing time you came back and convinced me it would be fine. I initiated every single breakup, only for you to end things saying you couldn't get over it. You ruined us. I warned you we should have never started dating a long effing time ago. And you gaslit me and convinced me it was fine every single time. Because that's who you are. We will never, ever be together again. I'm not a second choice. I'm the best thing you'll ever have. Even with all of my mistakes, you, once again, waited and strung me along until it was convenient for you. It broke me last time. This time, it changed me. I'm not sad, I'm effing mad that I let a 16-year-old F with me like that. And I made a promise to myself that I will never let any guy F with me like that again. Ever. In the end, we both lost. You lost the girl who would have stuck with you through thick and thin, who would have changed everything about herself to make you happy. And I lost the person I was before I met you. But
That is a child.
Wasn't all.
Oh my,
Not
gross.
by a long shot. Under a section Christina titled Manifestations, she wrote, the victim's name is going to reach out to me soon and try to fix things between us. In the meantime, I'm going to live my best life knowing he's not the person I thought he was and he is beneath me. And another one under the same section that said, the victim's name and I will connect again soon in a positive way. We will both get the closure we need in order to move on in a healthy way. We will be able to be a part of each other's lives forever. We will be in each other's lives forever. We will be able to love each other while also living our own lives. That's right. There wasn't only the explicit text messages, but also this novel-like overview of her anger towards her own victim, and evidence that she attempted to manifest a relationship with him for prosecutors to go off of. And commenters had thoughts. Calling herself a girl instead of a woman in that note was very telling. She sees herself as his equal. Mind you, she was a special education teacher. You gaslit me. Girl, he is a child. How is a 16-year-old making you crash out? The manifestation notes are frying me. This is so humiliating for her. She was manifesting a child back into her life? What the actual hell is wrong with her? These were serious allegations with some pretty damning evidence, and it seems that this conversation with detectives really affected Christina. When she was placed back in the police cruiser to be transported to DuPage County Jail, she was in visible distress.
Like, good. Good! Visibly be distressed, you walnut.
Sure you don't want a tissue or something?
I'm feeling real throw up.
okay? All right.
Oh
She
no,
was
if it
left
isn't
with
the
another
consequences
officer as
of
the
your
other went off
actions.
to get something for
Oh
her
no!
nausea. And while he was gone, the gravity of the situation really seemed to fall on her.
What the?
It really can't be known whether Christina's tears were from actual fear of the situation she had found herself in, if she was upset that she had been caught, or if she was putting on a show to back up her innocence. Because, though she had been crying, it amplified quite a bit when the officer returned with supplies in case she became sick in the cruiser.
Kind of put it on the floor here, all right?
Okay.
A few paper towels on the floor here. You get it, all right?
Okay. Thank you.
The following day, March 17th,
Making herself
DuPage County
hyperventilate.
released a statement on their website stating that Christina appeared in court that morning, her first appearance in what would become many in the months to come. The statement elaborated that she was being charged with 1 count of aggravated criminal SA, Class 1 felony, 1 count of criminal SA, Class 1 felony, and 1 count of aggravated criminal SA, Class 2 felony. In Illinois, those are some of the most serious offenses involving a breach of trust. The top charge carries mandatory prison time, while the others can mean up to 7 years, max fines of $25,000 each, and long-term registry requirements. Despite the severity of these charges, DuPage County's statement also revealed that the court denied the state's motion to detain Formella pre-trial and released her with conditions including no entry into Downers Grove South High School and no contact with anyone under the age of 18. With a trusted teacher being arrested and charged with such heinous offenses so abruptly, Downers Grove South High's principal sent out an email to students, staff, and families that read, "Early this morning, we learned that DGS teacher Christina Formella was arrested and detained by law enforcement yesterday afternoon. She was arraigned this morning and charged with aggravated criminal SA and assault with a minor. The minor is a current DGS student. Formella has been placed on administrative leave with pay." Formella has been teaching in our Special Services Department since the 2020-2021 school year. She was a volunteer soccer coach starting in the fall of 2020 and has been on the coaching staff for both girls and boys soccer since August 2021. We are cooperating with law enforcement to investigate the allegations. Additionally, we will contact families whose students had direct contact with Formella. If you have any information related to these allegations, please contact me or a member of our administrative or counseling team immediately. We are devastated, and our community is reeling. An adult has been charged with the most serious of violations, and trust has been broken. Our team is here to support students who are impacted by this terrible news. Arwen Lip, Principal. But how did all this even allegedly start between Christina and AC?
During the interview, officers learned that he had joined soccer in August of 2022, his freshman year, and that defendant had been his soccer coach. Officers further learned that the defendant had started tutoring him after he had broken his collarbone. According to the mom, he did not continue to play soccer after his freshman year, even though he had played since he was 8 years old and his grades have dropped.
Okay, but how did it go from soccer coach and tutoring to this?
So it says that she was tutoring him, and then she allegedly began messaging him using a digital school platform, which prosecutors say ramped up into flirtatious texts. Prosecutors say she gave him her number so they could play 8-ball pool on their phones. The pair then allegedly exchanged provocative texts followed by a FaceTime meeting between the student and Formella.
Okay, the secret to finding out you have wavy hair is nourishing it with the right products and letting your texture shine. I used to keep my hair straight for the longest time. It was always flat.
This FaceTime exchange allegedly took place while Christina was away on vacation in Arizona. And, like many relationships that go beyond the bounds of what's appropriate, things continued to escalate.
According to the docs, she and the student began having feelings for each other, which came to a head one day in December of 2023 when they met in her classroom at the school before classes began. Prosecutors said she shut the door, which automatically locked behind her. She started kissing the victim, who reportedly fondled her, and she removed his clothes. They both allegedly took off her leggings, and he put on a condom and had sex with her.
All of the details of this encounter reportedly came out during a forensic interview with AC, following Christina's arrest, which is an investigative interview conducted by a specially trained objective professional for the purpose of gathering reliable information from children regarding allegations of maltreatment, exploitation, or exposure to violence, during which he provided some more insight to investigators.
Apparently, the itself only happened one time, and they last spoke in February of 2024, and they had both acknowledged that it was wrong. He confirmed that it happened when he was 15 years old, and he believed she was 26 or 27, but in actuality, she was 28.
But if they both admitted that it was wrong over a year before she was arrested, and he stated it only happened that one time, then why did notes in Christina's phone seem to reveal something clearly much deeper that continued a lot longer than both claim? Well, when questioned about the notes and manifestations found in her phone, she reportedly attributed them to being an outlet for her anxiety. But why would she need to vent out her frustration towards the student in association with her anxiety? What connects the two?
She attributed her anxiety to him because they had opened up to each other. According to her, she didn't want to see him get into trouble like his older brother did. The defendant admitted that the entire March 16, 2025 note was about him, but then pivoted and said that any reference to sex was specifically about her husband. When asked about the statements referencing cheating, she blamed him for cheating on her emotionally by having sex with his girlfriend because she cared about him and looked out for him.
And Christina reportedly even tried to make it seem as though her husband was aware of everything.
Throughout her interview, she tried to paint him as her stalker and claimed that her husband was aware, but oddly enough, her husband told detectives that he knows nothing about him beyond his status as a soccer player, and he confirmed that he does not go through the defendant's phone.
Despite claiming that AC had been stalking her, she admitted to never reporting this to school administration or the boy's family. But that's not all.
Even more puzzling, detectives located on the defendant's phone screenshots of his Instagram, including topless photos of him, and text messages to other people where she spontaneously brought him up in conversation.
And commenters have been absolutely shocked by how a grown woman could allegedly do any of this. I have a 15-year-old son. I cannot imagine how a grown, married woman can romanticize a child. I really don't get how a grown person could look at a 15-year-old and see anything other than a child. I'm 31, and 25-year-olds seem young to me, and many express their heartbreak for the victim. He stopped playing soccer, something that he's been doing since he was a little kid. His grades dropped. It's affected him big time already, and this is going to have lasting effects on him. This happened to two men very close to me. It ruins them for life. It's so sad. Then, on April 14th, 2025, Christina appeared in court once again, and this time, TikToker Abby Blabby showed up to report on what happened.
I attended the court hearing today for Christina Formella, and she pleaded not guilty to all 3 charges. The judge explained to her that she's going to have to personally appear to every court proceeding going forward. And the prosecution laid out to the judge exactly what they're going to be seeking as punishment if she's found guilty of the crime. One of the things is that she register as an SO, which I think was kind of a given.
And as you can see in the video, Christina's husband, Michael, walked into the courthouse with her. Michael's father was also present inside the courtroom, and many people couldn't understand how he could be showing her any support after all of the evidence that had come out. The fact that her husband is still standing by her is crazy. Her husband definitely is in denial. I've lost all respect for her husband. What more evidence do you need? She literally crashed out over a child and admitted to having sex with him. Wow. What more evidence does her husband and his family need? But this wasn't the first time they'd been seen together since her arrest. A neighbor sent Abby an image of both of their cars parked in the garage of their house, and they were also spotted standing outside of his parents' business. Then, due to the height of the media attention the case had been receiving, a request was put forth by the Daily Mail Online for extended media coverage at the DuPage County Courthouse.
You can't even bring a cell phone into the building. They're completely prohibited. But they're asking the court's permission to allow them to come in with cameras and take photos or video record the hearings and trial. The judge said in court today that in order for this to be granted, all parties would have to agree to it.
But according to court documents, the prosecution listed a number of reasons why they asked for this to not happen, including being able to keep the trial fair and impartial, and in order to protect the victim from further public harm. And then, on April 18th, court was held again, where the judge made her decision.
She denied the request. There will be no media coverage during the hearings or the trial.
And though she wasn't able to grab any photos from the media coverage hearing, a fellow TikToker sent some footage over that showed the couple together.
Self-rising.
Taxes is feeling unwanted. Now Taxes is an open door to new TurboTax stores. Meet our experts. They do your taxes, so you can walk out with confidence.
Now, the first thing I noticed from these photos is Michael isn't just walking beside her like he was on Monday, but he's actually walking with her, holding her hand, and has his ring very visible for everybody to see. This is a photo from the hearing on Monday, and you'll notice he's walking beside her, but not with her, if that makes sense. He's also walking on her right side and has his hands in his pockets. A lot of my followers made comments about them not really appearing to be together, and a lot of people were wondering if he's still wearing his ring. So this makes me think they're keeping track of what's happening on social media, because this is a big difference.
And a lot of people in the comments had similar thoughts. Holding hands is crazy! For sure holding hands because of people's comments on social media. 100% for show and to protect his family assets. The court favors a united front. He seems like a smart man. He surely knows his wife is guilty, because where there is smoke, there's fire. Their lawyer probably instructed them, even if you're not together, try to remain together through the trial for appearance sake. Show the ring and hold hands to look like a wholesome family. But the extended media coverage request being denied didn't mean that reporters and those invested in the case, like Abby Blabby, would be banned as well. They just couldn't capture any of the trial on camera. So, she continued showing up to each of Christina's court appearances, including the next one on June 17th.
Okay, you guys, I am at the DuPage County Courthouse in Illinois today to attend the hearing for Christina Vermella. As you can see, Michael is beside her, holding her hand just like he was the last time.
And while recording the couple walking towards the courthouse, Abby decided to pose a question to Christina.
Christina, you ran the Vermella name down into the ground. Manifesting being with a child? Do you even feel bad?
And commenters were very here for Abby's questioning. Is that you yelling stuff at her? You're the best. To which Abby responded, sure is. They don't call me Abby Blabby for nothing, honey. After you asked, do you even feel bad? You should have ended it with, or do you miss him? OMG, that was you asking the questions? Love how bold and brave you are. Instant follow, girl. You're standing 10 toes down for these children. But it was the details that came to light during this court hearing that blew everyone away. Because aside from the text messages and notes, authorities found substantially more evidence as they continued going through her phone.
So there are several hundreds, if not thousands, according to the prosecution, of text messages between Christina and the victim. That proved she had started grooming him at the age of 14. And you know how it was previously believed that the SA incident was isolated? It only happened one time in December of 2023 in her classroom, you know, while she was tutoring him before school. Well, that is not true at all. Come to find out, it happened over 45 times, several times being in her classroom and even in her own home that she shares with her husband.
And it seems like it was only a twisted luck on her side that allowed her to not get caught during these home assaults of her underage victim.
And one time when she was planning on the victim coming over, Michael came home unexpectedly. So she told the victim to hold off, and then after Michael left, she went ahead and had him come over. Not even worried that he might come home again. And then there was a time that a neighbor saw the victim walking through the backyard.
Well, twisted luck and her own alleged perverse manipulation.
She at some point told him that she wasn't with Michael anymore, but then eventually she admitted she was, but told him that Michael had been cheating on her with her best friend. It was one way she manipulated the victim into staying with her, like, oh, well, he's cheating on me, so I can cheat on him.
But how did she get away with having the victim over to her own home? Sure, she allegedly tried to make sure that Michael would never find out, but what about AC finding out about Michael?
And since she had led him to believe she was single, she hid everything that belonged to Michael, every photo of them, including the engagement pictures. After she finally admitted to the victim that she was with him and had gotten engaged, she told him that Michael apparently has information on her that could send her to jail, so she had to accept the proposal.
That's right, through alleged lies, planning, and manipulation. But something else that became more clear during this June hearing, the timeline. As previously revealed, Christina had allegedly been grooming AC for around 2 years before SAing him. And then they both stated that things ended a long time ago, right?
Y'all, she was texting this boy while she was in Italy getting married. She told him that she would get married to Michael, get millions from the family, and then they'd be together. And she even talked about them having kids. And if for some reason he was unable to do that, she would just get a sperm donor because it's either him or nobody.
And she made sure that it went beyond physical meetings and talk of the future.
And when she couldn't physically SA him, she dropped little reminders like photos and videos. One video was of her master while saying his name. And she even requested that he send photos and videos like that back to her.
And thankfully, Abby and anyone else hearing this weren't alone in their shock.
The judge said that what she has done is horrific, shocking, and appalling. And she knew exactly what the hell she was doing. The judge also said that she's extremely conniving and can clearly manipulate anybody to get what she wants.
And we even saw hints of this spoiled nature during the first moments of this case, when she was arrested and driven to the station in the back of the cruiser.
Excuse me, is my husband coming with? No, I know, but I really would prefer that my husband's with me.
And people in the comments couldn't get over how immature and entitled she was acting. Coming with? She's an adult, right? Who talks like that? The little stomp. It's different when you're dealing with adults, isn't it, hon? And some only saw the irony of requesting her husband in that moment. She's all of a sudden interested in her husband, didn't think about husband while with that boy. If she's being arrested, why would her husband ride in the police vehicle with her? I always think the officer was probably thinking in his head, you're not going to prefer that once you hear why we picked you up. After all of the new information brought forth during the June 17th hearing, Christina Formella was indicted on 52 additional charges, bringing her original 3 up to a staggering 55 charges total, meaning she could be facing an estimated combined maximum sentence of 60 years behind bars. These new allegations cover 20 counts of criminal SA, 20 counts of aggravated criminal SA, 6 counts of indecent solicitation of a child, as well as 6 counts of grooming, all of which she had again pleaded not guilty to, and people were rightfully astounded by all that was revealed. 55 charges? Still pleading not guilty is wild. She literally had a beautiful life set out on a golden platter for her, and this is what she did? She is not well. and people could not believe Michael still sat by and listened to it all. How can her husband sit through all that, listening to all these details, and support her? 45 times! And in her house? Why didn't he walk out of the courtroom? What is the husband doing? And Abby let the commenter know that she felt the exact same. Right? I literally gasped in the courtroom when they said that. And someone even had a chilling theory to share. Hot take? That's not her first victim. Just the one she got caught with. A thought that many clearly agreed with. But since that is only a theory, and even the indictment charges that were laid against Christina are only charges at this point, and everything is alleged until she is tried and found guilty, the state tried a second time to keep Christina behind bars until the pre-trial period, claiming that she was, in their eyes, clearly a threat to AC and possibly even others, a request that was again denied by the judge.
The judge said that even though she is definitely still a threat to AC, she doesn't think she's a real and active threat to the community. So she's going to let her stay out. She's going to enforce all of the rules that were put into place before. This time she's adding GPS and monitoring software onto all of her electronics.
And according to the Chicago Tribune, this GPS monitoring software would prohibit Christina from coming within 5,000 feet of the teen's home, school, or workplace. For context, 5,000 feet is less than 1 mile, which really isn't all that much space when you think about it. And funnily enough, these pre-trial restrictions are exactly what brought Christina and her team of supporters, including her lawyers, Michael, his father, Christina's parents, and sister, all to the courthouse again on July 2nd. And Abby Blabby was right there again, along with another reporter, ready to pose some new questions to Christina and Michael in light of the new charges.
Michael, were you aware of those 52 new charges? How do you feel? How do you feel knowing she was sneaking this child into your home and hiding any evidence of you being there so she could R-A-P him?
Anything you want to say, every story has two sides.
Why would you accept Michael's proposal?
Michael, just why are you still with her? Anything you want to say?
She said she was going to take your family for millions and then be with this child after he graduated high school. And you're still going to be here to support her and hold her hand? Christina, why did you tell a child that if he couldn't get you pregnant, you would get a sperm donor? Because it was him or nobody. Well, you're married.
Even after the new information came to light and the new charges were laid, Michael was still right there by Christina's side, holding her hand.
Welcome in. I'm looming a blanket and watching YouTube.
That again reinforced the idea that Christina was used to getting what she wanted. That 5,000-foot buffer zone that kept her from being anywhere close to the victim, yeah, that wasn't working for her.
Her and Michael's house is closer than 5,000 feet, so she had to move out and has been staying with her parents. Her attorney, Richard Kane, filed a motion to reduce the distance from 5,000 feet to 2,500 so she can go back home.
But it seems Christina is continuing to learn the hard way that she isn't always going to get what she wants, even though she asks for it.
Now, of course, the prosecutor completely disagreed with that. They said the GPS monitor was ordered as part of her pretrial release, and so it needs to stay how it is. And the judge agreed with that. She said the victim shouldn't be penalized, and her bond conditions were fair. So the modification was denied, and she's going to have to stay with her parents or somewhere else as long as she's over 5,000 feet from
Thanks for coming in.
Negative
Mwah.
media coverage of her case.
Hi friends, welcome in. I'm Jada Necco. I'm a variety streamer. I do whatever the fuck I want here, and right now I'm getting toasty, watching YouTube, and looming a new blanket. This blanket will be 5 feet wide, which if it is your first day is 60 inches. A queen size bed is 60 by 80. So I'm gonna do 5 feet wide, which is what this loom does. And as long as I fucking feel like. No, go ahead, raid and run. Thank you for bringing him here. I will eventually get tired of looming and I'll switch to video games, but I've only been looming for like an hour. So, we're watching bullshit.
Has rubbed her the wrong way as well, because apparently
Thanks
she's
for
the
bringing
victim
your
again.
peeps. Enjoy your post-stream dookies and anything else you might need
Even as
to
prosecutors
do.
say evidence shows
Have a
she
good sleep.
assaulted students dozens of times over a months-long affair, longer than that didn't stop until the teen spoke up. It's a spectacle, a public ritual that punishes women not for what they've done, but for how they're perceived, a rep for Famela's family told the Post in a statement Thursday. When men face accusations, we discuss evidence and procedure. When women face accusations, we attack their character, their choices, and their worth as human beings. They added, this isn't justice, it's a gender-based persecution disguised as accountability.
The article went on to make a few claims about media coverage and public discourse fixating on her appearance and private
It's
life.
going to be
Spokesperson
ombre.
even alleged that she has been on the
I've
receiving end
rewound
of
all the
real-world
balls.
stalking.
Christina's case is being covered.
So it
She's
will
being hunted,
ombre
the statement
out
said, adding that Famela has
dark
become the
light,
victim of
dark
bullying.
light, and I'm probably going to get
was
another
not about
one.
to sit down and let this statement go by
But
without
we'll see.
sharing her
Maybe
thoughts
another
on
one,
the
maybe
matter.
another two. It just
She knew there was
depends.
a
We'll
very
see
real
how far I
possibility of getting caught, but
get
that
with the
didn't keep
4
her away
balls
from
that
the
I've
victim.
got.
She got caught, and now she's front and center in the news, so that's her own fault.
But the article didn't stop there.
Reckless speculation, misinformation, and theatrical coverage do nothing to serve justice and set hard-won respect for women back decades. I think this is ridiculous because what Christina Famela did has nothing to do with women as a whole. This is a 30-year-old special education teacher who is facing 55 felonies for allegedly essaying a student of hers for around 2 years, despite being engaged and then married. And I'm sorry, but she isn't a victim, no matter how you want to word it.
The best classic hidden object game. Beautiful match.
And commenters were right there with Abby and shared similar thoughts. Her text messages are public record. They give a stark, unmistakable, and inexcusable picture of who and what she is. The only victim here is the child involved, period. I can't believe they are trying to paint her as a victim.
Everybody
I don't
needs to
even wanna
post
be in
stream
the same
dookies.
category as
You've
her
been
as a
sitting for a
woman,
hot
so
minute.
it is not setting us back, but something that nearly everyone
right.
really can't
So it's
seem
gonna
to
go
wrap their heads
forest
around
green
throughout this
to
whole
mint,
case is how
and
Michael
then
could
mint
continue
back
to
to
stand
forest,
by Christina,
all the way to the
even
bottom of the
after
blanket.
everything that was revealed in the court hearings. He has been right by her side, holding her hand, supporting her, and people have all kinds of theories as to how this could be. Her husband has to be putting on a show. There's no way this man is on her side. I'm losing respect for him. Unless he has some crazy reason/explanation for standing by her, he is guilty by association. I'm starting to think she's holding something over him because there's just no way. I think he's just waiting for that guilty verdict so he can get a divorce and not have to pay spousal support. He's gotta be so disgusting. He is also one of her victims. I cannot imagine what he's going through. I truly hope he has a good support system. But those who theorize that he was holding her hand and supporting her for show were possibly proven wrong during her next court appearance on August 4th. Abby Blabby shared that neither herself nor other reporters present witnessed Christina enter the courthouse. So, she assumed that this meant she was allowed the special privilege of entering through the back door, which is not usually permitted as there is no security station there. But when her court appearance was over, Abby made a quick realization.
So we're like, okay, well, we'll just wait here anyway for when she comes out. But then I was like, hold on a second. If she didn't go in through the front door, she's probably not going to come out the front door. She's probably going to come out the back. So we drove around. And right as we were coming around to the circle drive, we saw Christina and Michael crossing the road. The person I was with abruptly stopped the car so I could get out, at which point they see me. Christina kind of had this shocked look on her face, and Michael looked at me and rolled his eyes.
And considering the surprised look on the couple's faces and their clear attempt at avoiding the media, his show of support may not have been staged after all.
But this time they parked somewhere completely different to try to avoid media, and he's still holding her hand, which tells me it's actually genuine.
And it seems like the couple decided to add another big change to their life. They listed their home for sale on August 13th. People have
Hollister
theories as to
Arcade
why
Fuck!
they got
with
home.
1 viewers.
Michael, I hate this house. It has too many bad memories. Let's move and start over. I can hear it now. It's sold.
Hi, friend. Welcome in.
Time to pay legal
Stop
fees.
making me poop.
Obviously, they want to move due to
Trying to
everyone's
make a
loan
blanket,
rush
goddammit.
rents. They're relocating so they can live together again. It's important to remember that the crimes Christina has been indicted on are serious and have very real effects to them. And it's not just all about her, selling her home, how she's feeling victimized, why her husband is sticking by her. It's that she allegedly zeroed in on and chose this underage boy to groom, manipulate, fixate on, and abuse for years. Though court documents and media coverage have been sure to redact and protect his identity from being leaked, throughout the publicity of the case, there have reportedly been a number of people close to the victim at Downers Grove South who pieced things together and determined who he is. His life has likely been turned upside down, as evidenced by his grades dropping and him discontinuing a sport he had played since he was 8 years old during the beginning of the timeline with Christina. He even tried to get a girlfriend who was his own age, but when he did that, Christina lost it on him. If everything we've been seeing, all of the piling evidence, is legitimate, it can be concluded that the control she had over AC ran deep. He has yet to appear at any of the court hearings, but it's reported that his mother has been present and wept as she heard the details of what was allegedly done to her son. On June 17th, after it was revealed that the alleged abuse did not only happen once, as both Christina and AC had previously led investigators to believe, but a staggering 45 times, leading to Christina being indicted on an additional 52 charges. Insight was given into how the case has been affecting AC.
As far as the victim, the prosecution says he feels guilt, shame, and like all of this is his fault.
But that's what being in an abusive, narcissistic relationship can do to anyone, let alone a minor whose brain was not even fully able to understand the gravity of the situation he was in. And it can be theorized that had AC's mother not found the text messages in his phone, the alleged abuse would still be continuing to this day, as it was revealed that she allegedly tried contacting him in the days leading up to her arrest, and the manifestation notes she wrote in her phone paint a picture of someone who simply refused to let go. But the case isn't over yet, not by a long shot. Christina's most recent court appearance was on October 14th, and it was another update on discovery, which basically means the court was checking in on how the prosecution was doing and gathering all of the evidence needed for them to be prepared for the trial to begin. And as it turns out, the evidence piling up against Christina allegedly goes way beyond a few explicit videos, saved photos, text messages, and notes in her phone. While at the courthouse, Abby overheard talk of recovered Snapchat conversations between Christina and her victim, and court transcripts revealed the conversation between prosecutors and the judge as they explained that they had gone through the bulk of their data.
However, there's still a lot of electronic data we still need to get over to the defense counsel. 6 terabytes worth of electronic data.
That's right, 6 terabytes of data. They proceeded to agree that they should be able to get through the rest of it by the first week of January. So, it seems that, as of now, the trial will begin on January 8th, 2026. Christina Formella has allegedly done the unthinkable to a child who was placed under her trust, care, and then manipulation.
Shit.
Yet she appears to be taking any chance she can get to portray herself as the victim, while her family and husband stand by her side. Time will tell what extra evidence prosecutors bring forth in January, and whether Christina will be found guilty of the crimes laid against her, or if she chooses to take a plea deal when all is said and done. One thing's for sure, the lives of Christina and her alleged victim will never be the same.
Okay, hang on. Hang on! Fuck!
Picture this. Saving up to 10% when you bundle your home and auto insurance with USAA. Some things just click.
I pulled both loops.
Get a quote today.
Okay.
My boyfriend ruined my birthday again.
We need more Charlotte. There's Charlotte. Okay.
Am I the a-hole for not covering for a coworker with a sick kid, resulting in her being fired?
Pressures of my office are insane.
Hey everybody, welcome back. Let's get into it. I, 25 female, work as a hospice nurse for a home hospice company. All of the nurses are salaried and we make our own hours for the most part. This is a desirable job for nurses wanting to get out of working 12-hour shifts at hospitals. It's very desirable for parents, especially. We all have to take turns being on call overnight, roughly once every 2 weeks. This is mandatory. All of my coworkers have kids pretty much. Everyone except me. In the 3 years I have been here, I've asked my coworkers for virtually nothing. I never really get sick, I handle all my stuff, I'm never called out of an on-call shift. My boss has a 3 strikes rule, where if you have to call out of your on-call shifts 3 times within a year, you get fired. No exceptions. If you trade your on-call shift, however, it doesn't count against you. It only counts against you if our boss has had to mandate someone into covering the shift. I've watched my boss fire several people over this in the few years I have worked here. Okay, sounds pretty strict, but at the same time, sounds like everybody knows the rules.
I play by the rules.
We got a new coworker, let's say Mandy, about 4 months ago. She's called out of her on-call shifts twice so far. So, not a good track record. Apparently, her husband is active duty and deploys a lot, so she has 4 kids and struggles to find a babysitter for them. It's a lot, babes. I feel for her as well. This past Monday was Mandy's on call again. She sent out an email begging for someone to take it because her babysitter got sick. I offered to trade her if she works on Valentine's Day for me. Win-win, right?
Well, that's what you think, but no.
I get Valentine's Day off and can go on a date, and Mandy gets her shift covered and doesn't get fired. Mandy said her husband comes back on Thursday, and they wanted to go out for Valentine's Day.
Beggars can't be choosers.
So she wants you to take her shift, but she doesn't want to do anything for you in return.
That's a bad deal.
Apparently their marriage was heading toward a divorce and they really needed this night. She asked me if she could just work a day for me next month instead. I said no chance. What I want to know is, like, what would she do if you weren't there? You know? Like, I do sympathize with her.
I do.
But at the same time, it's like, she's a nurse. This is a job that's a lot more flexible than being, you know, a nurse at a hospital, for example. What would she do if there were no options? She'd probably make it work, right? She tried guilting me and shaming me. So eventually I just said, fuck it, you're on your own. She tried to backpedal, but I said no. She pleaded with both me and our boss, but Mandy got fired. Yeah, she went wrong in trying to guilt and shame you, for sure. I totally understand where she's coming from, but, like, let's not bite the hand that feeds us. And in this case, the one person that she needs to do something for her, she acts some type of way because she doesn't get her way. I wouldn't want to do anything for a person like that either. I can tell my boss and some of our coworkers think I'm an a-hole, since I had the free time to cover her shift and I don't have kids or anything. Am I the a-hole?
Your time is not theirs just because they poop dudes. I poop dude. That doesn't mean I'm gonna make somebody else work my fucking time.
I worded things wrong. Okay. Helpful context, definitely. Coworker had a sick kid. Babysitter was also sick. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a really crappy situation for her as well. I get that. But at the same time, this is also the job that she chose. It kind of sounds like she wouldn't have gotten fired if it weren't for the 2 times before that she also called out.
Facts.
Like, let's not forget that there's a 3-strike rule, okay? 2 of the previous strikes you had nothing to do with, correct? Yes, in this instance, maybe you could have taken the shift. You could have done her a solid. I mean, I would want to do someone a favor who was, like, guilt-tripping me and making me feel bad, to be honest. But the reason she got fired was the accumulation of the strikes.
Not your fault.
I kind of know where I stand, even though I do sympathize with her. But let's see what Reddit had to say. She could have had her Valentine's on Saturday. Yes. I can understand, you know, her wanting to spend time with her husband and stuff like that, but at the same time, she's in a pinch. She's asking you to do her a favor. And in return, she also has to do you a favor. So if that means her celebrating Valentine's Day with her husband on a day that she can actually do it, she could have compromised. But it doesn't really sound like she's the type of person to compromise.
Bingo.
Kind of sounds like she wants her cake and to eat it too. A simple one-day shift and she could have made the deal with you and kept her job. Not the a-hole, and making the choice to have kids means the responsibility to take care of those kids. It's never someone else's problem.
Preach.
Yeah, and someone else made another really good point. Quite frankly, I would rather celebrate a day later when places aren't so packed and prices are jacked up just because it's Valentine's Day. Besides, if her marriage is failing, going out on Valentine's Day instead of a regular Saturday isn't going to change anything. And I imagine getting fired is going to do more damage to the marriage than missing a random holiday due to the added stress of now being down on one income. The coworker didn't think things through, and that's on no one but her. Besides, she'd already called out twice in 4 months of employment. That's what I'm saying. It's like, okay, this was the straw that broke the camel's back, but like, let's not forget, she also is starting a new job and she already called out twice before. So she called out twice in 4 months of employment while knowing about the 3 strikes rule. And it's not even that they can't call out on a normal day. It's only on the on-call night once every 2 weeks. So you figure in the 4 months she's worked there, let's say it's 18 weeks, that means she's called out for 2 of her 9 on-call shifts. Girl was gonna get fired eventually anyway.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. It was either this shift specifically or another shift down the line, but like having those 2 strikes on your on-call record already, and then knowing that that's, you know, gonna lead to you getting fired, like you can't blame anybody else at that point. Not to mention, this is a job that also allows a lot more flexibility than being a nurse at a hospital. A nurse at a hospital, I don't think has that much flexibility, you know?
Oh, you don't think I have a stressful job?
I do my best. If I had this job and I had no other choice, and this was the one job that allowed me the flexibility, I would do whatever I could to keep that job. And yes, I actually really do feel for her. Like, it's not a good position to be in. She's not a single mother, but kind of feels like it, right? Her husband's not there. She has 4 kids. You know, she's trying to, you know, hold down the fort by herself. And I do really feel for her, but I don't know if a job like this is the best job for her, you know? Especially if she's not willing to compromise. She wanted OP to do her a favor so that she could just have the advantage of going out on Valentine's Day with her husband, and it just shows to me that like she wants everybody to do her a favor, but she's not willing to do the favor in return.
Hey, tell her.
Not the a-hole you did offer to cover her shift, and she refused the entirely reasonable compromise that you offered in exchange. All of the other coworkers could have covered it. That's the other thing too. Like, as if everybody else is kind of saying, oh, you're the a-hole, you're the a-hole, why didn't they cover her shift? Why was it entirely up to you to save this person's job? Your boss is blaming you for the boss enforcing their own policy on somebody who absolutely violated that policy. Nobody here is right except for you, OP. Her emergencies are not yours. Yeah, it's a crappy situation. Believe me, I do feel for this mother, I do. But at the same time, kind of sounds like this might not be the best fit for her in general. Kind of sounds like she needs even more flexibility. So OP responded, all the other coworkers couldn't because supposedly they couldn't find someone to watch their kids at the last minute. Yeah, so I'm gonna go with the crowd on this one. I'm gonna say not the a-hole. But I'm always curious what you guys think. We got some more unhinged work drama for you. Don't go anywhere. And by the way, this video is gonna be a little longer than usual. My coworker pretended to be British for 3 years. 3 years, eh? I can't even keep the accent up for like longer than a couple of minutes. Depends if I'm drunk though. For some reason, once I start when I'm drunk, I can't stop with the accents. We hired this guy a few years ago. Let's call him Dan. On his first day, he came in with this very proper London accent. Like textbook BBC newsreader vibes. On this day, we are going to announce that kind of British accent. This is one of those things I wouldn't believe if I didn't witness it myself. That's kind of the Queen's English. I wouldn't necessarily call it London English. You get my point. People asked where he was from, and he casually said, oh, just outside of London. Cool. Whatever. Fast forward 3 years, Dan has built a whole personality around being the British guy. So he's a fraud. He'd say things like, fancy a cuppa, and bloody hell. unironically. People asked him British stuff all the time and he'd always have answers. Some of it felt off, but nothing too wild. Then last week, in the middle of a completely normal conversation, he just switched.
How much time did you spend meal prepping and cooking last week?
None.
How much did you spend on
Oh,
takeout
wait,
for
last
work?
week?
That's
None.
Side-eye. Oh, how are you not embarrassed? Oh,
So embarrassing.
Slightly, fully American accent. Someone goes, wait, what happened to your accent? And Dan just froze like he got hit with the blue screen of death. He tried to backpedal with, oh, I've been here for so long, it slips sometimes. But it was too late. The jig was up. Turns out another coworker found his old Facebook and he's from freaking Indiana. Never even been to the UK.
That's embarrassing.
I beg your finest pardon. So what the hell was this all about? Was this something like, oh, I'm just much more interesting when I have an accent? No, he's fully a fraud. If he's gonna lie about this, what else is he lying about? Did he say he went to Oxford too? Now HR is involved because apparently someone complained he was falsifying identity. I don't even know what to make of this. Who commits to an accent for 3 years at a corporate job? Have y'all ever seen someone lie that deep just to be more interesting at work? No, I haven't. I would say that's a first. I will admit something though. I mentioned that I like to do like accents and then when I'm drunk, you know, it kind of just takes over.
My mother, she said to me, what is spam?
In my bar star days, I would go out and like pretend to be British or pretend to be Russian or something.
Your age.
And like try to get people to like actually believe I was from there. And then the accent would fall off and people would be like, what the fuck, you're not actually English. I was like, yeah, I don't know. It was just around. I wasn't like keeping it up over the course of several nights. Like this was like a 20-minute like game that I was playing because I thought it was funny. And then people would literally say,
you know, you were much more attractive with an accent.
You know, if you go to the places where you're making the accent from, you do have an accent to them and they'll find it very attractive.
And like loved the attention. I'm honestly surprised it took 3 years. Like that, kudos to him because that is a long time to be fibbing.
I'm playing along.
Because it's not just the accent. Like it's like every conversation he's ever had where he's pretended to be British was just like one big flat out lie. Yeah, I'd be looking into that guy's resume, checking his references, just make sure that he didn't lie about anything else. Because if he was willing to lie about being British for 3 years, I have a feeling that's not the only thing he lied about. The weirdest part of this story is that someone complained to HR about it. Is it though? I don't know. Like, I feel like it is a little weird. I would be very weirded out. Okay, he's a clown, but who the F reports this to HR? I mean, people who feel duped. Okay?
You've been duped.
Duped indeed. I feel duped. Because I do genuinely feel like if he was willing to lie about this for like 3 years, I bet you anything there's lies on his resume about like where he's worked, where he's gone to school, like all this other stuff. Today, I f***ed up when I shut down my young co-worker's advances. F***ed up, you say? Alright, Reddit. This particular screw-up happened last night, and I'm currently at my desk feeling like I'm just waiting for a bomb to go off. Look, I'm just a regular guy. 32 years old, married to a woman who's way out of my league, and our life is simple and good. I like it that way. I come to work, I do my job, I go home. The last thing I want or need is drama. Unless you're watching Charlotte Joboy's YouTube channel, right? About a month ago, we hired a new girl, Kay. She's 18, right out of school, and full of that bubbly energy I vaguely remember having. For some reason, she decided I'm her target.
I want you.
That's awkward. At first, I figured she was just friendly, but it's gotten to a point where I can't ignore it. It's been things like, 1, finding little hearts drawn on my notepads if I leave them in the kitchen. Oh, not the hearts. Oh, please, please no, spare me. 2, the constant staring. I'll be working and getting that feeling someone's watching me, and sure enough, it's her. She blushes when I look up. Someone's got a crush on you. 3, some loudmouth in sales jokingly called her my work wife. And she just ran with it. She started signing notes to me with WW, just mortifying. Oh my gosh. What if your wife finds that? No, no, no. No, absolutely not.
No, thank you.
And 4, the real kicker was when I was talking with a buddy here about wanting kids with my wife, and Kay, who was pretending not to listen, chirps in with, I've always thought I'd make a great stepmom. What do you even say to that? Ooh. Who are people to know that, like, it's just her being a little weird and delulu? What if people start talking about you potentially playing into these delusions?
XOXO.
Gossip Girl.
You know? What if it gets around the office, and it kind of already has, to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised. What if it gets around the office, and then you get in trouble, and then there's like this weird, no. My strategy, which in hindsight was pretty dumb, was just to be aggressively married. I'd bring up my wife constantly, hoping she'd get the message. My wife and I saw that movie. My wife packs my lunch, etc. I thought I was setting a cleared boundary. I was not. I feel like that is the right thing to do. I don't think that that's a dumb thing to do at all. I think that's exactly what you need to be doing, so that there's no confusion there. But then again, if I know some male-centered women, I don't know, I do know male-centered women. I don't know if that would stop them. So this brings us to the F up last night. It's late, it's just the two of us left in the office finishing a project. The place is dead quiet. She brings me a coffee I didn't ask for, and does that thing where her fingers linger on mine for way too long when she hands it to me. Oh God. I pulled my hand away, and she gets this really serious look and asks, "Are you really happy?" And that was it. My patience, which I usually have a lot of, just hit 0. All of the weeks of awkwardness and cringing just boiled over. I dropped the polite nice guy act, and I was just blunt. I looked her right in the eye and said, "My wife is my world." That is not an appropriate question for work, and it is not up for discussion. Okay, but I love that though. I love this boundary that you're setting. I expected her to get embarrassed, maybe stammer an apology, but that's not what happened. Oh, okay. It was like I flipped a switch. The smile, the bubbly personality, all of it just vanished. Her face went completely blank. She just stared at me for a second and said, "Okay," in this flat, dead voice. The rest of the night was dead silent. It was the most uncomfortable hour of my entire career. Ooh. I'd be careful about this girl. Crazy! Like, listen, you did the right thing. You did literally everything right. You brought up your wife as often as possible. You set a boundary. You told her to stop being inappropriate, which she was. Now she's rejected, right? I do think that she would probably do something to get back at you. Careful. Today, it's like I'm sitting next to a stranger, a really angry stranger. Yeah, you're gonna need to go to HR and tell them what's going on. Just to get ahead of it. Like, even if nothing happens, like, just get ahead of it before she takes matters into her own hands. Stop! She won't look at me, but the vibe is so hostile, and it's making my skin crawl. I'm no longer dealing with a kid with a crush. I'm dealing with a pissed off woman I have to work with every single day. My big F up was thinking that being direct would solve the problem, but I think I just made it 1,000 times worse. Now I'm just sitting here, replaying it in my head, convinced she's going to march down to HR and claim I was the one that was hitting on her. This is exactly why you need to be the one to go to HR first.
Advice.
I almost wish she went to HR sooner than this, too. But, you know, it's not an easy thing, right? Like, she's probably just out of school. Like, maybe this is her first, like, job. You know, it could be just, like, an innocent crush. You don't know these things until, like, you're confronted with them. But you're gonna need to go to HR, like, ASAP. Okay, people in the comments also agree. Brother, you should have gone to HR weeks ago. He should still go there now and let them know what happened, just in case something else gets said later by someone else. Yes. Agreed, the best time was weeks ago, but the second best is right now, immediately. Like, do not pass go and do not collect $200. March your butt into the HR office and spill.
Do it.
He also needs to tell his wife what the hell is going on, because there's a non-zero chance OP's coworker will reach out and chum the water with lies. But this isn't even a woman scorned, you know what I mean? Like, this is just like someone who had like a work crush, a borderline obsession with someone who was married and got rejected and is really young and dumb and like, you can just even tell by the fact that she was willing to cross so many boundaries that don't even need to be said. The fact that OP even had to set that boundary, it means that the person he's dealing with has no regard for the rules.
It's a tough situation.
I do think it would be good to get ahead of it. and tell the wife, just in case something comes up. As others have said, anyone who's willing to plow through all your very obvious "I am married" comments is a very dangerous person in a professional work setting. Document it now. That's the other thing. Typey type. And you didn't f it up. There was likely nothing short of that outburst that would have gotten her to stop. Anything that offered even a chance would have failed to stop the behavior. Also, I hope you've been keeping your wife up to date. When you have to explain something like this, as if it just came out of the blue, it looks bad. Certainly, if you haven't now, it's time to explain it before something bad happens. Yeah, I don't think that you did anything wrong. I don't think that you messed up by setting those boundaries. I think the only thing that you did or could have done better is going to HR, like ASAP. How did he know how she was gonna react, you know? Like, it could have just been like a silly, like, infatuation. She could have just, like, taken it better than how she took it. She didn't. So,
C'est la vie.
that's where we're at. Am I the a-hole for not explicitly stating my punch is non-alcoholic?
I don't even know I came to this party.
Alright. I, 25 female, recently attended a potluck-style work party and brought punch, which has since caused a problem between myself and another coworker, 42 female, who we'll call Sandy. Last week, my boss hosted a party at his house to celebrate the end of the busy season and a job well done. All of my coworkers and their spouses were invited, and we decided it would work well to do a potluck to offset the cost of feeding everyone, about 35 people, since not everyone who came brought a spouse or significant other. Okay. Go on. I volunteered to make a punch I brought to previous work events that everyone said they enjoyed, as well as some fruit to go with it. Okay, so this isn't something that you haven't done before.
Okay, this seems like a reasonable deal.
This was a casual party with alcohol present, but since I have some coworkers who don't drink, I didn't add any alcohol to this punch and figured that if people really wanted some, they'd just add it themselves. Very thoughtful. I fail to understand the problem here. Fast forward a couple hours, and Sandy's getting even louder and more dramatic than normal and is stumbling around the party.
Absolutely scandalous.
Taxes was feeling unwelcome. Now taxes?
Totally sober? This was... Okay, so pretending to be drunk. Did she have something else to drink?
Placebo.
Did she have alcohol, or was she just drinking your punch?
I'm drunk.
Oh my gosh, how are you not embarrassed? I didn't think much of it, and I figured she brought her own drinks or was adding some of the host's alcohol that was put into something else. She suddenly fell off the chair she was sitting on and made a big show of saying that it's because she was so drunk. She then asked me in front of the rest of our coworkers, what was it that I put in the punch?
Juice. Juice.
Oh, that's awkward. So she was just acting that way, like totally sober? Please, no, spare me. This is so weird. I was confused, and I told her what was in it. Just a mix of ginger ale, 7-Up, orange juice, and a can of juice concentrate. And she wanted to know what alcohol I put in it, because she'd been drinking it all night and is really feeling it.
I can't watch.
Oh my goodness. I told her I didn't put any alcohol in it, and I asked if maybe someone else had spiked the punch bowl. Nobody said they added anything, and one of my coworkers who doesn't drink even said they'd also been drinking the punch all evening and was still completely sober. Please, this is so embarrassing. I would also like to clarify that I understand how context can matter. Like, if everyone else was really drunk, then that can make a sober person feel like they're loaded, but that was definitely not the vibe. What was Sandy doing? Was it like a ploy for attention or something?
Pick me!
Sandy was the only person acting drunk. She then got really quiet and went by herself to the bathroom. The rest of my coworkers and I exchanged some awkward glances and tried to laugh it off. She left shortly after. Yes, because that's embarrassing. And I received an angry text from her about how I shouldn't have embarrassed her like that. Stop. Get out of my face. And now she looks like an idiot in front of our bosses and the rest of our coworkers. That's because she is! That is because she is. My flabbers are gasted right now. She's been hostile to me at work ever since and is basically refusing to talk to me. Oh my word. I didn't think I did anything wrong, and most of my coworkers agree with me, but some say I should have just let her go on thinking that the punch was alcoholic to save her the embarrassment. And I'm wondering now if I'm in the wrong. Am I the a-hole? Okay, no. Like, come on now. Be fucking for real right now. No. That is so bizarre. Even if the
How
punch
bizarre.
was alcoholic, what was she doing flipping about like that? This is a work event, okay? Settle down. Nobody else
Calm
was
the fuck
acting
down,
drunk.
lady.
Like, she was the only one. She was embarrassing herself regardless, okay? Ugh, please, get out of here. Well, she lied. Like, she lied to everyone. Like, how is that your fault? Lord have mercy. Of course you're not the a-hole. Sandy was experiencing a placebo effect, not uncommon when people truly believe they're drinking alcohol. That's embarrassing, but it's not your fault. I mean, okay, I see that. You know, and there's also this thing called, like, contact drunk. Like, let's say you're totally sober and you're around a bunch of people that are, like, drinking. You start to kind of mimic the behavior that you're around, and you can sometimes feel, like, drunk. Or act like a little more loosey-goosey, you know what I mean? But it doesn't seem else was acting that way. That's what OP said, that like this wasn't that kind of vibe. Like people were chill. The truly a-hole thing to do would be to let people believe an alcoholic punch was alcohol-free. That is actually what I thought you said at the beginning, and then I had to like reread the title. It's like, oh, it's alcohol-free. Okay, that's good. That's very considerate. You like not putting alcohol in the alcohol punch. No, like that's a good thing. That could really harm someone. If she makes your life hard over this, you're gonna have to take it to management for mediation. It's a ridiculous thing to hold against you in the office workplace. Yeah. I mean, she can blame you as much as she wants, but at the end of the day, it's like you were in an office environment, a coworker environment with your bosses present, and you were acting really drunk when you weren't.
Acting the fool.
Like, even if you were really drunk, like, that is the point in time where you're like, okay, time to go home, you know? Like, this is not the environment that you need to, especially if no one else is acting drunk, like, keep it tight, you know? There's a time and a place. Have some decorum. Okay. How would it be any less embarrassing if the punch actually was alcoholic? Either way, it means Sandy doesn't have the sense to limit or moderate her drinking in front of her bosses and coworkers at a work party, not the a-hole. I literally, like, could not agree more. You are not the a-hole, my dear. And Sandy can grow a pair. She could have played it off and been like, oh, I guess I am a lightweight. But, like, she made it weird, you know? She made it, like, awkward and embarrassing for herself. I'm lost for words. It is not your fault that you that you didn't spike the punch and that she somehow embarrassed herself because of that. Not the a-hole.
I'm an a-hole. La la la. I like being an a-hole. Beep boop.
Am I the a-hole for telling my coworker his weird, dramatic relationship is cringy and annoying? How cringy and annoying is it? So his girlfriend works with us in the same building. Their relationship is super, super weird, as they're always fighting and breaking up and then getting back together at work. They often make a show of them making up. Oh, absolutely not. No.
I'll pass.
Okay, so like I actually have a relationship rule, and it's we never fight or argue or undermine each other. Like in general, you should never do that with your partner, but save it for home. Save it for okay? It makes people so uncomfortable, and like not to mention, if you bring other people into this like dynamic of yours, they're gonna have opinions about it, right? And chances are they're gonna have negative opinions about it. And it's gonna make it hard for people to be supportive of your relationship if they see you fighting all the time. Ugh, brother. So last time, he sent her 3 dozen roses from different delivery companies, then walked in a suit at the end of the day with a single red rose, at which point he dramatically dipped and kissed her. Barf. Seems a little distracting, I'm not gonna lie. What made it super cringe is how focused they were on literally everyone else, obviously looking for people's reactions. Well, I think that that's partly due to the fact that they know that what they're doing is like really toxic. The people that post about their relationships on social media constantly, you always have to wonder if they really are that happy, right? I always find that the couples that are the happiest are the ones that don't really share much about their relationship.
Science.
which is why I am secretly very unhappy with my marriage because I can't seem to shut up about it. Forcing my husband down your throat. You get what I mean though, right? Like, it was so noticeable that for days after, people awkwardly brought up how desperate they seemed for a positive response. Ooh, yeah, this is not helping workplace dynamic. A few days ago, he apparently overheard another coworker mention that they didn't really like his girlfriend's code. So naturally, John made out with her against this coworker's desk. It's not doing what you think it's doing, buddy. I'm just saying, I think people are judging you. Nobody that needs to show off their relationship that much is actually happy. And furthermore, it's none of anybody's business, okay? This is a workplace environment. I would feel weird if someone was doing this, like, at a party, let alone at work. He was so dramatic about it, too. He marched into the room, pulled her up, and then dramatically pulled her across the room and kissed her leaning against this random dude's desk. No, they gotta go. All because this dude didn't like her coding. I feel like he was going for a movie kiss moment because this is in real life and everyone was watching like, what the f***? Yeah, bizarre, really. Another time, they wouldn't stop talking about how they just watched a Grease marathon. I don't even know how. I thought there was only one movie. For like a month after, he would sing the songs to her and a few times even had to be told to quiet down because he would try to burst into song to her, even almost climbing on desks. Oh, jeez Louise. Buddy really has something to prove, eh? She plays into the weirdness a lot to very much playing up her reactions. Like clasping her hands in front of her and batting her eyes very dramatically, and then she'll half shout stuff like, "Oh, John, you're so romantic." I swear I've seen her swoon. I feel like this would be cute if it was rare and they were a charismatic couple and it felt authentic, but as it is, it's extremely annoying and cringy.
Sympathy cringing now.
The desperation radiates off them and they just feel toxic. No one likes this. And again, the fact that this is happening in a workplace environment is incredibly inappropriate. It's very rare that they even allow these types of relationships to take place in front of everyone. I'm surprised that your office is okay with it. It's clearly distracting. It's clearly making everyone feel uncomfortable.
See, it's coming through the bottom.
Or the boss hasn't said anything. It's distracting. During their last skit, I love that you call it a skit, the desk kiss, I whispered to another coworker, "Sir, this is a Wendy's." Stupid meme, I know. And the coworker laughed, which John overheard. He cornered me later and demanded I tell him what was funny. I wanted to be nice, so I tried to explain to him that his antics were distracting and kind of weird. He snapped at me that I was just lonely and miserable. Okay, so is everyone in your office lonely and miserable? I lost my temper a bit and told him he's just cringy and annoying. Now he glares at me a ton and I expect some weird dramatic retaliation. I'm half considering turning John in, as is pretty much everyone else here. I, again, am surprised at how this hasn't happened already. We are a company and everyone else is professional and efficient. No one likes having to walk around them in the break room because they're slow dancing. Oh my god. Get out of here! No one likes the weird, totally not put on skits. To be frank, how desperately they obviously are seeking attention and approval sets my teeth on edge. So am I the a-hole with a stick up my butt, or are they super weird? They are super weird. I would say that you had to stick up your butt if, like, you couldn't even bear to see them, like, kiss. If they were, you know, just, like, holding hands sometimes, or, like, you know, being cute off in the corner, like, not bothering anybody, like, I would say that that was you being, like, jealous and, like, lonely and whatever. But they make it everybody's problem. Kiss. No. Absolutely not. Like, I'm actually surprised that it has gone on as long as it has, because at the bottom line is it's distracting and the whole workplace is talking about it instead of working. You gotta go to HR, because this is weird. One of them's gotta go or both of them gotta go. Not the a-hole. Their intent to put their relationship on show is affecting other people in the workplace. They need to keep their relationship drama outside of work. Please contact HR about it, perhaps with the others who are similarly tired of these big dramatics. Yes, and I think that having more than one person complaining also offsets the whole argument of you being like jealous and lonely and like with a stick up your butt, right? Like if everybody's complaining, then clearly you are not the problem. They're there to work, not to live out a rom-com fantasy. Couldn't agree more. Not the a-hole. This is one of the weirdest, most unprofessional things I've ever read. My boyfriend got in trouble for flirting with me at work once because he walked by and poked me and we laughed. How are these two allowed all these dramatics? This is what I'm saying. Like, I'm surprised that this has gone on and gotten to this point.
It seems excessive.
Cringy and creepy for sure, turn them in. OP responds, I think it's so over the top that no one knows what to do. Like how people say to act insane if someone tries to rob you because the robber will be so shocked they'll just run away. This is so out of reality that I think it's just kind of perplexed everyone. Bottom line, it's distracting. And you don't need that in a work environment. They don't need to prove they're loved. Maybe they do feel like they need to prove their love to everybody.
Lift.
I would feel uncomfortable if this was happening and it was like an out of like workplace hangout, let alone something that's actually happening at work. You are not the a-hole, and report that to HR ASAP. Am I the a-hole for how I turned down an affair with a coworker and refusing to quit my job? I, 43 male, have been married to my wife, 45 female, and we have 3 kids. My new coworker, 34 female, and I took a liking to each other, which was very platonic on my side. We used to text, but nothing that was questionable. She then sent me some flirty texts and a racy picture of her.
Uh-oh.
I basically shut her down and I told her I don't have any interest in having an affair with her. I have a good wife who gives me a good life and I don't want to damage it. I've decided to tell my wife what happened and we laughed it off. Good for you. I do have a green flag here. I don't use it much. I use the red one more often, but there's a green one here, don't worry. But then she snooped through my phone. She found the texts and was very mad at me. For you. I would argue that there shouldn't really have been much texting, to be honest, unless it was work-related at all, but I digress. She was mad because she feels if she was unable to be a good wife to me, I would cheat. That's a good point. I mean, it is interesting the way that you said it.
Oh, she's a good wife, so I don't want to have an affair.
I don't love that. I told her I would divorce her first before I ever considered cheating on her. I don't love that either. Sorry, is that... I don't love that. I don't know.
Oh, don't worry, I'll divorce you first.
Like, what do you mean? Sorry. So, for a bit of context, I went through a bout of depression a decade ago. Okay. My youngest wasn't born yet. I lost my job. It was a dark time. Eventually, my wife asked for separation. I was able to crawl out of the hole, got a job, etc., and she came back. But after that, I realized I can't lose myself again or I will lose everything. For her part, she's apologized for leaving and had been a good wife. Oh, okay, I feel kind of like you're playing the victim here. I don't understand why this is or why it's relevant. Like, I'm sorry that you went through that, but like, why is that relevant to the story? Or why you would justify? Are you trying to justify? Okay, all right. I'm just gonna carry on.
Keep it moving, keep it moving.
Now my wife wants me to quit my job and find a new one. I have refused. I feel like before you quit your job, I mean, I don't know, man. I'm really curious to know what was in these text messages that she's so upset about. I'm definitely not gonna do it. I don't trust my wife not to leave if I can't find another job. I will lose everything again. So I refused. She taunted me by saying, I just want to go with my coworker, that's why I won't listen to her. Okay, but you are gonna lose everything if you don't quit this job. Like, I get she's kind of holding it over your head a little bit, but like, I feel like she's fighting for the relationship by saying that she wants you to quit the job so that you don't have any more distractions. She's uncomfortable about this workplace relationship that you have, for lack of a better word.
I miss being with you.
I told her if she divorces me, she has no business telling me who I date. I basically said to her that I'm not quitting my job and I'm not discussing it anymore. She will probably leave me if I quit my job and struggle to find another one, so she may as well leave me now because I would rather be divorced than be divorced and jobless. She accused me of holding on to the past, but how could I not? She left me once. I won't ever put myself in that position again.
That's trauma!
Okay. Yeah, this is a tough one. I don't think that she should be outright saying,
you need to quit your job.
I feel like there's other steps that can be taken first before we say that we're gonna quit the job. Oof, that's a tough one.
Oh, sorry.
I
was texting. My bad.
She sees you texting a woman and has confirmation that girl wants to pounce on you first chance she gets. So she's insecure about the situation. Understandable. If she has really matured since the separation, then she should be able to work through this. Let her know that you both have insecurities about what each other would do in these respective situations, so the better solution is to work on trusting each other and maintaining boundaries at work. And seriously, I don't believe many husbands would tell their wives about this type of scenario. I can't say mine would even text a coworker of the opposite sex outside of work topics anyway, but still, that's a bad move on your part to tell your wife proactively. I do agree that you did something good by telling your wife. I don't love that you were texting this coworker. I think she has a right to feel insecure. Yeah, it's a tough one, because like, I feel like other steps can be taken before you quit this job.
Fair enough.
Okay, so one person said, I don't think we have the info to make this assessment. We haven't seen the text that took place between OP and his coworker. That's kind of why I was like, Unless his coworker is unhinged, it sounds like they were close enough to be crossing boundaries that she saw sending a racy picture to a coworker as a worthwhile gamble, knowing she could lose her job if he brought it to HR. I'd bet money this wasn't as one-sided as OP is suggesting it is.
Hot take.
Sending very personal text to a coworker in this way could be seen by many as crossing boundaries and breaching trust in a marriage. Please tell me you cut all non-professional contact with the woman in question. If not, then she's got a valid argument that you're being unreasonable. If you have, and there is means to avoid any interactions that are just the two of you, it can be worked around. As my grandfather would say, the appearance of impropriety is just as damaging. Yeah, that's a very good quote, by the way. I enjoy that quote. Okay, OP kind of said some weird things in the comments. I hope you told your wife why you won't quit your job. That is because you're afraid of losing your wife, not the younger coworker. And OP responded, I'm not afraid of losing her. I'm afraid of being divorced as well as jobless. Because then even my coworker wouldn't want me.
Dude.
Okay.
Dude.
I'm just going to quickly point out, before people are like, you're missing the point here, she left him, blah, blah, blah. I can understand OP feeling, jaded about his wife leaving him when he was not in a good place. I totally get where he's coming from. I totally get the insecurities surrounding that. I would be really afraid of that happening too. But I feel like there's a lot of inconsistencies here. I feel strange about these comments that he's making. People are saying it sounds like you do have a thing for your coworker. I feel bad for your wife. My sympathy's rapidly receding. And OP said, so is my hairline, big deal. Yeah,
Ooh,
I
bitch,
don't know.
what?
I don't know about this guy.
Dude,
I don't
buddy.
love the updates that OP's making. I don't love how he doesn't really seem willing to compromise. He's not really saying what was going on in these text messages or being very forthcoming. And yes, I can understand him feeling, some type of way about his wife maybe not sticking with him when things went south.
Serious trauma.
But at the same time, she did come back. I think her telling him to quit a job is her fighting for the relationship. And he's saying,
well, I don't want to quit the job because you'll leave me if I quit.
But she's saying she will leave him if he doesn't quit. I think that he's into the coworker. Spicy one. Very spicy indeed. Your response here shows your attitude and feeling toward your wife, which explains why she got upset. It doesn't take rocket science to figure that out. It sounds like your marriage is already over, especially if you're entertaining conversations with other women to the point that they send you a racy pic, which, yeah, kind of makes you the a-hole. Sounds like divorce is better for both your sakes and well-being, as it sounds like you're not happy in your marriage, even if you turned down your colleague. Even despite the fact that you didn't actively flirt or send any pics, you could have unknowingly been looking for attention elsewhere, which can lead to emotional cheating without realizing to fill a hole that is missing in your relationship. And to add, it sounds like trust is broken both ways. That's why I said, it does sound like OP has a chip on his shoulder about what happened when his wife left him or separated from him when he was doing this right now. And it's so unbelievably common. You really find out who your partner is on your birthday. And on Christmas, too. I wanted something low-key that we could both enjoy. I told him it didn't make sense, and that's when he said the real reason was that he wasn't happy with his life. He was sad and couldn't fake it at the arcade. Okay, so playing the victim. Interesting that he's choosing this day of all days to bring that up. So it becomes about him. I know it might sound selfish, but it felt like I was being punished for trying.
That's exactly what he wants.
No matter what I did to make things enjoyable for both of us, he just wouldn't be happy. He couldn't even try to act happy for one night for my sake. And what makes it more confusing is that he's been in such a good mood all day before this happened. That's exactly it. He was in a good mood. So it's not like he's just like he had a bad day or he's having a bad week or what. He had a bad day. I do understand depression. I've dealt with it for myself for a long time. And I know how overwhelming it can feel. But in that moment, it felt like he was using it to shift the focus away from how the night actually went. Correct. You are right. Every explanation he gave somehow turned the situation back onto me. It's manipulative. I told him that I understood what he was going through and that his feelings were valid, but I was still hurt by how he acted throughout the night because he didn't show up when I needed him to. This is the thing, right? Like, you're going through things, you have mental health problems, like, your feelings are valid. The things that you're going through are valid. I'm not trying to, like, minimize the possibility of him actually being depressed. It is interesting that it's only coming up when it's a day that's not about him. I find that, like, if you're in a bad spot, like, mentally, I find that getting yourself out of that bad spot, it really actually helps to think about something other than yourself. It really helps to, like, go out and do, like, charity work or, like, try to help somebody. You know, put that love somewhere constructive. Instead of brooding and thinking
Put that
about
love in
why
your
things
mouth.
aren't going right for you. But he didn't do that. I said I needed to go downstairs for some space and that we could talk about his feelings the next day when things had calmed down. Instead of just letting me go downstairs, he followed me downstairs and started yelling. He said I was acting spoiled. I was acting like a 15-year-old child that was making everything about me.
Are we still talking about me, or are we talking about you now?
And that's ironic because he literally sounds like a child that can't let, you know, that blows out the candles on his birthday cake. That's literally what he's acting like.
Boom. A child.
That most people don't even get to celebrate birthdays and that he stormed out of the house and drove off.
Huh?
What?
He's cheating.
Most people don't get to celebrate birthdays.
He's cheating.
Okay. He's switching
He has somebody else he
tactics,
likes
trying to
already.
make you feel guilty. I hate it. I hate it so much. I want to emphasize he isn't an awful guy.
Or somebody he's interested in.
He did try to make it up to me a couple of days later with dinner and gifts, but I can't shake how everything played out. Okay, hold on a second. This is like classic manipulation, right?
Oh, and then he love bombed you, huh?
They gaslight you, they make you feel like, and then they reel you back in.
Yep.
On the day that it mattered most, he ruined it. People don't understand why people like stay with narcissists or people with narcissistic tendencies. It's because of the flip-flopping. It's because 1 minute they are so unbelievably charming and wonderful, and then the next minute they're not. They're like literally the worst.
Yep.
I can't shake how everything played out. I know his feelings are important and valid too, but I just wanted one day to feel special without being made to feel selfish. I work 2 jobs while I'm in college, and my birthday is one of the only days all year when I can dress up, feel pretty, and actually enjoy myself. Now, I don't even want to celebrate my birthday anymore with any family or friends.
That's what he wants!
Oh, you celebrate that birthday, babes. And I feel bad that I don't really care about the gifts he got me. I honestly don't think I've ever been this confused about a relationship before, and I really need help understanding what's going on. You're confused because you're in a relationship with someone who's very manipulative. There should never be confusion about whether somebody cares about you or not. Am I overreacting or an a-hole for thinking about leaving him? Was I acting selfish? I'm open to honest criticism. No, I absolutely think that this is a window into what your future relationship will be like. And it's actually very, very common, unfortunately. It says you've had 2 birthdays with this person, so it's been a couple of years. It's one thing if it was just one birthday and it was, you know, you guys are drunk or whatever and like he was acting like a fool once, but this is 2 years in a row. I don't love that. I had a partner who found a way to ruin every special occasion. He wasn't battling depression, and the next partner who was battling depression did not ruin my special days. This is the thing about people that weaponize mental health. I know someone like this. They do have the tendency to ruin every special occasion, and not just special occasions about like you, about somebody else. Like sometimes they even ruin special occasions for them too. When you put in a lot of effort to like celebrate them, and they make you feel for the effort that you put in. It's not the depression. This guy doesn't really like you. I hate to say it. It's him that can't stand not being the center of attention on other people's special days.
I'm just crafting
not
right now. I'm
overreacting.
watching
I married a
YouTube,
man like this. Every occasion was a letdown because of his attitude. Eventually, we didn't celebrate almost anything because he did stuff your boyfriend did. Get out. He will ruin everything and make you feel like it's on you. Obviously, when I said that this is common, like there's a lot of people in the comments that are saying like I literally married someone like this. My ex would hype me up the night before my birthday and ruin it at the crack of dawn, then try to make it up then would be mad because I wasn't fawning over his lame attempts to make it up. My husband, who has battled depression his whole life, has never ruined a single good achievement, birthday, milestone in my life. My ex went on to do the same to his new wife. And by the way, OP, you are worthy of being celebrated. Period. Clock it. To add, my ex is diagnosed with BPD and bipolar. OP edited and said, wow, I wasn't expecting this much engagement on my post, and I really appreciate everyone who took the time to comment. Reading all of your perspectives has been overwhelming, but also very eye-opening. I genuinely hoped I was just being selfish or misreading the situation, but hearing so many consistent experiences and warnings have given me a lot to think about. We do live together, so it makes everything more complicated, but leaving is something I know I need to do. Thank God. And I'm going to take the steps I need in order to protect my peace. Thank you to everyone who shared advice, experiences, and support. It truly means more than you know. So, we do have an update. Update for those who are asking. I haven't told him I'm leaving yet because I need to make arrangements to get my things out and find a new place to stay. I also don't want him to react badly or try to pressure me into staying. I want to make sure I'm in a stable and safe position to leave before saying anything. Everything is still really new and I'm taking things one step at a time. I'm celebrating my birthday with my friends this weekend. Yes! We're going out for karaoke and he's not invited. He doesn't get another opportunity to ruin this for me. Careful though, because honestly, I would turn your phone off. I wouldn't tell him where you're going either. OP also said he wouldn't want to come even if he was invited. Unfortunately, as it's not something he'd be interested in. He's also not the type to show up, but he is the type to start a fight. Yeah, this is why I'm saying, don't tell him where you're going, turn your phone off, stay at a friend's house. So I'm getting ready at a friend's place and staying the night there you go, to prevent that from happening and to make sure he doesn't get the chance. Well done, bestie. You handled this beautifully, and I'm glad to hear all of this. You deserve to celebrate. You deserve to be celebrated with people that care about you. It isn't too much to ask. Okay, I kind of want to, like, lighten the mood a little bit. You guys want to lighten the mood? I do. Am I the a-hole? My boyfriend places sheets on all the furniture when I'm on my period.
Mac!
Oh, hell no!
I'm making a blanket.
So,
This is a blanket loom
boyfriend
that does a maximum of a 5-foot wide blanket.
Is really protected
60 inches.
furniture. I assume it's because
So
they're white.
a queen size bed is 60 by 50. So
This really
I'm making a
shows
big
when
ass
I'm on my
blanket.
period. My boyfriend does humiliating things like placing sheets on all the chairs and lounges. I feel like if I were to leak,
Yep.
I'd just leak through the sheets anyway. And makes me sleep in the guest bedroom on the first 2 days of my period, my heaviest days. And then he even asked me about when was the last time I changed it. Oh, be for real right now. I'm a grown woman who's had her period since the age of 12. I don't need somebody to remind me to change a tampon. This is such a turn off for me. When guys are like grossed out by something like that, it's giving... Let me think of a word I could actually say on YouTube. It's giving...
Juvenile.
Pussy. Men used to go to war. They used to go to war. And now they're worried about a little secretion. Be for real right now. No, please no. Because this is so embarrassing. It's not only the fact that he seems to be off-put. He finds your period off-putting. It's also the fact that this is very embarrassing. Like, this is making you feel gross. He might as well put a diaper on you, girl. What the hell? When he does this, I just feel embarrassed, and it gives me the vibe that he cares more about materialistic objects than me. I'm not even allowed to cuddle him during my period.
What?
I started my period yesterday, and as expected, the sheets come out. I decided to put my foot down, and I take off all the sheets off the furniture, which got my boyfriend irritated, to which I told him he needs to stop treating me like a leaking juice box. He says I have no right to prevent him from keeping his expensive furniture clean, that I'm the one acting like a jerk. I need to know, am I the a-hole? No.
Seriously, have some self-respect.
Oh, be for real right now. This is so ridiculous. Men used to go to war. Maybe he's got like some sort of weird phobia about it or something. I don't know, because this is excessive. Leaking happens.
Tell his mom.
It's okay. There's ways around it. Important to note. Little mishaps can be fixed with hydrogen peroxide. Just pour a little hydrogen peroxide on it. It's like it never happened. Honestly, throw the whole man away. Nobody wants to be made to feel like they're yucky. It's really not a big deal. Imagine how we feel. We go through it every month. Imagine the underwear that we have to throw away. You don't even need to. Like, honestly, it's fine. I fail to understand what the big deal is. Imagine how he'll feel when you're pregnant. Super weird. Not the a-hole, just out of curiosity, does he have any redeeming qualities besides owning furniture he cares about? Yeah, I mean, you were pretty vague in what you shared. OP said, honestly, he's a great guy when I'm not on my period. This is a big no-no for me, like massive. This is actually quite disturbing behavior. He's treating OP like a dog in heat. It makes me wonder about his personality and views toward women in general. I do think that the women are like gross or something. It goes with like a lack of like education too. Like there's not a lot of education surrounding like women's health and stuff like that in school. At first we're kind of taught to be like embarrassed about it, right? I remember fully being made fun of when I was on my period and stuff, mishaps happened or whatever. But like this late in life, you guys aren't in middle school anymore. You didn't just get it. I feel like this is evidence of like a wider opinion that he has. I don't think this is about furniture. This is a man deeply uneasy about menstruation and the female body functions. He's not truly comfortable relating with
Ooh,
women,
you're
and attempts to
streaky,
control and set
Mac
barriers
Mac.
around
My
them. I suggest you get away
goodness.
from this man whose head is in
Who's
the
a
dark ages of time,
streaky
because you will
bunny?
begin to notice over time it's not just your menstruating body that sets him off. It's like an irrational sort of like lack of education. Like maybe it's like an OCD thing. I don't know. It's weird.
Is it weird? Absolutely.
I literally have like an app on my phone. It's like the Flow app or whatever. I linked Mike to it so he knows exactly when my cycle like starts. Oh, I actually need to like update it because it just ended. Oh, I'm in my follicular phase. I might be feeling more productive than usual. So he gets little notifications. It's like,
Ooh, it's her first day. She might be feeling tired, a little emotional. Let's plan like a cutesy little date night.
Buy her chocolate immediately. App sends alarm messages to spouses when you are about to menstruate, like a bomb's going off.
I wouldn't want
Send
to feel like
chocolate.
That. I want to feel like totally comfortable in my relationship. Like I can totally be myself. You just don't need that. Plenty of men out there that don't give a crap. In fact, sometimes they love it. My boyfriend of 3 years doesn't know my name. Am I overreacting? All right, let's get into it.
What
As
is
the
it even
title
calling you
states,
then?
My 35
Mary?
female boyfriend, 42 male of 3 years, didn't know my middle name or the spelling of my last name until today.
How?
How does that even happen?
Wait, wait. I have questions. 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 What the? How?
Care enough to
How?
learn it.
That's the bare minimum.
For more context, we met 10 years ago when
What?
I still had my maiden name.
Oh
I
my-
got divorced 4 years ago and have kept my married name since. I'm updating my blankety blank information. Please send me your current address and email. Thanks. She sends it. It's redacted. Full name, please, babe. She sends the full name. You don't know my name? Babe, I didn't know your middle name or the spelling of your last name, but who would? Oh. If you have like a name that's kind of difficult to spell, maybe I could understand. But it's been 3 years.
And you've
he
known them
didn't-
for 10?
I would even be embarrassed
Question
to
mark,
ask.
dot, dot.
Like, I would literally go and try to find their passport. The fact that he asked, dude. I don't love this for you, babe. I don't understand how it wouldn't have come up before 3 years. Is it a complicated last name? Not knowing your middle name is less offensive, but last name is wild. OP said, not common, but not complicated. I think it's pretty easy to spell phonetically. We also pretty frequently message on Messenger where my first and last name is visible. Oh, stop it. Oh my God, actually stop right now. So, it's already a red flag that he didn't know. But the fact that he asked when it's entirely possible for him to find that information, how are you not embarrassed? I don't understand
Weaponized
how he wouldn't care enough
incompetence.
to learn it after 3 years. I'm an embryologist, and when we have to accession in male samples for insemination, they must fill out their partner's full name and date of birth. You would be shocked at how many of them spell their partner's names wrong or don't know their birthday. Oh dear. The bar is in hell. Isn't that like personally embarrassing that you don't know your partner's last name or date of birth? You don't know what her birthday is?
And I'm still a piece of garbage.
At that point, ladies, like, it's also kind of our fault. Like, what do you mean he doesn't know when your birthday is? Another interesting red flag, when she said, you don't know my name, babe, I don't know your middle name or the spelling of your last name, but who would? I would say people who have known her for longer than a few months.
I would say probably people that have been inside her. Probably.
For his clear
You know,
lack of
probably.
care. He's kind of like placing the blame on her. He's like alluding to the fact that her name is too difficult to remember or something. Your long-term partners, you're both full-grown adults. He's in his 40s. This reads like a conversation between kids in middle or high school who just asked each other out at school. Not overreacting, this makes him look like a total dick. Yes, he's absolutely downplaying it and saying like,
Who would understand what your name is? Like, who would know that? It's too difficult.
no. Knowing your name is the bare minimum. It really is the bare minimum. And he's not even doing that. He doesn't care enough to know it and has the audacity to ask you. So I would say no, you're not overreacting. It's a problem. Am I the a-hole for giving my stay-at-home mom wife a written performance review with suggested areas needing improvement?
Are you trying to get yourself killed?
Here we go. I, 33 male, share one child, 6 female, with my wife, 36 female. She has another daughter, 13 female, that lives with us full time.
Oh,
We
sweet
also
Jesus.
have custody of
Motherfucker
our
wants to
niece.
die. Hang on.
The teens are each other's
Brace
best
yourself.
friends. They share a large
Brace it,
bedroom,
baby.
which was done at their request. Their dynamic here is pretty much mom and youngest against the teens, with me being the referee between everyone. Okay, interesting. My wife has taught the youngest she can blame others for her actions to avoid consequences. She just says the word, one of the teens will get punished without question. I don't love that. There's no doubt she's my wife's favorite. I love her, but she's becoming nothing more than an entitled brat. As just a mere example, my wife and I had an appointment we both needed to attend. When we came back, it was apparent the pool had been used. They're not allowed to swim while we aren't home. Yeah. That's dangerous. As the youngest divulged, Mommy, I was in my room coloring. I never went swimming. The teen said that was not true. She had gone swimming as well. Only the teens were punished. My wife refused to give the youngest any type of consequence. I later found her wet swimming suit hidden in the garage. My wife and I argued. I felt strongly she needed to not only be punished for swimming, but also for lying. After a relentless disagreement, I was silenced as she gave the youngest a very minimal consequence. It's interesting that your wife is teaching her how to avoid consequences.
So, she's undermining your parenting?
Like mother, like daughter.
The lying, blaming, and favoritism ultimately caused the teens to act out understandably. Most of their consequences are done by giving more chores, specifically the chores that the 6-year-old has. Or, as recent, they were removed from music lessons as a consequence. Yeah, it really doesn't surprise me that your wife, her older daughters and niece are at odds, because this seems like very unfair. I believe they are so frustrated they don't even care when they verbally attack their mother after her unfair treatment toward them. After all, they already get blamed and punished for things they don't even do. From my perspective, lashing out gives them a release. We've had countless tiring arguments. She'd either not see her faults or we'd agree to do this and that, but it's never actually done. It's really interesting that she is instilling these values in her youngest daughter, because I feel like she also has those values. Blame everybody else, don't accept consequences. I decided to write her a performance review as a stay-at-home mom. Okay.
For the brightest of ideas.
I gotta let you know, like, I was like a little bit triggered by by the title of this and the performance review thing. I understand you've had arguments about this and maybe this is sort of your last resort. I just don't love the performance review thing Her areas in
Yeah.
need of improvement, well, it was a lot. But I touched on how she needs to listen better, stop being biased, be fair in all her decisions, stop making rash decisions without taking all 3 kids into consideration. I recommended her to give each child the same amount of one-on-one time alone to speak, or just be with one another. Okay, so I'm gonna actually tell you guys something that I feel like your heart was in the right place with the performance review thing. I just think that you could have went about it a different way. Both me and my husband are in therapy. He was given this sort of couples sharing exercise thing by his therapist, and it's proved to be, as long as both people are really, really like devoted to it, you can't have one person in the couple interested in doing it and the other one not caring. Both of you have to do this on like a weekly basis to like check in. So it's called FANOS. It's couples sharing exercise, and it's an acronym. So F is for feelings.
U is for you and me.
F is for feelings, where you share with your partner a feeling you have. You may use a list of feelings if it could help you identify feelings. A is for affirmations. Affirm your partner for something she has done. So affirming means telling them something they did right. So it's not just criticism here. Needs. State a need you have today, not necessarily one that must be met by your partner. Ownership. Take responsibility and apologize for something that you have said or done.
What are you?
It's not just about placing the blame on the other person. It's about having open communication and recognizing that both people could be better. Struggles. Here you have an opportunity to tell your partner the status of any struggles that you're having. It could be about the relationship or just in general. Mike and I have used this, and listen, Mike and I's relationship isn't perfect. We fight like every couple, and we actually haven't needed to do this since. This was like an eye-opening, wonderful exercise that really helped us be intimate and to really hear each other out and not just like place blame. Because I think that in fights, couples have the tendency to place blame. The affirming is super important, and taking ownership is also super important. So hearing your partner say that you are doing some things right, and also taking ownership, like hearing that they are taking ownership for things that they could have done better. So that's super important when giving your partner feedback. Super great exercise. I feel like if we had changed the whole performance review thing to the couples sharing exercise, where it wasn't just like, this is what you need to do better. I understand she's like, I understand she's not handling things in the best way, but I feel like this could have been a better way to approach it. So it wouldn't be entirely a slap to her face. I gave her accolades on her strong points for other areas aside from parenting. I felt this would work best.
That is not correct.
Because I could organize my thoughts on paper without interjecting. However, it quickly backfired in my face. She was quiet for the first hour I handed it to her. Then she completely exploded on me. Said if we were going to do this type of stuff, she'll get a private bank account and take half my paycheck every week. Oh. She further said the review was a manipulative, sexist move. Am I the a-hole?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so something important to note here. I know that this is like someone who has a history of like maybe not taking responsibility for things, but I do think it's important for not just this to be like something where you give her. It's a sharing exercise, and saying it out loud is also super helpful. Another important thing to do with this exercise is to speak, and the partner literally just listens for their turn. It's not one-sided. Both couples have to participate. If you do this exercise in the way that you're supposed to do it, once a week, especially when things are bad, make sure you keep it up. As long as both couples are receptive, like, I do feel like it would really, really help. But if they're not receptive and they just take it as you kind of attacking them, it's no bueno.
It's not looking good, man. It's not looking good.
Everyone sucks here. The concerns you have are legitimate and it needs an urgent solution. But the way you went about it is really unhealthy. The parenting of your children is not a project. You're not her boss. You are her husband and the father of her kid. See, this is why the performance review thing is like, this is something that you would do like at work for an employee. She's not an employee, she's a partner. Giving her a performance review comes across as condescending and, as she said, manipulative. Yeah, I would agree with this comment. It's one-sided. I would feel defensive too. I'm curious to know how it would be if you tried this specific exercise instead of just like placing blame, letting her also have a turn. I don't know, I'm leaning toward you're the a-hole. I'm wondering if we're getting an unbiased version of events about the parenting issues. For example, the pool thing, why would you hold the 6-year-old equally responsible to their teenage siblings? Why does it matter what the 6-year-old claimed? If the 6-year-old went swimming alone, the teenage babysitter should be punished for allowing it. That's actually a very good point. The 6-year-old does know, they might be old enough to know, but the older teenagers are a little bit more responsible. She shouldn't have zero punishment, but I do think that the people that are babysitting, the kids that are babysitting and older, do know better, do have a little bit more responsibility with regards to the swimming thing. If they all went swimming, the 6-year-old was just following the example of their much older siblings. Maybe OP's wife isn't believing everything the 6-year-old said, so much as reasonably treating the other children differently based on their ages. Edit, I'm not saying you can't punish the kid for lying, but when it comes to pool safety, it makes sense to be quite harsh with the teenagers who allowed a child in the pool without adult supervision, versus giving the kid a standard lying is bad punishment. Some of y'all are saying the 6-year-old might have egged on the teenagers, which is just a ridiculous thought to me. A poorly supervised 6-year-old is going to try and do all sorts of dumb and dangerous stuff. Punishing them severely isn't going to fix the issue. They need proper supervision. If the teenagers aren't responsible enough to keep the 6-year-old in check, then OP's the a-hole for leaving them in a dangerous situation. Also, what do y'all want? For the kid to be punished for lying before her parents knew she lied. The older kids were punished initially because someone went swimming and they were in charge. The younger was punished for lying after it was proved that she lied. I think OP's the a-hole for having a problem with that. Okay, interesting perspective. I think that the issue is that the 6-year-old had no punishment whatsoever. It is the older kid's responsibility more, but I think the 6-year-old also does know that that's not something that she should be doing, and it's also for her own safety, right? It is that deep, like it's pretty serious. Are you her employer? Because employers give performance reviews. Partners do not give performance reviews. Your family, including yourself, needs therapy, a lot of therapy, a lot of therapy. You're the a-hole. I think I agree that this could be an everyone sucks here, because I don't think that the wife and the mother are handling things well. I don't love the performance review. Like, that is like, don't love that. I think OP's heart was in the right place. I think it could have been handled better. Everyone sucks here. She should be listening better, but seriously, a performance review, what kind of reaction did you expect? You're treating her like a temp worker, not your partner. That was unbelievably condescending. You seem to have a you versus me mentality instead of an us versus the problem. Y'all need to find a way to communicate better in a non-adversarial way. Time to get into couples counseling and talk about this like adults. Yes. I think I agree with everyone in the comments. I think it is an everyone sucks here. Yeah. Moving on. Am I overreacting for leaving when my boyfriend told my daughter, "You have an ugly face"? My boyfriend, 39 male, and I, 32 female, took my 2 young kids on a long weekend getaway after the Thanksgiving holiday. We've been together almost 3 years, but we've recently only started to incorporate my kids more in our life together in a meaningful way. When buckling my preschool-aged daughter into her car seat throughout the weekend, he would tell her, "Suck in your fat belly." Now my daughter is saying she has a fat belly, which I'm not happy about. More importantly, Sunday morning, at the end of our stay, my boyfriend leaned over and said something near my daughter's face, to which she replied,
"Ew, something stinks,"
and covered her nose. I giggled and told my boyfriend, "I think she's saying you have morning breath." He looked back at her and said, "Well,
you have an ugly face, and that's why you need to wear makeup."
Oh my God.
What?
Are we being for real right now? Preschool aged daughter. We're calling the preschooler fat and ugly, and that they need to wear makeup. I don't, quite frankly, care what she said. That's nuts. I was shocked and very upset. I calmly packed up our things and told him the kids and I would grab breakfast on the drive home instead of staying and having breakfast with him. I didn't yell, cuss, or argue, or throw things around while packing. He is angry I left without the two of us having a conversation, whereas I feel we couldn't have a productive grown-up conversation with my kids in the same hotel room, as upset as I was. It's interesting that he's not apologizing for what he said. Instead, he's more upset with you not wanting to talk to him. While he did put in a lot of effort into the trip, I felt he really crossed a line with his comment. It's one thing for him to make negging comments about me. He does that. And another to make them toward my baby. I've explained to him, I've told my daughter we are beautiful without makeup and only use it to occasionally feel fancy. And he's witnessed that interaction earlier in the weekend as we were getting ready. I mean, green flag for you, not for him. We had already planned to drive home separately and we did not have breakfast plans. So it's not like I left him hanging in limbo. We were 24 hours plus past the event and he still hasn't apologized, blaming me for leaving and overreacting due to my insecurities. So am I overreacting for being hurt by a joke and leaving? It's not a joke if you didn't find it funny. And it's not a funny joke. I'm sorry, but that's not funny. Why is he picking on like a little kid? He's like bullying her. No, you're not overreacting. Honestly, this is nuts. You also said that he negs you too. I hate negging. It never worked on me. Ever. I ain't that kind of girl. Not overreacting, and you're underreacting. It is not another thing for him to be making those comments at you. She's repeating his words to her, which means she hears what he says, including what he says to you. You're setting an example for what your daughter should expect from a partner one way or another. You need to make sure it is the right one. I would totally agree. It isn't normal for a partner to be like negging you. I personally believe negging is really manipulative and like hurtful. It's one thing if you kind of have a relationship where you sort of poke each other and stuff like that, but like I feel like calling people ugly and fat, that's just not funny. Those kinds of comments really, really shape you as a child, and it shapes what you're willing to accept from a partner in the future. Do you want your daughter to have a partner that says that kind of stuff to her and she's okay with it? I wouldn't. I don't love it. I don't love this relationship. I think that you are underreacting, and you got to think about the example that you're setting and stick up for your kids a little more. It's not a joke, it's not funny, and he's also not taking responsibility or apologizing, at least not at the time of this recording. So moving on, my boyfriend is mad at me because he opened up a relationship and got no dates. Am I the a-hole for how I responded? Me and my boyfriend, both 37, have been dating for just over 3 years. Prior to this, I was single for 8 years. Overall, it's been a healthy relationship. We are both independent with our jobs, living situations, etc. I do love spending time with him. I don't really have any complaints. However, something that startled me was back about 6 months ago. Him saying he wanted to open the relationship up, meaning going on dates and sleeping with other women. Okay. I've never been in a dynamic like this, so I naturally had a lot of questions. He told me I could also go on dates and sleep with other men. I honestly was a little skeptical at first, but after doing some research and having time to think, I agreed. He had told me that if at any point I wasn't comfortable, we could stop and close the relationship up again. One of the rules was we don't discuss with each other what we're doing or who we're going on dates with, etc. So I signed up for a dating app. Within a few days, I had 500 plus likes, and it's been pretty steady since.
Yes, queen, yes, queen, yes, queen.
So I start matching with people, texting and arranging dates. On average, I go on 1 or 2 dates a month. Period. There are also some people in similar dynamics of open relationships that I'm going on dates with and sleeping with regularly. I quite like the fact that everything is non-committal, so even though I was skeptical at first, I am enjoying the open relationship. As decided from before, I hadn't told my boyfriend about any of this. This is gonna go very well. I was at my boyfriend's house the other day and my phone was on the kitchen counter. He saw my notifications and proceeded to go through my phone and read messages, including going through the dating app and whatnot.
You're breaking rules.
I feel like that's breaking a rule there, bestie. To say he was angry was an understatement. Turns out he opened the relationship up to take out a younger colleague at his workplace who misread his idea of a date as just a work lunch. How are you not embarrassed? Oh. He then openly told me that he wanted to see if it would work with her so he could ultimately leave me for her. Bold of him to say out loud. However, she didn't want him, and it seems like no one else did either. Yeah. It's really embarrassing. Honestly, I have the ick. In the last 6 months, he's had a few rough dates, but no one additional to sleep with. I feel somewhat embarrassed for him. I don't blame you. He demanded we instantly close the relationship up. Hang on a second, because he was willing to literally leave for someone else, lied to you that it was because he wanted to, open the relationship up, but in actuality, he wanted an excuse to leave and have his cake and eat it too. I told him maybe we should just end things or take a break. He was outraged and called me names, but he was the one who wanted this dynamic, so what's the problem? I left. As I walked home, I contemplated fully breaking it off with him. He's been blowing up my phone and I'm not sure what to say. Am I the a-hole? No. No, you're not. I mean, you did
right,
what
that's
he
enough.
wanted you to do. He really should have just broken up with you. I think this relationship is doomed, honestly. Like, I think that if given the chance, he would have left. So I wouldn't want to stay with someone like that. If this girl from work was interested in him, he would have left with you being under the impression that it was just an open relationship. Buddy is a liar and he's not a hot commodity. Let's see what the comments said. You should join the rest of the population in not dating him as well. OP responded, laugh my off. I fail to see why you're settling for this person. It sounds like you are a hot commodity, so why settle? Seriously though, all these other women went on dates and were like, ew, no. Listen to them, leave him. Maybe he can mature in the meantime. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
I'm just saying this for men who lack success with dating and open relationships or in general. That it's common and it doesn't mean that you're inherently crappy. But when you open up the relationship, you need to face the reality that unless you're fighting off women with a pitchfork already, your girl's gonna get giggitied 1,000 times more than you and have a blast. While you get rejected over and over because that's life. Yeah, it's honestly a tale as old as time. Like, I've never heard of this going well. I've always heard of like the guy wanting to open it up and then he's allowed to do what he wants, but then when the girl does what she wants, he has a problem with it. Either that or nobody wants him, and then in that case it's just like yucky. It's like, why are you lowering your standards? No one else is. OP's guy's behavior sucks though. I can feel his pain of making this realization while his own self-worth plummets through the floor, and unfortunately he did not handle it well. A tantrum can be forgiven maybe, but the amount of pain he's facing is extreme, even self-inflicted. Opening up the relationship so he can replace your current relationship and even saying that to your face, this guy has shown who he is and what he wants, and I don't see how this relationship is worthwhile or salvageable any longer. I'd save your time, thoughts, and energy for someone else, OP. Yeah, and it sounds like you got a lot of people to choose from. Like, granted, they're under the impression that this is, you're looking for something like non-committal, but there's definitely interest there. He admitted he was stringing you along to see if this younger woman wanted him. If she had wanted him, he would have broken up with you for her, and you're asking if you're the a-hole. Lady, you are a moron if you stay. 100% agree.
100% agree.
So are you the a-hole? Nah. But you are if you stay with that guy. Subscribe!
Okay. Ooh.
Recently, an alleged list of your alleged former conquests was leaked or published. How accurate was the list?
You know what? I'm gonna get serious for a second. I have to do this quickly because I know that we don't have much time.
A few of the names on the list were like Ashton Kutcher, Orlando Bloom, Zac Efron, James Franco, Justin Timberlake.
You got Joaquin Phoenix, Jamie Dornan, Heath Ledger, Aaron Head, Colin Farrell, Adam Levine. Lindsay Lohan is a freak.
I'm sure it's not making his fiance Mila Kunis very happy right now.
I will swear on my mother's life that I never did that.
One night stand, baby. Don't even try to be bad. Boys getting hot, hot. Tipping to the top, top. I can feel you rocking. About to go boom.
She even broke into my room one time. I opened my eyes and there's Lindsay in my room at 3 a.m.
I wanna be bad. I wanna be bad. I wanna be bad. I wanna be bad.
You can't even believe you're in that position.
Okay.
You're the legend. Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
It's like you're with the person, but you're also with the icon.
I'm switching to games because I'm done. My hands are getting crampy.
A common currency in Hollywood to control celebrities and their careers. How a person lives under threat of public shame is what separates everyday people from stars. And today's subject thrives under pressure. An 11-year-old starlet named Lindsay Lohan debuted in 1998 as the most classic blockbuster actress the Disney Corporation had ever discovered, plunging headfirst into 2000s Hollywood alongside Paris Hilton and
Steam.
Britney Spears. Shortly after 2009, everyone would quietly clean up their acts. Paris would start taking music more seriously. Britney would start touring under her conservatorship. But where was Lindsay Lohan? Crashing out in courtrooms in front of the entire world. It truly seems like Lindsay was the Y2K icon who was left behind. Thus, in 2013, she would do something about it. Lindsay would open her personal life up to the world, starring alongside Oprah in a series focused on her personal struggles. On set, Lindsay would confide some of her deepest and most private secrets in therapists and doctors. But the most sensitive item of information would leak in the biggest way possible. Today, I'm taking a look at a very revealing little black book belonging to Lindsay Lohan. one that would detail every single one of her conquests and encounters. Because this story is about Lindsay, you already know there are multiple explanations for what occurred. So buckle up, grab a snack, and be sure to comment which one you believe. Now, while we're on the subject of privacy, I love to work anywhere with a gorgeous view. But with that usually comes a public unsecured Wi-Fi connection. This is why I love using Surfshark. Their VPN keeps me safe by hiding my IP address and encrypting sensitive data like logins, browsing history, emails, payment details, and even my device hardware info. Aside from giving that extra online security and privacy, in a time when our whole lives are essentially online, Surfshark also lets me watch shows from all over the world. With just the touch of a button, I can switch my location to London and catch up on Love Island UK. You can change your location to get better deals when online shopping. You can quite literally travel the world virtually with their 4,500 plus servers in 100 different countries. Surfshark is more than just a VPN. Surfshark Antivirus secures everything from your webcam to your files. Surfshark Alert will notify you the moment any of your personal data gets leaked online. And there's even more, so be sure to go to surfshark.com/deep and use our code DEEP at checkout to get 4 extra months of Surfshark VPN. Now let's get ready to dive into the wild world of Lindsay Lohan's Little Black Book. To get started, let me set the scene. It was January 30th, 2013 at the Beverly Hills Hotel. Lindsay and her friends were turning up and celebrating that the world didn't end on 12/12/12. And this was a super common occurrence for Lindsay. Anytime she wanted to let loose or let her hair down and just relax, she would invite all her girls over to a hotel room. Sources that were there that fateful night told In Touch Weekly that Lindsay and her friends were all giggling and talking about other people in the industry. And this is where I really relate to Lindsay. I think she was probably just venting about all her coworkers, and then some tool had to go ruin it by running and telling In Touch Weekly. But that isn't the entire story. According to this source, Lindsay went through each and every one of her conquests throughout the industry, inking their name down individually on a categories card. This card would somehow not be fully discarded or torn to shreds by Lindsay, because in the true spirit of Mean Girls, the list would leak across the entire internet. This would set the entire industry on fire. Men who'd been in relationships or even marriages were being exposed. And a young, fresh on probation Lindsay Lohan would be at the center of it all. Obviously, everything in this video is complete hearsay and should never be taken as fact, but some of these men actually confirmed their encounters with Lindsay, and a lot of them outright deny everything. It's important to note that the list leaked in 2 main waves. The first iteration was a blurry, illegible cropped photo with multiple names blurred and obscure. Many believe this was done after In Touch reached out to individuals on the list. Hollywood is very small, and everyone knows everyone. So the second this list was being asked about, agents, lawyers, and PR experts alike immediately got to work to protect their clients' best interest. Whether this was threatening In Touch into blurring their names, or concocting a rock-solid alibi. However, this censored version of the list didn't last long, and eventually the entire thing would leak to the world. So let's first start with actor and Hollywood mainstay Joaquin Phoenix. Lindsay and Joaquin first had a rumored fling together way back in 2006. Neither of the actors confirmed either way. They both ran in Hollywood circles, most of Joaquin's friends living downtown near the hot spots that Lindsay would frequent. This is why it was no surprise when reports surfaced that Lindsay and Joaquin were spotted at Boyer nightclub together. There were no photos, but these reports dated back several years before the list ever went public, truly showing just how far back some of these relationships went. Like the next name on the list, Stavros Niarchos III. Now, if you've been watching our channel for a few years, that name sent shivers down your spine. Stavros famously dumped Mary-Kate Olsen to date Paris Hilton. And then the next year, in 2006, when Stavros and Paris split up, Lindsay was infamously photographed making out with Stavros on his yacht in Monaco. Many believe this is what prompted Paris's infamous fire crotch video with Brandon Davis.
We think she's a fire crotch. Or we know. Are we going to the parking lot or are we going? I mean, we don't think that. We know it's obvious. Red pubic hair comes from inside her. She's like an orange tree.
Around the same time, Lindsay began messing with the next name on the list, Reese Witherspoon's ex, Ryan Philippe. Ryan Philippe, best known for his hit Cruel Intentions, was in Lindsay's orbit in 2007. When she was shooting her movie, Chapter 27, with Ryan's good friend Jared Leto. Maybe it was fate, maybe it was the fact that they had the exact same PR team. But Lindsay and Ryan would run into each other again and again. In 2007, multiple outlets began running with the story that Lindsay and Ryan were hooking up. The most infamous of these stories being an Us Weekly story saying Lindsay and Philippe were getting close at Club Voyeur, and that Lindsay loved the drama of it. All because Ryan was freshly out of an entire marriage. They were spotted together at Brent Bolthouse's party, and sources inside claimed they disappeared together into a private area. Furthermore, when Ryan went on the all-revealing Howard Stern show, Howard asked him bluntly if Lindsay wanted him, and he replied with yes. Lindsay was only 20 years old, and Ryan Philippe was 32. The next name on the list, Wilmer Valderrama, should ring a bell if you've seen our video on it. Basically, Lindsay went on this entire press tour trying to convince everyone she was too young to even legally date him, and then he publicly claimed her directly after her 18th birthday. It was all very bizarre. But Wilmer's best friend from his biggest show ever being on the list, that was shocking too. Ashton Kutcher and Lindsay Lohan met when she was a guest on that 70s show in 2004. But this was during her relationship with Wilmer. Many Hollywood insiders have inferred that this fling took place before Ashton got serious with Demi Moore in 2005. But Lindsay was still dating Wilmer, and I think that's some image cleanup for Ashton. Ashton and Lindsay were spotted at events together as late as 2008, like when they were photographed talking at the Dolce & Gabbana party. Lindsay was also close with Brittany Murphy while she was co-starring with Ashton in Just Married. Needless to say, there were countless chances for them to get it in if they wanted to. But the next story was a lot more shocking. When Justin Timberlake's name was revealed on the list, everyone instantly believed it. Lindsay had been documented as a super fan of NSYNC her entire career. And besides the small mutual Britney Spears connection, there was only one event tying the two together. In 2009, after being spotted at Avenue Lounge in New York at the same night as Justin Timberlake, Lindsay ignited a firestorm online by tweeting and very quickly deleting, quote, "Where is JB's cheater?" Many immediately jumped to the conclusion that Lindsay was inserting herself into Justin's relationship with Jessica Biel. So when the list leaked, they took it as confirmation of Lindsay and Justin's rendezvous. Neither star ever clarified either way, and that just seemed even more damning. The same story kind of goes for Colin Farrell. When his name was leaked on the list, while it was shocking for the public to finally have confirmation, it wasn't completely out of left field for people paying attention to entertainment news. In early 2004, right after Lindsay wrapped for Mean Girls, she was seen frequenting the same nightclubs as Colin. For example, they were spotted leaving Avalon in the wee hours of the night while Lindsay was a bit disheveled.
Let's pick a nice young lady out of the audience. You, miss. Would you help us out for a minute?
Me?
Yeah, come on. What's your name, sweetheart?
Lindsay Lohan.
Lindsay Lohan, that's a lovely name. Now, gentlemen, look, watch. Lindsay.
Colin Farrell.
I'll be in your dressing room.
See, boys, whiskey and cigarettes.
This obviously sent tabloids into a frenzy. Colin and Lindsay ran in the same circles with Danny Masterson, Wilmer Valderrama, Tara Reid, and Paris Hilton. When Colin's name surfaced on the list, his representative responded saying Colin doesn't respond to any gossip that's older than 9 years old, shutting the rumor down but not denying it entirely. The next name on the list has a special place in my heart. The story of Keith Walter is a tragic one. If you've seen my video about the twisted world of Mary-Kate Olsen, then you know the tragic end of how Mary-Kate and Heath partied until Heath took his final breath in 2008. Well, according to Lindsay's mother, Dina Lohan, Lindsay was also secretly dating Heath back in the day, claiming the two had a serious connection when he passed. But she claims their relationship needed to stay private because of Heath's baby mother, Michelle Williams. When Lindsay was asked about this back in 2008, she explained that Heath was a really good friend. This much was at least true. They ran in very similar bohemian New York City party circles back in 2007, and many remember how deeply shaken Lindsay was by the entire ordeal back then. She even tweeted on the anniversary of his death, "R.I.P. HL, forever in mind and Maggie's heart, XXL." Many believed Lindsay was referencing his daughter Matilda, and alluding to there being more lore with Heath and Lindsay than previously let on. And obviously Heath can't comment on the validity of his name on the list, but Dina would make sure to shout their involvement from the rooftops. Anyway, the next name on the list is Danny Soprani. He's a rugby player known for dating glamorous models and actresses. He reportedly met Lindsay while she was on her final hurrah before jail in 2010. He was photographed arriving at Lindsay's house at 4 a.m. Danny made no public statement at the time, but confirms the relationship in his 2023 autobiography, gushing over Lindsay and calling her the sweetest girl ever. After her legal troubles and subsequent house arrest, Lindsay moved to New York in 2011 to get away from the hustle and bustle of Los Angeles. This is where she met Maggio Soprano. Now, he's not related to the last guy at all. He actually comes from a line of restaurateurs known for their elite nightclubs. Lindsay frequented these clubs and allegedly hooked up with Maggio during a late-night party at Soprani Club in Lyceum. These were high-profile names being linked to Lindsay, who at the time many viewed as a tabloid train wreck. Her PR was all over the place, and her public image was that of a bad girl losing her shit. So whenever these huge directors, actors, athletes were all linked to Lindsay, it would blow the situation up that much more. For instance, Academy Award winner Benicio del Toro, their mutual friends Eva Mendes and Brett Ratner were allegedly responsible for connecting the two together. They both would attend the same industry parties together. Lindsay was 19 at the time and Benicio was 38. And this was nothing, as Benicio had been caught making out with a 19-year-old Scarlett Johansson just 2 years before this. If you saw my new video on Secret Society about Lindsay Lohan's childhood, then you know that Scarlett and Lindsay were two of the front runners for the Parent Trap. Benicio's making moves on the two possible people who were going to be in the Parent Trap. Anyway, in 2009, Lindsay would meet the next name on the list at a New York hockey game for the Rangers, but it would end with a drink in his face. Lindsay was invited there by Sean Avery, but left with his teammate Aaron Varos. Aaron Varos initially went on a date or two with Lindsay, and he seemed really interested in her. Fast forward to a few months later, when Lindsay was at New York City hotspot 10K, and she saw him with another girl. This is when Lindsay allegedly sent her drink flying in his face. Now, this isn't the only alleged assault Lindsay would do to protect her man, but we'll get into that later in the video. Evan Peters, Jamie Dornan, and Zac Efron all unfortunately fall into the same Joaquin Phoenix umbrella. Famous actors from American Horror Story, 50 Shades of Grey, and High School Musical respectively. Jamie Dornan was reportedly close to a 19-year-old Lindsay after his 2006 high-profile breakup with Keira Knightley. Lindsay and Jamie were seen getting cozy together and were spotted holding hands in public. Zac Efron was a shocking addition to the list. Lindsay publicly presented him with an MTV Movie Award for his movie Hairspray in 2008, and they were at multiple professional events together. When asked about Lindsay at his Charlie St. Cloud movie premiere, Zac referred to her as, quote, the best. And if you watched our video on Zanessa, then you know that that relationship seems more open than closed. But Lindsay and Zac specifically were never photographed getting cozy.
For the first time in history, I, an African-American male, will open the envelope and announce the winner.
P. Diddy, as a woman with years of experience, I feel I'm the most qualified candidate to open the envelope. Okay, Diddy. When we come back, why don't we just open the envelope together and do it together? Zac Efron, Hairspray.
Hold up, Alana in Texas just placed the dreamiest protein coffee order. She picked Snickerdoodle, Original, and French Vanilla. Dessert vibes, 0 sugar, and ready in seconds. Because she used our bundle, she locked in 58% off, 3 surprise gifts, and free shipping. Now...
Anyway, Evan Peters was a complete head-scratcher. The two had never even been photographed together. And Emma Roberts, his girlfriend at the time, notably ran in younger circles than Lindsay. None of the stars outright denied their inclusion in Lindsay's list, but they were all included. Orlando Bloom was also included in Lindsay's list, but never outright spoke on the matter. Their only confirmed link was that both of their houses were victims of the Bling Ring robberies in 2009. If you saw my video about Justin Bieber and Selena Gomez over on Secret Society, Lindsay and Orlando comes as no shock at all. Selena Gomez and Orlando had multiple brief love affairs, while he was supposedly still with Katy Perry, so any relationships he has seem to be completely open. It's also important to note that Lindsay and Orlando have together.
I saved the mushroom thingy.
Shortly after the list leaked, that she showed Orlando around London very briefly. The next name on the list is similar to Orlando Bloom. Josh Mond was an independent film producer that Lindsay put on her list. The Sundance film world is often impacted by relationships, hence why young actresses often get their start in exploitation films at film festivals. Think like Chloe Sevigny. Lindsay Lohan was also a huge defender of Harvey Weinstein amidst the Me Too movement, releasing a video of herself on Instagram urging people to, quote, please stop doing this.
After dozens of women made allegations against Harvey Weinstein, one of those celebrities, though, was not Lindsay Lohan. In fact, she felt the need to come out and defend him.
Hi, this is Lindsay Lohan. Hi, I'm in Dubai. I'm home.
And I feel very bad for Harvey Weinstein right now. I don't think it's right what's going on.
When did she pick up a random accent?
Take a stand and be there for her husband. And he's never harmed me or done anything to me. We've done several movies together. And so I think everyone needs to stop. I think it's wrong. So stand up.
Notably, Lindsay starred in Harvey's film Bobby when she was only 19 years old. Now, Lindsay has since walked this sentiment back, but as for Josh Mond, the independent director, neither Lindsay nor Josh publicly commented. Another name on the list who wasn't commenting was Ryan Rotman, who was in multiple relationships during the entire duration of the list's coverage. He dated Brittany Snow from 2008 to 2010, and even Nickelodeon royalty Victoria Justice from 2011 to 2013.
Oh,
and I'm sorry, with the idea of Lindsay unknowingly stealing Victoria's man, like, has she not suffered enough? Riley Giles was a name on the list barely anyone recognized, but those that did weren't shocked. This was one of the few non-celebrity individuals on the list, but he wasn't completely unknown. Lindsay met him at the Cirque Lodge rehab facility in 2007, and the pair publicly dated for a few months after. They were even arrested together in 2007. After they broke up, Riley would pull an Isaac Cohen and sell Lindsay Lohan out to tabloids everywhere, detailing everything from Lindsay's assertiveness in the bedroom to even outing her as bisexual. A notion Lindsay wasn't secret about, but also one that she didn't outright label. Another somewhat unrecognized name was Brian at GPH. This was an abbreviation for an unnamed man named Brian she met at the Gramercy Park Hotel. Paul P.C. Valmoravita was another name on the list she was photographed with in 2011 from the art scene in New York.
Mary-Kate Olsen has been spotted with her new boyfriend, Paul Valmoravita.
You may recognize that name from Lindsay Lohan's infamous leaked list.
P.D. Wright was one of the more steamy names on Lindsay's list. The two had been photographed naked in bed together, kissing and rolling around for Muse magazine. Reports surfaced that after the cameras turned off, they just kept the party going, and he went on to etch his name in that list. Nico Tortellini was a shocking name for people to see on the list. Long before he was tattooing unsuspecting characters with Snoopy on MTV, he was living it up alongside Lindsay. It's important to note that he's one of the only names on the list that Lindsay still acknowledges the existence of, suggesting that he was one of friends that turned into friends with benefits. Jamie Burke was another model who made the list, and she was linked to him right as her career was exploding. However, he would have been 24 at the time, and Lindsay would have been barely 16. And that's sadly the story for a lot of the men on this list. They either don't comment or flat out deny involvement with Lindsay because of their insane age gaps. For instance, Garrett Hudland, James Franco, and Adam Levine. After the list was published, all three of these men outright denied ever having relationships with Lindsay. Garrett was a brooding actor who starred alongside Lindsay and Georgia Rule in 2007. When Lindsay's list leaked, Garrett's representative stated unequivocally that the story was completely not true, emphasizing that Garrett and Lindsay, quote, worked on a film together. That's it. Saying it was annoying that In Touch published the name despite their denial. As for James Franco, he was one of the only names on the list to get out ahead of the media storm before it even struck. Since In Touch were the ones reaching out to everyone on the list, when James' team got word that the list was going to go public, they circumvented the story by going on Howard Stern and claiming that Lindsay tried to sleep with him and even kissed him, but she was having personal problems at the time and he didn't want to do that. James even joked around in his 2013 film, This Is the End, that he had slept with Lindsay.
I gotta admit something.
Would you call that yellow? I'll call this yellow because of the
She was fucked up. She was high. So at the Chateau Marmont, she kept banging on my door. She kept calling me Jake Gyllenhaal. That's fucked up. Yeah, I said, call me the Prince of Persia.
This seemed like a perfect PR strategy to get out ahead of Lindsay's list. And when the list finally dropped, James doubled down, saying, quote, Lindsay has told lies about me with her list. He even wrote a fictional story about Lindsay and his night together at the Chateau for Vice magazine, where Lindsay kept trying to make advances of him and he kept trying to steer
Oh,
her
it does
away,
have a long
assuring
tail.
Vice
Whoops, I thought I had a
readers that
shorter
nothing
tail.
happened beyond the two just talking.
3 of the poems, by the way, are about Lindsay Lohan? Is that true?
I think she's in 2 of them.
What's going on with that? What's the obsession there? Talk to me
Not
about
the
this.
obsession, but
Why
yeah, I mean,
Lindsay
she was. There's one poem that's only about her, and then there's one poem that's about that famous hotel in Los Angeles called Chateau Marmont, and she lived there for 2 years. When I lived there for a year, and we were there was an overlap, so that's kind of when I knew her the most. But we're talking like 7, 8 years ago.
Lindsay Lohan steps out of rehab for the weekend as the man who may have led to her decision to get treatment comes to Access Hollywood.
I didn't know if you had reached out to her knowing that she was in rehab, or if you guys are friends, or...
Yeah, we're friends. I hope she gets better.
Reports surfaced last week that an unrequited infatuation. James Frank, posing here for a Jane Magazine Sundance photo portfolio.
Whoa, way the
was
fuck
one
over
reason
there,
Lohan
huh?
ended up in
Alright.
rehab, but people deny this claim.
Any chance that you'll maybe go visit her or help her out that way, or is it something that's no?
Because the last time you were in, I asked you if you banged Lindsay Lohan, and you said absolutely not.
I did not, and then a list came out.
It came out that she banged you.
It's all right.
And why would she lie about that? I didn't bang her, but meanwhile, Lindsay's now letting it out that you did bang her, or you're completely embarrassed that you banged her.
I will swear on anything you ask that I have never had sex with Lindsay Lohan. All right, we maybe kissed.
So you're upset that you made out with her because it was lame?
I'm not upset. It's just not a thing.
Why only make out with her? Like, why not bang her?
Okay, if you really want to get into it,
Yeah.
this is like meaningless in my life. But when we made out, it was even longer. It wasn't even the time. It was so long ago. It wasn't even the time when we were both at the Chateau Marmont. I was like a nice guy. Like I just was like, okay, the kiss is enough.
Right.
And it was also sort of like, what the hell am I doing? This is
because you were.
She was young, and I think I was doing like Spider-Man 2.
Right.
And I was here in New York. I was sort of like in awe, like, wow, this is like a big celebrity. Like, okay, we'll kiss. Whoa, wow. It's sort of like the weird thing maybe where you're in private, but it's like the whole world is somehow in there with you. Like,
do one for the team or something.
Yeah.
Like, you can't even believe you're in that position that someone like that would be involved.
You gotta do it for your
But it's also, but I think it's also like you're there with a person. There's like a screen between you because all of everything else you know about that person through their movies or music or whatever it is also kind of in the room with you. And so it's like you're with the person, but you're also with the icon.
Texas is feeling unwell.
Oh, fuck.
Now Texas is an open door.
I think I need to move it way over here.
They do your taxes, so you can walk out with confidence. Now this is Texas.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Why did you be back over there?
I don't know what to say other than we were at this hotel during, I think a very dark period of her history.
Oh.
I think she liked, it seemed pretty damn clear.
Oh.
I was in school at the time, strangely.
Oh. Now I get it.
I'd come home late.
Oh.
She'd come find me, or she had 2 rooms. I knew which room she was in, and I'd see, through the window, like, oh, there's another party over at Lindsay's. I was in the bungalow area, so she'd come out to the pool area and find me. She broke into my room one time because she was she's so at home there. I guess they just gave her the key. And so 3 in the morning, I was asleep on the couch. So I was on the couch, and I opened my eyes, and there's Lindsay in my room at 3 a.m. It's like, okay, what do I do now? Like,
what do you do when somebody's in your room at 3 in the morning? And
I tell about it in the book. It sounds so nerdy, but I read her story because I was in school, so it was sort of like, all right, well, maybe I'll get a little homework done, so I'll read her story. I guess you could say we were friends, although, I hesitate to say that because every time I brought her back into my life or tried to be nice, it's just like turning really lame and
stupid or dangerous.
Oh, ass.
Well, I had this inclination to write about her earlier than the book. And Terry Richardson, we had this idea, let's do this book centered on the Chateau Marmont Hotel. Because I had done like 3 photo shoots with him there. I knew that he had done some photo shoots with Lindsay there, and I thought, it'll be cool if you do the images and I'll do the text. And he said, okay, well, let's do one more photo shoot with you and Lindsay together here. He did it with her. But then, all of a sudden, the only people that knew that we were doing this photo shoot were me, Terry, and Lindsay, and like maybe my assistant. And all of a sudden, this thing comes out.
All of a sudden. All of a sudden. Please just say suddenly.
Leave that. You know what I mean?
Oh, look at the little poodly thing. Booty, 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 booty. This little booty, booty.
I think I saw her. She was in town, and she said, I haven't seen you in years. I want to come see you. And I said, well, I'm sorry, I'm really busy. I'm rehearsing this thing at night. She said, well, can I come to rehearsal? I said, okay, fine. And as soon as she got in there, I realized, wow, this is a big mistake. She just started being so rude, but she just started making comments about the poor undergrad actors audibly.
Critiquing them.
I stood up to give notes to one of the actors, and Lindsay just said something in front of everybody. Who does she think she is? Or she's terrible, or something like that. And I just turned to her and I said, Lindsay, you can either shut up or you can leave, because we don't need your comments. I didn't even want her there. I invited her to be nice, and she just got really mad and stormed off, and we locked the door because I knew it was going to turn into a scene. She was going to come back. I had this period where I'd go to clubs, and she was always there, and so we had, it wasn't like, oh, I got to escape Lindsay, although she would have these periods where she, I don't know if she was using something or whatever, but she would just turn horrible. It was like the bad Lindsay.
Oh, no, that's the ruins.
As for Adam Levine, Lindsay and Adam were never linked publicly together or photographed. So when his name leaked, it was a massive bombshell and one of the main headlines. Adam would also take to Howard Stern and explain he had no relationship with Lindsay.
Now, a soon-to-be married Adam is denying he ever hooked up with a troubled actress, telling Howard Stern, that's not true. I did not have sex with Lindsay Lohan.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman. Sure you didn't.
It's almost like he exists as just a mouthpiece against Lindsay. And it makes sense because his entire brand benefits off of what Lindsay is often stereotyped as. A dumb girl living it up at Bimbo Summit and getting drunk. But so many men would go on Howard Stern and attempt to spin a story about how they would never ever even think about being with Lindsay. It reminds me so much of the current online climate with On Tour. So many guys are quick to comment on her posts saying she's disgusting and they would never touch her with a 10-foot pole and she's gonna get all these diseases. But her queue has thousands of men in line. Anyway, it's important to also note that James Franco and Adam Levine were both in committed relationships at the time, and both of their names were initially blurred in first release of the list. Whether this was done by In Touch, by fear of Adam and James's lawyers and PR people, is completely uncertain. Terry Richardson flat out denied ever having relationships with Lindsay, despite doing several very revealing photo
Not
shoots with her.
have relations with that Lindsay.
As her date in 2007, he would tweet and address the rumor directly, saying Lindsay claimed we spent a romantic night making love at the chateau, but it never happened. It's totally untrue. This was one of the most shocking denials, as Terry is responsible for some of the most subversive media in Hollywood. From the Wrecking Ball music video to Lady Gaga's infamous Lost Do What You Want video, where R. Kelly sedates Lady Gaga and manipulates her unconscious body. All that to say, Terry was the last person people were expecting to deny having slept with Lindsay. They thought he would just keep it as hearsay. Guy Berryman, the bassist from Coldplay, was another musician who had his name on Lindsay's list. While Lindsay
wrong button.
followed him around all Lollapalooza
It's the B
weekend
button.
in 2011,
Whoops!
they were never photographed together. But still, Guy never commented on his inclusion with the list. The most confirmed name on the list is Max George from the electro-pop boy band The Wanted. Now, I don't know if that name rings a bell for any of you, but I was The Wanted's #1 stand next to Lindsay. They had Glad You Came, Chasing the Sun, Warzone. They were sort of like if the Paradiso Girls were boys. Or better yet, if One Direction was produced by LMFAO and Calvin Harris. Well, in 2012, this was Lindsay's hardcore vibe. Her and Max met at the Jingle Ball concert in 2012, where his band was performing. She would be frequently spotted at after parties for the band, and would reportedly follow The Wanted on tour. Tabloids even labeling Lindsay as a groupie. The relationship was reportedly not so much symbiotic, but more so Lindsay wanting to hang out with the band backstage, specifically Max. I think the band was just happy to have a legacy celebrity as massive as Lindsay Lohan interested in them.
Oh shit!
I mean, they were brand
Forgot
new
this one.
scene. And this was by far one of Lindsay's messiest
Yeah.
years. In November of 2012, it was reported
That's the right
that
way.
Lindsay got in an altercation at Avenue in New York City. When a girl started hitting on Max, she reportedly punched her in the face.
What is in this? I'm already feeling it.
This is great. I don't know
Called
how
a
to explain it.
placebo.
It relaxes magic. It takes the edge.
This was covered by the news extensively, and Max would be one of the few to publicly own his relationship to Lindsay. Lindsay and Max's big fling would have been around the time Lindsay wrote the list at the Beverly Hills Hotel, and the brawl over Max would have been fresh off the mind. This was a big red flag for where Lindsay was headed.
Recently, an alleged list of your alleged former conquests was leaked or published. Okay? A few of the names on the list were like Ashton Kutcher, Orlando Bloom, Zac Efron, James Franco, Justin Timberlake. Will you confirm having Tristan?
I cannot confirm or deny.
How accurate was the list?
You know what? I'm gonna get serious for a second. I have to do this quickly because I know that we don't have much time. That was actually my 5th step in AA with Betty Ford. And someone, when I was moving during the OWN show, must have taken a photo of it. And so that's a really personal thing. And it's really unfortunate.
Needless to say, this was the biggest scandal of Lindsay Lohan's career. and one of the bigger scandals to ever hit Hollywood. Whether Lindsay or her team intentionally leaked the list is still up in the air, especially given the high-profile names. It would make
Picnic
sense for
spot.
someone to want to be romantically tied to any of those men. And this was a huge marketing strategy back in the early 2010s. After stars like Kim Kardashian had her sex tape leaked, there would be several copycat incidents, like Adrienne Bellion from the Cheetah Girls. Especially given that Lindsay confirmed the existence of the list and clarified
Where's the
she
picnic
was the one
spot?
who wrote it. That Andy Cohen clip makes the entire list so much different. It seems like she was publicly owning up to something that maybe never even needed to be discussed. I mean, look at everyone else on the list. No one said a thing, but Lindsay mentioned it countless times. Regardless of how the list actually got out initially, it put
I think
a
it's up the
spotlight
hill.
on not just how the media portrays women's sexuality in such a negative light, but how men are presented entirely differently. Lindsay was being publicly slut-shamed for sleeping with 37 people. It was genuinely shocking to people that she had slept with that many. However, notable names were missing from the list, like Harry Morton, Samantha Ronson, Aaron Carter, and countless others. So the fact that people were treating this as a comprehensive list was comical. She'd slept with
There it
even
is.
more, but people weren't even ready for that conversation. People would go in on Lindsay Lohan.
I love music. Music's a huge part of my life, just in general. Even when I'm on set, like, I'll listen to songs that kind of, like, help the character of the scene, gets me into it. But that, I was really nervous that day, I remember.
Really? Well, you came off
That was a very
really good.
emotional song. It was like about my dad. Oh no, I just broken up with someone.
Who?
Well,
Do you remember who?
no. Apparently,
I have a
there's
list
so
of
many
people.
of them, guys.
I know. I hear there's a list going
It was
around of all
Wilmer,
the.
actually.
Yeah. What? There's what?
It was Wilmer Valderrama.
It was Wilmer?
Yeah.
And did it break your heart? Was that?
I was really upset, yeah. And that song I'd written right like the day after. And we were still living together. I sang in his house.
Wow.
Tortured him, just recording the song so loud in his house.
She got up to number 36 before she stopped. That's a lot of people.
Yes, it is. Lindsay Lohan is a freak. And that's just one industry? Yes. We ain't even got to the people that change and rotate tires.
Not only was her body count leaked, but they gave each person a name, and it was all famous celebrities that everyone knew. It was like a real-life Mean Girls attack. It was a public nightmare for most people. And I think honestly, it's just a testament to how far Lindsay has made it to in her career. A story like this getting out is career ruining. It defines your name in Hollywood. But Lindsay didn't let it stop her. Any ordinary person would be paralyzed by the PTSD of all your family and friends knowing about your sexual conquests, when, how, and who you slept with. But Lindsay was built different. She would go on to quietly rehabilitate her life over the next decade. And I'll be getting into that and even more in my series over on Secret Society. So be sure to subscribe here and there and turn on bell notifications so you never miss a video. I've already premiered one Lindsay video over there, and there are 2 more to come. So if you enjoy this kind of video, drop a like, and I will see you all in the next one. Bye.
Fuck. Hold on. God damn it. I gotta change the video. Oh, no, wait. That is the next one.
No one has a Hollywood story quite like Lindsay Lohan. From clubbing with Britney to feuding with Paris, to even her current transformation, Lindsay Lohan's life was like an action-packed Y2K blockbuster that no one could look away from. But before she was downing shot after shot at the chateau, a young 11-year-old Lindsay Lohan would take the film industry head-on, becoming one of the most successful child actresses of all time. But at what cost? Lindsay Lohan would work her entire childhood away, all in hopes of becoming a huge movie star. One who was respected, loved, and most of all, who could pull her family out of financial hardships. Her immense work ethic and undeniable ability to bring a character to life would solidify Lindsay equally as pop culture icon and blockbuster movie actress. Hell, she was even a pop star. However, to reach this level of fame and fortune, Lindsay would be in for a long, unpredictable road ahead. Lindsay would go to jail, bring ankle monitors into fashion, and even be captured like Britney Spears.
It's Britney, bitch.
Lindsay Lohan is arguably the most famous, iconic, quote-unquote reformed train wreck Hollywood has ever seen. But her rise to American fame was no princess fairy tale. So let's all hop in the Secret Society time machine because I'm going back to the very beginning, before Mean Girls, Freaky Friday, Herbie Fully Loaded, and even Rumors. Because in episode 1 of this series, we're going back to summer camp.
Oh, you cock.
But before we get into this video, I have to show you something that's kind of wild. I found an app that literally pays you for stuff you already do on your phone. It's called Free Cash. Basically what it does is it helps you make a little extra money by doing super simple things, like playing mobile games or knocking out a survey while you're watching TV or waiting for food. Nothing complicated at all. What actually made me trust it was the Trustpilot rating. It's sitting at 4.7 stars, which is kind of insane for an earnings app, and honestly I believe it. The cash out limit is super low compared to every other platform I've tried. And I would know because when I first started my YouTube channel, I literally funded my first DSLR and my desk setup by completing game offers like this. But it took forever back then. This was like 2017, but Free Cash is instant. If you want to try it, just the link below. When you sign up and start your first offer, they'll give you a free $20 bonus automatically. Okay, so let me open up the app and show you. This is the home page and everything is super simple. Your balance is up here, the offers are down here, and they have over 5,000 games and surveys you can choose from. I'm gonna grab a game offer just because that's been the easiest for me. And like if you see, they're literally offering hundreds of dollars just for reaching a certain level. And once you install the game, it tracks your progress automatically. Just make sure you enable app tracking so the rewards actually show up. And this is the part that got me. When you come back into the app, no more wondering if the money's gonna eventually show up. You literally see your earnings pop in with this little animation and it's weirdly satisfying. Here's me doing the offer, nothing special, just playing a game the same way I would do on a flight or waiting for Uber Eats. That's when I hop into Free Cash. My progress updates right away. And like I said, because the minimum is only $20, you can cash out whenever you want. PayPal, Bitcoin, Amazon gift cards, whatever works for you. I tested it with a small amount just to make sure it was legit, and payout went through instantly. So be sure to click my link below and get your $5 bonus right now. Thank you so much to Free Cash for sponsoring this portion of the video, but let's get into the
Now
Lindsay Lohan
let's
story.
go fiddle the critters.
To really understand how a multifaceted person like Lindsay Lohan can even exist at all, we have to first look at her family. Lindsay was born in 1986 to parents Dina and Michael Lohan. Dina was a 24-year-old actress and singer, and her 26-year-old husband Michael traded at the New York Stock Exchange. Lindsay grew up in the suburbs of New York, and due to her father's insider trading, money was often unstable. In her 2014 docuseries with Oprah, Lindsay revealed that fighting and substance abuse were an everyday part of her childhood. Her mom even said Lindsay was, quote, so messed up because she watched her father beat me. If you've seen any of my other videos about Lindsay, this comes as no surprise at all. Dina and Michael Lohan were absolute fame mongrels, holding on to any morsel of power or influence that ever passed by them. And then they would toxically feed into each other's delusions constantly. Thus, it was no surprise that by the time Lindsay turned the ripe age of 3 years old, her parents would shop her around to modeling agencies until she signed with Ford Models. As one of the youngest models they had ever signed, this was a huge deal, as Ford traditionally focused on print and runway models, not toddlers. But Lindsay stuck out even at only 3 years old. Not only was she photogenic and easy to direct, she wasn't shy in the slightest. Over the next decade, these skills would book a single-digit Lindsay Lohan in over 60 commercials, including Pizza Hut, Gap, and even a Jell-O commercial with Bill Cosby. During this period, her mother would fall deeper into substances, and her father would be arrested for insider trading. Lindsay's parents would separate for the first time when she was 3 years old, but they would consistently get back together. Throughout Lindsay's beginning, Michael proved to be a massive hindrance to her career. His physical violence fueled by alcohol and his persistent verbal abuse were his defense mechanism every time he would cheat on Dina. And because Lindsay and her mom were so close growing up, she often saw way more than a child ever should. And she witnessed Michael's bad behavior on the regular. But this didn't stop Lindsay at all. When Michael was in jail, her mother would keep her career pushing, acting as a career manager. Now, because Lindsay kept booking commercial after commercial, the booking agents started recognizing her face. They began recommending her for even bigger auditions and pushing her headshots to television casting directors. Thus, when a 10-year-old Lindsay auditioned for the NBC soap opera Another World, her natural look on camera, her insane memorization skills, and her professional attitude made her a shoo-in for the part. Back in the 90s, the primary requirement for child actors were kids who could memorize long scripts very quickly. And this was a young Lindsay's specialty. I think it's pretty safe to say that Lindsay was a creative genius even back then. Next time you're watching a movie with a child actor in it, compare it to Lindsay's performance in any of her movies. Her duality and ability to completely switch personalities at such a young age made people completely lose themselves in her characters. Her acting abilities completely superseded her ultra-recognizable look. causing Lindsay to never be typecast. And that's because she can truly pull off any role. The only reason she isn't in literal Oppenheimer and the Barbie movie at the same time are because of the pitfalls her career would face. And we're gonna get into all of that in this series, but I digress. For an entire year, Lindsay portrayed the role of Alan Fowler in Another World. She completely stole the show. Around the time her run on the show ended in 1997, word began spreading that the Disney Corporation was on an active hunt for a young, charismatic, undiscovered child actress to lead a big remake that was in development. And Lindsay matched the description perfectly. Lindsay Lohan was discovered by a Disney casting director named Eileen Starger. At the time, Eileen was conducting one of Disney's largest international talent searches to date, auditioning hundreds of girls from the US and UK to hopefully portray the young characters of Hallie and Annie, all for their latest movie, The Parent Trap. Eileen sent out a nationwide casting call for new unknown kids and a targeted industry casting notice that would be sent to agents.
I have to
for
change this
established
one's color
actors.
too.
Lindsay fit the latter description.
You can make it stripey blue.
Role were Mara Wilson of Matilda fame, Scarlett Johansson from the Marvel Universe, and even Shel Trottenberg, who couldn't even audition for the role due to her stringent Nickelodeon contract at the time. Eileen Starger and director Nancy Myers would attempt to audition real-life twins as well, eventually hoping to cut costs on the insane amount of special effects that would be needed for one actress to play both twin parts in 1998. All of these young actresses were in the running, but after Eileen brought Lindsay into audition, she blew every other young actress out of the water. It was a tough role. The young actresses would not only need an American and British accent, but they would need to possess the ability to play off of themselves. They needed a huge emotional range and impeccable comedic timing, not to mention stamina to keep all these skills firing off during their endless days filming. The way Lindsay was able to seamlessly play both parts so differently immediately made her the standout
Has
for the role.
stripes,
Her
huh?
perfect accent and convincing acting abilities screamed instant classic, and Nancy knew right then and there while Lindsay was
have
auditioning that she would be the one to bring both Hallie and Annie to life.
I'm so nervous because there's like 50 million people there. And so I wake up in the morning and they call me, and then everyone's screaming at their house saying, I got the part. So I started jumping on the bed. My dad started crying. 2 seconds after that, I called my mom, and they all started crying. So I found out in a really cool way.
Did you love the movie?
Yeah, it was really cool to see something.
It has
was a little weird at
antlers.
first, but it's cool.
And you did have to audition in front of thousands of other, in addition to thousands of other people. How come you think you got the part?
I don't know. Nancy said I just lit up the screen.
I only have two with antlers.
That's a big one.
Like, just acted naturally. My first movie. When I did commercials, I didn't know how hard it was, and now I realize what, if you want to be in a movie, how
Has
how
feathers.
you
Let's
have to be
try
ready
this
for it.
one.
You can't just go in and do it and get it over with the act. You have to stay, and it's a process. I want to act in it.
That's feathers.
It's fun, and I like the attention.
That's feathers.
I love to act, and from seeing Nancy direct, it's really fun. I mean, it's a hard
feathers.
job, and so is acting, but it's really fun. Not that I want to be like a boy or anything. I look up to Dennis, because he has a really good sense of humor.
Disney Studios would immediately cast Lindsay Lohan and dye her hair even brighter and glossier. They would hire a dialogue coach to help her truly learn her British accent. And the dialogue coach from the set of Parent Trap was quoted saying Lindsay was the fastest learner he'd ever worked with, child or adult.
Did you do accents when you auditioned?
Yeah, I had to do a little bit of the accent. I mean, now in the movie, it was much better than I did it there.
Well, answer the question as Annie. She's the English one, right? Explain to me how you learned to speak in a British accent.
Well, I had a dialect coach for part of it, but Annie's like very proper and stuff.
I just found out that the FDA only requires 20% of the sweat in your armpits to be controlled. For
Ew!
to be able to
Thanks for that. Heads up, ma'am.
For some of the twin scenes, and multiple crew members reportedly thought she was Lindsay's actual twin for the movie. This was Lindsay's first big blockbuster, and even though she was a professional, she was still an 11-year-old kid at the end of the day.
I connected with it because it's like me. When they're in the isolation cabin, they realize how everything comes together. And Annie says
Ooh,
that
I
she
like
realized
that
what's
one.
happening. I mean, we look so much alike, and then so everything starts to happen. They cut each other's hair,
hat.
they pierce each other's ears, and then they start
acting
Ooh, a
like
long
the opposite
tail.
person, and then they switch places.
All right, here we go. You grew, Liz.
I thought Camp Walden was really fun because there were a lot of girls there. Because I'm all around adults. It's a little confusing sometimes. I mean, once the whole thing, I have a photo double and chill, and I started saying all the other lines.
Lindsay looked terrified in the ear piercing scene because she had a genuine phobia of needles. In the scene where Annie and Hallie meet for the first time, everything had to be super exact because of the special effects used. And Lindsay would need to film both characters, often acting with a tennis ball with googly eyes on it. The technical aspects of the scene reportedly frustrated Lindsay to tears. This is the reason why she's so hyper emotional in the scene. It wasn't even written that way in the script, but Nancy told her to use her crying, and it produced one of the most emotional portrayals of a young actress in Hollywood history. Since then, Nancy Meyers, the director, has recognized how much work was truly piled onto an 11-year-old Lindsay, saying, "We were asking an 11-year-old to do the work of 2 adult actors. But how is this even possible with child labor laws?" Well, Lindsay would have to enter a contract with the state of California, which I'll get into in a little bit. But she definitely had limited hours like any other child. Whether the set actually followed those hours is up in the air. I'm guessing the laws weren't as regularly checked in on because back then she would only really have 5 hours maximum of work and filming a day. This includes any dialogue coaching or scenes she would have to shoot as both Annie and Hallie. Whether she was being overworked or not, Lindsay remained more professional than anyone else on that set. Dennis Quaid is quoted as saying, "She was 11 going on 30. I forgot I was acting with a child."
I have to do school. School is like every other second I have to go to school.
This is Adria, Lindsay's teacher. And this is a typical event. Lindsay being dragged off to school like this. Bye, Lindsay.
Bye.
As opposed to good acting, dude. Bigger.
He makes everything fun. Even if he's had the worst day of his life, for other actors he'll make it fun.
What's so funny?
He's always happy. I mean, he just did like 5 scenes in a row going into water, and he's still happy.
When Parent Trap finally wrapped filming and premiered to Disney executives, multiple of them reportedly asked Nancy Meyers, which one is Lindsay? Who's the other girl? This was the confirmation to Nancy that Lindsay had the star power to bring this film to the place it needed to be. Now, don't get me wrong. Actors and actresses in The Parent Trap gave some of the best performances of their careers. Lisa Ann Walter and Elaine Hendricks being complete standouts. But Lindsay Lohan is the one who made that movie a true instant classic.
People will ask me all the time, "Oh, you know, what 2 girls are playing?" And they forget that it's one girl doing a fabulous acting job as Miss Lindsay Lohan.
I love to act. I mean, when I grow up, I want to be like Jodie Foster and go to a good college and act in the rest.
When it premiered in 1998 and grossed nearly $100 million, it was clear Lindsay Lohan was a star. And
Yeah. I need to collect all these patterns.
Every rose has its thorns. And as Lindsay
Every rose has its thorns.
She wanted to know
just like
what you get to do with all that money.
every night has it dawn.
I would be shopping right now.
You
Just like every cowboy sings a sad song. Every rose has its thorn.
Listen, great luck with the movie. We'd love to have him on.
First order of business was Lindsay's minor entertainment contract with the state of
Makes
California.
guitar noises with mouth.
Parent Trap, Disney wanted to sign Lindsay to a movie
Oh,
deal.
hey.
However, because she was only 10 years old, anything she signed at the time could realistically be voided by
Let me
law.
get over there.
If she entered this
Let me get
minor's
over there.
entertainment contract,
Let me
Lindsay
over there.
would be able to sign her own
I wanna go-
multi-film
fuck.
contracts
Ah,
like
fuck.
an adult.
Whatever.
She wouldn't need a parent on set. She'd basically be under the state of California and Disney's supervision. It's kind of similar to Emancipation, but her parents still retain parental rights. Anyway, with the Disney contract and California Minors Entertainment contract freshly inked, Lindsay was now the primary breadwinner for her entire family. To say this shook Dina and Michael's morals would be an understatement. The couple would begin constantly arguing over money. And take one look at either of them. Money had turned them both into unrecognizable monsters. Most of the time when a young star blows up like Lindsay, one of their parents need to take charge and manage the child's career, as they're the ones who are looking out for them and have their best interests at heart. But when it came to the Lohans, both of them were so disgustingly self-serving that she might have been better off with Robert Thorne or hell, even Larry Rudolph. Her parents couldn't decide on who was going to manage Lindsay. Her mom was taking charge, but her father didn't want to give up control. However, this too many cooks in the kitchen problem wouldn't plague them for long, as only 1 year after The Parent Trap was released, Lindsay's family would enter a parent trap of their own. Michael's legal troubles emerged in the public eye in 1999, and to say it was a PR nightmare would be a complete understatement. In the 90s, the conversation around child actors widely revolved around how strange their day-to-day lives were. The general public was fascinated with the concept of children who knew nothing other than cameras in their faces. It was super foreign and new back then. So a news article about the biggest new child actor's father being a white-collar criminal did not bode well for Lindsay, her father, or Disney's public image. It was all related to an old business dispute that was resurfacing, one that Michael was going to have to answer for in court. Meanwhile, while Michael is fighting his legal battle, Lindsay's career was still going full speed ahead. By the year 2000, Disney cast Lindsay in the hit Wonderful World of Disney TV movie Life Size with international supermodel Tyra Banks. It was the same casting story as The Parent Trap. Because Tyra was such a massive celebrity, they knew the movie would be a hit regardless. Thus, they needed to cast the absolute best child actor for the role, regardless of namesake. And Lindsay Lohan was perfect for the role of Casey. The movie would premiere to 13.5 million viewers and became the #5 most watched ABC original TV movie of all time. This proved Lindsay could carry a movie regardless of a theatrical release. Thus, to finally finish out her 3-movie contract with Disney, they would utilize her for TV movie Get a Clue, alongside Y2K icon Brenda Song. But while this movie was in development, Lindsay would experience some of the toughest family drama of her entire life. In the year 2000, Lindsay's mother and father would separate, leaving Lindsay and her 3 siblings to be raised solely by her mother, Dina. By 2001, Michael would be jailed on charges stemming from a violation related to that insider trading case. Lindsay was only 15 years old, and the prospect of her father going to prison was terrifying, but unfortunately all too familiar. Only this time, it was in front of the entire world. Her career was only getting started, and Michael was putting her perfect, pristine image in jeopardy before her star even had a chance to take off. This was the start of early 2000s Lindsay beginning to take form. When she was living with only Dina, Lindsay had a lot more freedom. While her mother may have been able to tell her what to do when she was on set, when she wasn't working, no one could tell Lindsay anything.
You're only 17. Are you driving yet?
Yes.
Can you drive?
Yes.
How long have you been driving?
I've been driving like 4 years, kind of illegally.
In 2002, her father was released from jail and arrested for violating his probation. Lindsay's mother would make inconsistent attempts to give Lindsay rules and structure, but to no avail. Lindsay would eventually move out on her own with Raven Simone, and then Lindsay was really a lone wolf.
I just got a place out here with my friend Raven. So I'm back and forth.
Raven Simone? How are you guys going to compromise on decorating the home?
We kind of have the same ideas, and I mean, our rooms are completely different. Like, literally, you walk into mine, and it's all pink.
Okay.
I have like pink satin sheets, and like hers is darker and stuff. But that's what's cool about it. We're not like going at each other with the same things.
Aside from entertaining me in your room and in your house, what gentleman will be at the new pad with you and Raven Simone?
No one.
I'm just talking about, like parties,
No, I don't
get
have a
together.
boyfriend.
She's single, but looking.
But I'm illegal for people that are old.
Well, some men like them young. We ain't gonna mention no names, but, I'm one of them.
Ew.
You used to live with Lindsay Lohan a long, long, long time ago.
Straighten out, Katie. Katie! Listen here, Katie. She lived, we had at least for 14 months, she showed up 3 times. That was it.
Are you guys still friends at all?
We were different people then and we're different people now. I love her work and I wish her the best and I wish her happiness. But, it's not
You're moving out of the house soon, and you're moving in with Raven.
Yeah.
And
I actually saw her when she was on the show. I
Yeah, Rick, Simone. So you guys are really gonna be roommates?
Yeah.
That's a sitcom right there. Two young, pretty Hollywood actresses and you guys moving in together.
We're having so much fun. We're decorating the apartment, and it's a blast. She's such a good person, and we have so much fun together.
So who's the partier? Are you the partier, or is he the partier and you're the homebody, or vice versa?
I think Raven likes to like just sit home and chill sometimes. I always have people over, so I don't know. I think it works itself out. We both like to have fun, so it'll work out. Our parents were scared, but they trust us.
Well, yeah.
The only place Dina kind of succeeded was as her manager. But even then, the corruption and twisted family dynamic ran really deep. Dina was more of a twisted, messed up friend to Lindsay than a mother. By 2002, Michael was finishing out his prison sentence and Lindsay was releasing Get a Clue on the Disney Channel. She would head into production for her platinum focus Freaky Friday, her first Disney movie outside of her movie contract. Lindsay was a 16-year-old bona fide celebrity, and with that came a ton of drama. There would be multiple reported domestic disputes at the Lohan household.
Yes!
Lindsay and her siblings were often subject to watching.
What the fuck is
it's so
that?
sad to know that this bright star who kept us all endlessly
Oh, it's Jack
entertained
Gumbus
had to go home
ears.
after playing our favorite characters and enter one of the most depressing and toxic home environments I've ever witnessed in a deep dive. This was the beginning of Michael Lohan going rogue. He would sell out his daughter and his ex-wife for a few cheap tabloid stories, revealing their true financial situation and his personal problems with Dina. 2003 was the year Lindsay's career was taken to new heights.
I just wrapped on 2 movies. One's Disney, one's Paramount. Tina Fey wrote one called Mean Girls.
Okay.
It's a little older. You know, there's other stuff in it. It's just kind of me maturing in films and everything like that. But they're both coming out around April. Very excited about that.
Because Freaky Friday was so highly anticipated, Lindsay would be overtaken by the press tour. This is the year she would soft launch her relationship with Aaron Carter and hard launch her massive feud with teen pop star Hilary Duff. This largely had to do with the fact that she was passing up Hilary in every way. She was Disney's first massive star since Lizzie McGuire, and Hilary and her mother obviously hated this. I've actually done 2 videos about Lindsay's biggest feuds of her career, and they're both extremely detailed.
I've suggested so, since you're so aggressive and so is Hilary Duff, that y'all might just end up having a mud wrestling battle.
Oh my goodness, why do you say that? No.
Well, y'all are both at a collision course, you know, y'all both stars, and getting all these movies and singing.
Yeah, she's doing her own thing. She's doing the teener, younger thing.
That's true.
I'm going for the family movies.
That's right.
I don't feel like cooking today, so I'm trying 2 meals from Cook Unity to see if they're actually worth the hype. And first up, we're starting with this Mission-style chicken burrito with 42 grams of protein, made by Chef.
So if you want to know about her interpersonal conflicts with Hilary, Paris, and Brittany, and literally anyone she's ever fought with ever, I'll link both of those videos below. 2003 would be the year Lindsay's father would be arrested again, this time for getting in a violent fight with Dina's brother, where Michael allegedly broke his nose. He was charged with assault, harassment, and violating a protection order. This was around the same time news of Lindsay's parents splitting hit newsstands for the first time. Now, Lindsay didn't only have publicly abusive parents, they were now publicly separated. Everyone immediately began casting that girl from a broken home label on Lindsay, and she reportedly began acting out in secret. This was a media nightmare for Lindsay, who had just started the filming of Disney Channel original movie, Confessions of a Teenage Drama Queen. As Lindsay was gearing up for the new DCOM and Mean Girls, it seemed like she was manifesting her future. As 2003 came to a close, Lindsay's life was looking less and less normal. Paparazzi began following her everywhere she went, all because of the tabloid fodder around her parents. She was shooting a massive movie with Tina Fey and Amy Poehler. She was fighting with the Disney star
Australia, and he goes to speak with the diver who brought Tina up to the surface, and also he wanted to talk to the police out there. After looking a little bit more closely into the death, the Townsville police agreed that there was reasonable evidence of foul play.
I'm gonna change my background. I'm not thrilled on it. Like, it's cute, but no. Next. Hi, how are you today? My name is Bailey Sarian, and today is Monday, which means it's Murder, Mystery, and Makeup Monday. I was up late the other night, and I came across this story. I don't know how I came across this story, but I had never heard of it. Now, riddle me this. Why is it when a story like this happens so close to home, why is it like so much more scary? You're like, oh my god, I know that place. I lived there. I drove over there one time. And like, it just hits you differently, right? That's the story for me. And it's so stupid because it has nothing to do with you, but you make it about you. Don't make this about me. I'm saying it's, we all do this. Don't lie. The way I set this up, I think it might be a little confusing, but that's okay. I'm just gonna try my best. You get it. You get it. Okay, so before we jump into today's story, I wanted to say a big thank you to
The other one's
Casetify
leveled up.
for
This
partnering
one's
with me
getting
on
pretty
today's
damn
episode.
close.
I absolutely love Casetify. Casetify, if you don't know, has a huge selection of curated prints to fit anyone's aesthetic. You can personalize a case with your favorite font and design layout to make a totally unique case to you and your own style, Or they have a huge selection of prints and designs to choose from, so you could go that way too. These cases, they also make great gifts for friends and/or family. Casetify's new Crush cases are made of 65% recycled and plant-based materials. Their Recasetify technology upcycles end-of-life phone cases to give new life to post-consumer waste. Casetify Crush cases are 100% non-toxic and non-hazardous, as you'd hope your phone case is. And they feature Defensify, which is an antimicrobial coating, killing 99% of bacteria by preventing the growth of microbes and preventing bacteria from sticking to the surface in the first place. Get your filthy paws off my silky drawers. The new Crush cases are also lined with Casetify's new and improved patent shock-absorbing technology, Chi-Tech 2.0, which offers drop protection of up to 9.8 feet. So your phone, baby girl, is fully protected. Phones are so expensive. Do not be dumb and not protect it. Don't be silly. Cover your Willie. Willie being your phone. I was obsessed with my cow case forever, remember? Moo, I'm a cow. It was time to put her to rest. So now I got this one. And I like it because it's like melting faces, like, whoa. That's how it makes me feel. Casetify also has a Recasetify program that upcycles end-of-life phone cases, bioplastic, and excess plastic to give new life to post-consumer waste. So if you have an old phone case lying around, recycle them with the Recasetify program. Yes, you can protect your phone and the planet with Casetify's Crush cases made of recycled materials and upcycled phone cases. Not only are you recycling your phone case, but you'll also get a special discount for your next purchase. Go to casetify.com/BaileySarian to save 15% off Casetify's new Recasetify collection today. A big thank you to Casetify for partnering with me on today's episode, and a big thank you to you because without you, I wouldn't be here. If you're ever curious to know what I'm using on my face, I will leave it down in the description box down below. I don't know what I'm going to do, so I'm kind of stalling. We're going to start with Brittany Kilgore. Yeah, quite the name, huh? She was 22 years old, and she was living in Fallbrook, California. It's like San Diego area. She was married at the time to her husband, who was a U.S. Marine, and his name was Corey Kilgore. Now, this story takes place in April of 2012. There's not much said about anybody's upbringing, so I don't really have much, I don't really know. I don't have anything to say, because I love a good background story. But what we do know is that Brittany and her husband were living in Fallbrook because it was close to Camp Pendleton, where her husband needed to be because he was in the Marines. So I'm not sure how long they were there for, but at one point he did get deployed to Afghanistan, which, like many wives in the situation, it turned out to be super lonely for Brittany. When the two of them got married, I guess she was like 19, 20 years old. So, she was super young. And as time went on, it seems like maybe she just realized that the Marine wife life wasn't for her. And that's fair. So in April of 2012, after 2 years of marriage, Brittany decided to file for divorce. Now, I guess he was deployed at this time, so she was feeling super lonely. And she also wanted to move back home and just be closer to family. I believe her home, where her friends and family lived, was in Missouri, but I also saw different sources say Pennsylvania. So, two very different places, same. So she was going to pack up her stuff and move back home. I thought this foundation match is too dark. Just saying that, you know. That's just a little bit about Brittany Kilgore. And now we're going to talk about 3 other people, and we're going to circle back to Brittany, okay? 3 other people. Luis Perez, who was 45 years old. Dorothy Maraglino, 40. And Jessica Lopez, 25. We're going to be talking about these shitheads for a minute. Sorry, but I'm not sorry. Because listen, first of all, this guy Luis Perez was a staff
that's enough bullshit.
in the Marine Corps. Terrifying.
Beautiful. DECA fucking rated.
You nasty. So these 3 people were active participants in the BDSM lifestyle. I know that you are mature enough to know that this is not a representation of anyone who participates in BDSM, right? Well, maybe you're thinking, but wait, Bailey, I've never heard of BDSM before. What is it? It's an acronym for bondage, discipline, and sadomasochism. It's a lifestyle. But most of all, it's a lifestyle where consenting participants have certain roles like master, slave, mistress, and sometimes they can give and receive pain during corporate play sessions. I mean, you get it. Whips and chains. Maybe not.
Whips and chains.
People were
Handcuffs.
living this lifestyle together, and they had their roles as
Smacking her
master,
booty up with
slave.
my
Now,
belt.
Lewis,
Everybody know the song?
the situation, and Dorothy was his mistress.
I wanna lick you from your head to your toes, and I wanna move from the bed down to the floor, and I wanna. You make it so good, I don't wanna leave, but I gotta.
He lived on base. So Dorothy
What's your fate
was
to
someone
say?
who
Come
would
on!
switch often. She would be submissive with Lewis and then dominant with Jessica. Now, they kept it kosher, and in the house they had a house manual that they followed with like all the rules, okay, of like what they could and could not do, and also a perfect slave checklist and slave contract. Pretty much just showing and agreeing that the parties were consenting, again, what they agree to, what they don't agree to, with just all the rules and stuff for that. Dorothy, she would make Jessica wear a dog collar, like all the time. Yeah. I'm not judging, but I mean...
Okay, first of all, this is not a dog collar.
She
It's
made her
different.
a
Just
dog
let's be
collar,
clear. Know your
because,
shit.
She was her property, and she controlled everything Jessica did within the home. Whereas Lewis was the master, and he had control over Dorothy's household, which meant he also had control over Jessica. Are you following? Are you listening? Good, I'm glad you are. So Lewis technically controlled all of them in the house. Now, Lewis over here, he loved inflicting pain on others. And in past relationships, it was said that he would choke his partners every time he had
Rescue
sex, and he had
some
fantasies
motherfucker.
about having his partner like abduct a stranger and then forcing them to have sex, aka the R word that YouTube doesn't like. But I guess this winner over here, Lewis, he loved taking things too far with his partners, and if they wanted out, Lewis wouldn't listen. In other words, he's just a creepy asshole. If you're going to do this shit, the number one rule you gotta follow is that your
Consent.
partner is consenting. And Lewis is a piece of shit, you know? Sorry. It's not that hard to be an okay,
Not sorry.
basic person. So when people do stuff like this, it's just like, why? Why can't you just jerk off?
Because
Or
they're
get like a
dickheads.
sex doll that you can do things to, and like, you're not hurting anybody. Just throwing out ideas, you know? I don't know why he didn't ask me. He should have asked me. I would have been there to help. Like, hey, sex doll, they've come a long way. The boobs, they move. It's wild. Anywho, all 3 of these people in the household had BDSM, abduction, torture, and murder fantasies, and milking fantasies. I'm throwing that in there because it brought me back to one of my early murder mystery and makeup episodes, the Robert Whoa episode, which was like just a weird story. This is a side note, I'm sorry. And I'll link it down below if you haven't seen it. But that's where they had like a milking device, and I was like, what's a milking device? Like, what? And then I looked it up. Girl, you guys are wild. I learned that day. Yes, I did. I don't think that's for me, but I respect it. So, yeah, they have these fantasies. Great. So I guess Lewis and Dorothy did have, like, they were a couple, but they had an open relationship. But it was said that Miss Dorothy, as much as she played along with this open relationship idea, she was very insecure, and she believed that Lewis was going to leave her for another woman, so she was paranoid, she was insecure, she was jealous, she was everything. So you got the three people there, right? Great. Now we're gonna circle back to Brittany Kilgore. So Brittany had a close friend who also lived in the same apartment complex as her, and her name is Elizabeth Hernandez. Now, Elizabeth became good friends with Dorothy in 2011. So Elizabeth would get invited over to Dorothy's house pretty often. I'm not really sure how they met, but they did. Elizabeth would go over to Dorothy's house, and because Brittany was her friend, Brittany would tag along. It was said that neither Brittany nor Elizabeth were involved in like the BDSM lifestyle, but they were aware as to like what was going on in Dorothy's household, and like they were okay with the situation because it wasn't like affecting them in the moment. I guess in the beginning, Dorothy, she liked Brittany. She didn't dislike her. I don't know if they had like the best relationship, but they definitely were cordial. But over time, Dorothy got the feeling that Brittany was being flirty with her main daddy, Lewis. And because of this, tensions were brewing. Dorothy was becoming quite jealous of Brittany and started calling her names behind her back, of course, because she wouldn't do it to her face. So she started referring to Brittany as the disease or the herpes when she wasn't around. And
Damn
she
it.
was like talking about her. Just real mature stuff. You think when you get out of high school, all of the gossip and bullshit name calling ends, and it doesn't. And then you realize that, and you're like, wow. People just like are so stupid. So Dorothy was becoming extra friendly with Elizabeth, remember, Brittany's friend, and it was said that Dorothy was trying to recruit her into their BDSM lifestyle because Elizabeth seemed impressionable and easy to control. I think Dorothy liked to have Elizabeth over because like she really loved to just sit around and gossip with her and talk about how much she disliked Brittany. Dorothy would tell Elizabeth like, hey, I can get rid of her if you want. Like she's so annoying, right? Isn't she annoying? Elizabeth, though, from my understanding, she would not like lean into this. She would like just hear Dorothy gossiping and then be like, okay, I'm just not gonna bring Brittany around anymore. Like Dorothy obviously doesn't like her and whatever, I'm just gonna mind my own fucking business. Elizabeth does tell Dorothy, well, you don't have to hate her anymore. Like, you can let go of these feelings because she's actually getting a divorce and she's moving. She's gonna be gone. And I guess this means
Fuck yes. Whoa, what the hell is that?
At this point, you're probably not avoiding therapy.
It's some sweet little owl or something. What the fuck are you, buddy?
So good that you stop noticing.
Get out of here. We're watching murder.
So a different day, Elizabeth goes over to the gang's house, right? The three of them. Elizabeth starts telling Dorothy about this dinner cruise called the Hornblower Dinner Cruise in San Diego that she recently had gone on. She was like, yeah, it was a real hoot. She's telling Dorothy all about this dinner cruise. And then she's like, oh, I was thinking about taking Brittany on this dinner cruise because she seemed super interested in it. And I just wanted to do something nice before she moves. And nothing seems like out of the ordinary about this conversation. But the seed was planted. So on April 13th, 2012, Brittany is at her apartment and she's packing. So she's at home. She has a friend there who's helping her pack. And then at 4:30 p.m., there's a knock at the door. Knock, knock.
It kind of looks like a griffin.
And it's Lewis. She's really taken aback because, like, how did Lewis know where she lived? She never told them her address. She's never talked about where she lived. It was just kind of like, what are you doing here? She asked Lewis, like, how did you get my address? And his response was like, oh, I know some people, I asked around. She's like, okay. Well, Lewis tells Brittany that he is there because he wants her to come with him on the Hornblower Dinner Cruise that very night. He was telling Brittany that he had 2 tickets that very night, but he didn't have anybody to go with. Brittany tells Lewis, like, no, I need to pack because I'm moving. And second of all, it's like she didn't really hang out with Lewis one-on-one. It was just weird. Lewis gives Brittany his phone number. And he's like, look, if you change your
Where's
mind,
that
just
crap?
hit me up, let me know. I'm cool like that.
Because
I'm
that's
flexible. So
I think
as
that's
Lewis
Scraps.
is leaving the house,
Antenna.
Brittany's house, he sends Dorothy a text message saying something along the lines of like, "This guy
This?
wasn't successful." So
This,
not long after
this.
he left, Brittany texted
Yes.
Lewis asking if he knew anyone that could help her move her heavy furniture. Lewis texted back, quote, "Party with me tonight, and you'll have 5 guys there in the morning."
Oh, it wasn't the
Now,
right
he
theme.
wasn't
Damn
at
it.
a hamburger place. He was like, "I could get you help. Just you have to come out with me tonight." So Brittany
Okay, let's try that
responded
again.
saying that she definitely needed help moving. She had a lot of heavy furniture, but she didn't want to party because she got the feeling that Dorothy, Lewis's like main chick, didn't like her, and she didn't want to like ruffle any feathers. So Lewis responds to Brittany saying, "Oh, Dorothy's fine with it. You know, she doesn't hate you. She likes you." Now Lewis tells Brittany
Has
to go ahead
hair?
and call Dorothy yourself, and gives her Dorothy's number. He's like, "Call her up, text her, like ask her yourself. She's totally cool." So based off of phone records, I guess Brittany does end up calling Dorothy around 6:00 p.m. And we're not really sure what was said in the conversation, but there was a friend helping Brittany pack, and she overheard the
2
conversation.
legs.
And she
White.
said that
Oh,
the phone
yes.
call seemed to like go well because there was laughing, Brittany was giggling, and just being friendly. Brittany tells the
Card
friend
game
when the phone
night.
call's over that Dorothy would go on the
Two-leggers.
cruise with Lewis because she was pregnant, which she was, and she knew she would get seasick and just like ruin the whole night. Like,
Ah,
so she's
fuck,
like,
that
"Hey,
bird doesn't have any legs. He's just a puddle.
you should go." After hanging
I
up
forgot
the
about
phone,
that.
Brittany
Whoops.
tells her friend that she was not interested in Lewis, but she felt like this was her last chance to like experience that dinner cruise before she moved, and she really wanted to go on it. It seemed like a lot of fun. So at 6:10 p.m., Brittany texts Lewis that she will go with him to the dinner cruise. Lewis is like, "Yay!"
Knitting, there it is.
7:30 p.m. and he was
Small
gonna pick her
tail.
up. He assured her that like in the
Pink
morning,
color.
his friends would come over and help her move. A side
Knitting.
note, the Hornblower
Little
cruise
tail.
left the dock at 7 p.m., so I think it's safe
You
to
have
say
a
that
little
Lewis
tail.
wasn't planning on taking her on this cruise, okay? Because he's picking her up at 7:30.
You probably and you
Before
probably.
leaving, Brittany left her friend phone numbers for Lewis and Dorothy.
Yeah.
Because she just wanted to make sure that she was safe. She's feeling a little unsure about this whole situation, and she's like,
Okay.
"Here's their numbers, just in case." Well, there is surveillance footage that showed Lewis driving up
Blue.
to her apartment complex
Video games.
at 7:36 p.m.
2 legs.
And then the 2 of them drive out of the complex at 7:40. So we know that they left together because it's on video. So at 7:50 p.m., it's like 10 minutes after Brittany left the apartment complex, Brittany's friend, the one who was there trying to help her pack,
I'm gonna go
who was
change the
Shannon,
colors of my
she receives
dudes.
a text message from Brittany, and all it says is help. That's all it says. And this is like 10 minutes after they left. So around 8 p.m.,
yeah.
10 minutes later, her friend is trying to call her. She calls numerous times, and she's getting no answer. At 8:05, she, the friend, receives a text message from Brittany that says, "Yes, I love this party." Brittany's friend instantly knew, or she just got like that really weird feeling that it wasn't Brittany who was texting her. Shortly after, she also received text messages from Brittany that again just did not sound like her. So the friend kept calling Brittany, like, fucking answer, you know? She's like, she texts Brittany like, "I'm calling because I need to hear your voice. I need to hear you. I'm not gonna do this texting bullshit." So the friend received another text from Brittany that said, "Okay, music is too loud." Later on, I guess during the trial, Lewis had admitted that he was using Brittany's phone to call her friend while playing loud music from his car to make it seem like she was at a loud party and couldn't talk. Meanwhile, Brittany's friend Elizabeth, the one who introduced her to the group of friends, she got word that like something was up with Brittany. Elizabeth calls up Dorothy. "Hello, what's going on? What's going on? I'm hearing like Brittany texted help. You know, I know she's with you guys. What's going on?" And Dorothy said that she had not spoken to Brittany and had no idea like what she was talking about. Brittany's friend calls up Lewis's phone and asks him like, "What the hell is going on? Can't get over Brittany. We're worried." Lewis tells this friend on the phone that he took Brittany downtown to like some club. She started talking to some guy and he left her there, and that was the last time he saw her. At this point, cell phone records showed that Lewis was at Dorothy's house this whole time, pretty much. Like, he left Brittany's house and then went to Dorothy's house. So Dorothy's telling Lewis, like, hey, I worked for a cell phone company. Cell phones are traceable. They can detect where you're at because of the cell towers. She's telling this to Lewis. So Lewis, he's just like stupid ass. I'm sorry, but like he is. Like, he's so fucking stupid. He's like, what? Oh my god, like phones are traceable? So Lewis is like, okay, in order for my story to make sense, I need to take Brittany's cell phone to downtown San Diego and like dump it so it lines up with his story. But his dumbass didn't realize that like the phone showed that he went to Dorothy's house, then drove downtown San Diego, dropped the phone, and then they could track, they being like police, they could track Lewis's phone and see that he drove back to Dorothy's house. Cell phone data showed Lewis and slave girl Jessica's phone at one point moving east towards Temecula in the early hours of April 14th. Now their phones were traced to Lake Skinner.
Oh fuck.
And they were there for
I better go get some more
quite
critters.
time. And then the phones moved back to Dorothy's house. Just a bunch of dumbasses, because Dorothy literally told them that cell phones are traceable, and they take their phones on with them on this mission. Just like great listening skills, Daddy. Well, on April 14th, Elizabeth,
Where's the
Brittany's
rope
friend, remember,
bridge?
she calls up Dorothy. She's like, look, I know you had spoken to Brittany. What's going on? And I guess Dorothy gets all flustered and starts stuttering.
Bridge.
She's like, well, you know, she wanted, and she like gives the phone to Lewis, who then tells Elizabeth, I guess, like 3 different versions as to what happened that previous night. Nothing was making sense, nothing was lining up, and nobody had like a clear answer as to where was Brittany. It shouldn't be that difficult, right? Exactly. So after all of this commotion, the police were contacted. Police ended up reaching out to Lewis, who seemed panicky, but he agreed to come talk to police in person. So, my nose is running, and I just smeared all of that on my face. Okay. Great. So Lewis comes down to the police department, and it's noted that, like, his story seems to flip-flop. He doesn't have a clear answer as to, like, where Brittany is. Okay? I won't waste my time on what Lewis's excuses were, but what police did notice right away was that his car was caked with like fresh mud. He's like, do you live on a muddy road or something? No. Nay. Lewis says, nay. So police are like, okay, noted, like fresh mud on his car, missing girl. Interesting. So Lewis had agreed for police to search his car, and then Lewis was placed under arrest when they found an unlawful weapon inside his vehicle. I'm not 100% sure what it was, but I'm assuming, this is an assumption, I'm assuming it was the taser, which I'll talk about, but I'm not 100% sure. But he was placed under arrest. So then police go down to Miss Dorothy's home, and they perform a search there. So police had noticed, well, first of all, nobody was home. Interesting, right? And police had noticed that some items in the home seemed to be missing. Like, they just could tell things, there were gaps in certain areas. Interesting, right? They also noticed that the house looked and smelled like it had been freshly cleaned. As police kind of were going through the house and whatnot, time's going by. Interesting that they did not come home that evening. So police were like, well, we gotta locate these bitches. So they tried to locate Dorothy's vehicle by looking up her license plate and whatnot. And they're able to locate Dorothy's vehicle on April 17th at a hotel parking lot near the San Diego airport. Seems like she's making a run for it. Skinnamarink-dee-dee-dee. Skinnamarink-dee-doo. I found you. So police go down to the hotel where Dorothy's vehicle was at, right? They go to the hotel, they go to the front desk. They're able to find the room in which these idiots registered for the night because it's under their name. Great, easy peasy, love that. Police, knock, on the hotel door. Now, weird thing happens, let me tell you. Jessica, remember Jessica? She answers the door. Now it has a chain lock on the door, so it's like they can't open it all the way, right? So she's kind of peeking out. She's like, hello, can I help you? Police notice that Jessica seems to be breathing like very slowly. And she's like trying to tell police that everything's fine, but they kind of look and trying to see behind her and whatnot, and that's when they notice blood on the floor behind her. So police, you know, like kick down the door, whatever they do, and they go into the hotel room, and that's when they find, like, this is bizarre. This is where it gets really kind of weird. They find Jessica in the room, right? She's half naked, and she's bleeding at her from her neck. She has a cut across her neck. It was a suicide attempt. In the room, police also find a handwritten confession letter by Jessica with a sign that says, quote, pigs read this, end quote. So I'm sure that was really awkward, right? She's like, oh my god, I wasn't calling you guys pigs. I thought I wasn't gonna be here when you guys read that. It's just for looks. So in the letter, Jessica took complete responsibility for Brittany's death, saying that she alone had grabbed Brittany, slammed her body into the stairs, restrained her wrist, ankles, and mouth, got a tasered her, wrapped rope around her neck, attempted to cut her body up with power tools, doused her body with bleach, and then dumped her body near Lake Skinner. This is what the letter says. Also in the letter, Jessica expressed her love for Dorothy and loved being her slave and pet. Just like wannabe helter-skelter vibes, right? It wasn't said in any of the stuff I read, but I think it's safe to say, in my personal opinion, I think they were making Jessica take the full blame.
Oh, I
like
see.
the quote-unquote slave, I bet, you know? I'm sure you probably agree. You know, they read this letter, and they believed that the killing part was most likely true, if what was described was true, but they also, they didn't believe that Jessica did this by herself, because it also said in the letter that Brittany had showed up at Dorothy's house the night before. She just showed up uninvited. She demanded Lewis have sex with her, and that's when the fight started. But based off cell phone records and surveillance, we know that's not true. Police were able to get the hotel surveillance footage. It showed that Dorothy and Jessica went down to the hotel lobby and asked, this is so stupid, asked the front desk lady if they could make copies of this confession letter. And it showed them making 3 copies. Unsure why 3 copies and where they were all gonna go. Yeah, so police knew like Dorothy was involved, okay? On the morning of April 17th, Dorothy had left the state. She like flew to Virginia to go visit her family. So she bounced. She was like, thanks Jessica, bye. Well, after all of that, Jessica, she had attempted suicide by slitting her throat. Which to me, this is, again, a personal opinion. I feel like maybe Dorothy did before she left. That's like a very painful way to commit suicide. Like in a slow process. Anyways, it doesn't matter. So police take Jessica, she's still alive, to the hospital, and she's arrested. Was it worth it, Jessica? A search team goes out to Lake Skinner, and it doesn't take long for them to discover Brittany's body. The medical examiner determined the cause of death to be strangulation. Her neck had been fractured, indicating someone had applied more than 30 pounds of pressure on her neck. There were bruises on her legs, a bruise on the outside of her left wrist, which was consistent with like handcuffs. There were 2 cuts which were forming like a T on her left wrist, and 5 small pinprick marks on the left side of her face, which was consistent with the use of stun gun thing. Now they also saw that there was a deep cut to her left knee, which was consistent with the use of a power saw that
there
is
we go.
believed to have been used after death. Also, it seemed that she had been doused with bleach. Fucking
Let's pack an order for Madison in Michigan, who just spilled a protein coffee lineup
Jesus.
that gets it. She grabbed French vanilla, low-key elite,
I don't give a
original,
fuck what
never
Madison
down,
ordered.
and mocha.
Let her have her
Now,
goddamn
Madison is
coffee. Hang on, I gotta
Police
wee.
searched Lewis's car again, and police find disposable gloves, pieces of plastic, a stun gun in working condition, and there was blood found on the plastic gloves. I don't know why they didn't find this stuff the first time they searched the car. I found that to be weird, but also maybe I just misunderstood that part. Maybe they ran like the DNA tests and stuff and realized that it was Brittany's blood. I'm not sure, but they found this stuff linking him to the crime, and Brittany's DNA was all over the items and in the car. Well, on April 19th, Dorothy's house was searched again, and they found items that were believed to be used in the murder. That's also when police found like the BDSM contracts as well as a full-on BDSM room, which it's okay. It was a BDSM room, which Dorothy was also converting into her nursery because she was pregnant. So it was like a BDSM room / nursery. Can you imagine? I don't know. I just feel like maybe those two shouldn't mesh together. But I'm not a parent, so Dorothy, I mean, she was very much pregnant. She was about to pop with Lewis's baby. Anyways, Dorothy, luckily, was arrested in May of 2012, but police could not find any evidence or blood at Dorothy's house, which, like, would link her to the crime. They didn't have any evidence that she was part of it, you know? So they were a little worried that they just weren't going to be able to link her to the crime. Police searched her truck, and they found a rope and a knife, but they couldn't like connect those items to the crime. There's no DNA on it or anything. They also found in Dorothy's truck a receipt for cleaning products, water, paper towels, and rubber gloves that were purchased on April 14th. So they thought like that's their smoking gun. So a special agent with the Naval Criminal Investigative Service searched Lewis's home, which was on base, and they found BDSM writings, which included like some writings by Dorothy, which expressed her throat-slitting fantasy stories, along with Lewis's abduct and murder fantasy stories. Again, like it wasn't proof that they did anything, but it, you know, it just made sense, the situation. Dorothy's cell phone was found a year and a half later, which was wiped clean, disassembled, and in the closet of her brother's house in Missouri. Super random. The clothes worn by Lewis, Dorothy, and Brittany on April 13th were never recovered or found. I'm sorry, Lewis, what's the other girl's name? I forget. You know.
Susan.
None of their
Becky.
clothes were found.
Marianne.
So all of them are arrested at this point, right? Raped, as they should be. During trial, Lewis admitted that he had misled Brittany into believing they were going on a cruise long after they had already missed the boat in order to get her into his car. On October 21st, 2015, the jury convicted
Thanks
Lewis
for the
and
coffee,
Dorothy
but
of
nobody
first-degree
asked you to wear
murder,
pants.
Conspiracy to commit kidnapping, torture, and attempted sexual battery
Read the
by
room.
restraint. The jury acquitted Jessica of the conspiracy charge, but convicted her of all of the remaining charges. On November 19th, 2015, Lewis and Dorothy received life with the possibility of parole. Okay, if that's what you want to do, jury. And on January 8th, 2016, Jessica received life, also with the possibility of parole. They have all since tried to appeal their convictions. Brittany's husband later came out and like made his own statement saying that what had happened is awful, but also to not believe the news and whatnot, and that Brittany was just like a really nice person. Because the news, you know, when the news gets word about murder, which involves potential
murder,
they lose their shit. And they take it to a whole new level. They're like, wild, sex crazed people, they're getting murdered, you know, and that's what they were doing. And they were making it seem like Brittany was involved in this BDSM lifestyle, and she was not. It was just shitty people, not even shitty people, just fucking terrible people, taking this girl's life because ugly fucking Dorothy was envious and jealous of this girl. Unfortunately, that's the end of the story. It's just awful. Luckily, I mean, they're locked up. I think they should just be put down Anyways, that's the story of Brittany Kilgore and how these awful people murdered her for no damn reason. Disgusting. Disgusting. That guy was a freaking, what was he? Like a high up sergeant. Is that not fucking creepy? There's always some fucking fucked up ones in there, aren't there? It's scary. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. Let me know who you want me to talk about next week. But other than that,
I started these challenges as an emotional eater who was on a weight loss journey, and it has helped me so much to be active in my life and to make sure that I'm moving and getting exercise on a daily basis, and I get cool medals in the end.
can't a girl have a mental breakdown in peace? Hi, how are you? Did you miss me? I definitely missed you. It's been a while. I am so sorry I disappeared on you. How many times have I said that? I know, huh? Yeah. 2022 kind of like kaboom. Like, wow, it really, my life turned upside down and I just needed a break because I just needed a break because, and I think that's a good enough answer. And, yeah, I'm excited to be back. I'm excited to be here, and I'm excited for this new chapter.
I'm so excited too. I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
I feel good. I'm happy.
All right.
Thank you for
Now,
being
how far did we
patient
get?
and being understanding and being
Holy
supportive.
balls.
I appreciate you guys for like reaching out and asking if I'm okay.
Fuck!
I'm definitely okay.
Followed your
Just a bump in the road. It happens in life, and you know, it is what it is. But I'm here now, and I'm excited. Also, I was thinking about this really quick.
Thanks. Thanks for the follow.
Moving forward, because I feel like this is gotta be an era. I just gotta move forward. I don't know. The things
Thanks. Appreciate your support.
my space, and I'm taking my murder mystery and makeup back. I feel like this last year I really let everybody's opinions and thoughts and comments and everything get into my head, and I kind of forgot, like, why did I do this in the first place? Because I was just trying to make everybody happy. Do the right things, do the right things, all that stuff. And I was like, wait a minute.
Push.
No, I don't want to do that anymore.
Whack.
I want to stay true to myself, right? As one should.
Whack.
And that's what I'm going to do. I mean, just like many of you out there,
I think I maybe need these over here or some shit.
In true crime.
Wait.
And I just want
Wait.
That's all that this is, really. Netflix has just been making it rain so much true crime, right? Like, it's getting out of control. It's just everywhere you look. It's like, whoa, something new. I've come across so many stories that I want to talk about. I'm very excited. And yeah, I'm just happy
I feel
to be
like
back.
this
I think that's mainly it. I'm
is
a little nasally
right.
because I had a cold, not COVID, a cold. Before we jump into today's story, we do have a
No,
sponsor.
stupid
I wanna
head.
give a big thank you to Best Fiends. Hi, Best Fiends. Thank you for partnering with me on today's video. They too have been quite patient with me. They're like, hey, are you ever gonna upload? And I was like, yeah. Eventually. Anyways, if you haven't heard of Best Fiends, first off, where have you been? Best Fiends, if you don't know, is an adventure game where you solve thousands of fun puzzles and collect cute characters along the way called Fiends. I freaking love Best Fiends. It's so fun. And I think it's safe to say that I just can't stop. It's just so fun. The thousands of fun puzzles and games keep you constantly entertained, and you honestly can just get lost in playing the game for hours and hours and hours. And it's just, I love it. I cannot stop. They also have these super cute characters, and the more levels that you win, the more themes you get to collect. I usually
fucking push this back every time, huh?
So like when I'm watching Golden Girls, and Seinfeld. That's all I've been watching since I've been on my break, really. So I've been playing Best Fiends, laying in bed. Oh yeah, you know, just going off. I mean, you really can play Best Fiends whenever. I've been playing for quite some time now, and it never gets old because the puzzles are constantly new and challenging. Let me tell you what level I'm on. It's ridiculous. Don't judge me. I'm on level 1,486. I've obviously put some time into this game. I think that's safe to say. I'm telling you, babe, it's real fun. I'm gonna play it right now if I don't. Hold on. Download the game for free using my link below to get $5 worth of gold and energy for free if you beat level 5. I'm on 1,400 and what? I think you could beat level 5. And remember, It's just like Friends, but without the R. Best Fiends. A big thank you to Best Fiends for partnering with me on today's episode. Let's get to today's story. I'm like extra hyper just because, I don't know, I'm just excited to be here. If you're ever curious to know what I'm using, I will list it down in the description box down below. Okay, but other than that, let's get into today's story. So, today's story takes place in a little town in Missouri called Independence. Yes, it's called Independence, which I guess is like an adorable little neighborhood just east of Kansas City. And back in the 1940s, Independence had around 16,000 people living there. And then in the 50s and 60s, they saw like a big
holy fucking shit.
It was like growing a lot, and it went from 62,000 people to then like 110,000 people by the 1970s. Our story takes place in 1960 in this growing town of Independence. So in this town, there lived a girl named Sharon. And growing up, friends would say, even at a young age, I guess, Sharon was always thinking about the day when she could get the hell out of this small town of Independence and move to like a big city, you know, like Los Angeles or New York. And by the time Sharon was 16, she was just obsessed with reading magazines and following celebrity gossip. It was just also glamorous to her. She just wanted a life outside of this small town, as many do. The summer when Sharon was 16 years old, she met a guy named James at a church event. Now, James was 22 at the time, so, you know, it's a little questionable, but okay. And he was home for the summer. I guess he ended up, you know, going to the church event, and that's where he met Sharon. James was actually attending college at, how do you say this? Birmingham? I don't even freaking, hold on.
Oh my God.
James was a college student at Brigham Young University, and he was also studying, or he was an engineering student. So he's like, you know, smart. Engineering student, wow. He also grew up in Independence, but he was able to break out of a small town and move to Provo.
Hi, Mocos.
Sharon found, you know, she found this to be very exciting.
Hi, welcome in.
Someone who actually broke out of a small town and like moved on to do bigger things. She was like, oh my God, do me now. She was infatuated with him.
Hi, friends, welcome in. If you're new, I'm Jaft and play video games and do whatever. Today I was winding balls of yarn to start a new blanket on my loom in ombre green. So I wound 4 ginormous balls of yarn that are worth 3 balls of yarn each. I've already used 1.5, so we're just like this much. To start another, that's going to be a queen size blanket, okay? And then I switched to video games because my hands started to cramp. So now I'm playing video games. Must you clip my shame? Like, must you clip my shame? The audacity. My goodness. All right, anyway, we're watching Murder Mystery Makeup while I play this. Actually, I've fucked myself into a corner here. I can't reset the goddamn puzzle. I can't move it up, down, back, or forth. Because I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I don't know. I'm just gonna walk away for a second.
It's just cute.
And then whack it. I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna whack it.
Smooching and stuff. But as soon as summer ended,
then I'm gonna I don't know.
Now he promised Sharon that he would.
See, I can't stuck. It's fucking stuck, buddy.
Sharon would always get excited to see a letter from James.
So it has to be this.
Not long after going back to school, James gets a letter in the mail from Sharon.
Farf.
In this letter, she's telling him that
fuzzy
she's pregnant.
Dice.
James
Holy.
was a practicing Mormon, and baby girl,
Boop.
This is the late 1950s. Getting pregnant out of wedlock as a Mormon.
I'm none of those things. I was married when I pooped my human. Personally, I'm a bastard, though.
So the couple needed to figure out something
Just in case you were
fast,
curious.
And their best bet was to get married. Well, James does the quote unquote right thing and goes back to Independence and marries Sharon. It happens like very quickly. And after they get married, or I think that's right before, I'm not sure if it was
Okay,
right
so
before or
now
right
I can
after
whip
Sharon
my
converts to
my
Mormonism.
boomerang super far.
After the wedding, they both
Sick.
moved back to Provo, Utah, so James could finish school.
That's
So
super
Sharon's
beans.
excited 'cause she
Hey,
gets
now
out of
I
independence
ran away,
and
and now I'm gonna go
everything
back
she
in
wants.
here
Well, not long after
and
moving
not
to
be
Provo,
able to move this brick
Sharon
again.
ends up having a miscarriage and loses
Super
the
mad
baby. There
that
are
I'm gonna
many
throw
who
my
have
controller.
speculated if she was really
Swear,
pregnant or not,
actual
but
swear words. No, I'm just
no,
kidding.
the two would end up having a baby together. In
With the
1957.
dog
They
body!
would have a daughter.
Frig!
Married life,
You
school,
can't go this way, because
being a
that's not the
parent,
answer.
It was all becoming too much for James, and he decides it would be best if he just drops out of school.
See?
He
Okay,
can't,
watch.
The stress was just really getting to him. Because James dropped out of school, they really had no reason to be
That doesn't work.
in Provo,
You see that?
Utah
That doesn't
anymore,
work,
so
because
the
I need to
family
go on this one.
moved
So I
back
gotta
to
grab this one.
Independence.
But I can't grab
So
this one,
Sharon is like
because I got it stuck!
dream of
It's
leaving.
stuck in! I got it stuck, and now it's stuck, so I can't move it, so I'm just screwed.
James's parents were very
So you know what the answer is?
super warm, and they really didn't like Sharon.
To,
She wasn't a true
run
woman of
away.
their
Run
faith,
away!
and, you know, they wanted the best for their son. So
Oh my god, you know what accidentally happened? Somebody accidentally
but as time went on, their
pushed-
marriage was just not going
pushed the
very
restart the
well. Sharon and
fucking
James
level.
started
Oh!
having serious discussions about divorce.
I'm
And I guess at some point,
Oh, yes,
James
I'm
had
sure.
cheated Sharon. And Sharon had found out, and obviously
Sharon probably killed him because she had to restart the level too.
fair, right? And because of this, they would argue a lot. But to be fair, now I don't know if James
Oh,
did
wait.
this, but Sharon was also doing a little something on the side. Okay, she was
You know
talking
she's
to an old
sketchy. Her
friend,
name's Sharon.
hanging out with an old
Sharon.
boyfriend that she had before she
Nobody
met
named
James, and
Sharon
she was
isn't
making James feel
sketchy.
really
Come
bad.
on
You know
now.
what I'm saying? You know when a cheater is being a cheater and they make you feel
What?
bad for being unfair or cheating?
Okay.
Meanwhile, they're actually cheating. That's Sharon.
See this?
This goes this way.
Marriage belly. The real
Boop.
way to lose marriage belly after 50 is
Marriage belly.
walking.
Who give
Now
a
I'm 62, and doctors ask me.
That's her. I think one thing that irritated Sharon the most was the fact that she really thought like she got out of independence, that she had her meal ticket out of there, and then it backfired, and she ended up right back there, stuck in this home next to her parent-in-law's house, who didn't even like her. I mean, it's not an ideal situation to be in. Money within the relationship was tight.
I think I have the
and
puzzle this
is
time.
like the life
This
Sharon
fucking
imagined
game
for
and its
herself.
puzzles, man.
She wanted somebody who was financially stable, and again, she wanted to move
Bam.
out of town. Sharon told James she would be happy to get a divorce only if she got custody of their 2 children,
Okay.
got the house, and also got $1,000 cash. The cash was to help financially until she could like find a job of her own.
Okay.
So James is kind of
Okay.
I guess he's, you know,
Okay.
unsure of what the right thing to do is, so he goes to his parents and he tells them what's going on, and he's looking for some kind of advice, right? Should I get
Okay, that was
divorced? Should I
this.
blah, blah, blah. Well,
No, stop it!
told James
Stop
divorce
it!
wouldn't be an option,
Let go of the
and that the two
brick, you
needed to work it
fist.
out. They needed to fix the marriage, because most of all, like, divorce is really not okay within their belief system. So they are highly suggesting that they work it out. James listens to his parents, and he goes back to Sharon and tells her that he doesn't want a divorce. He wants to work on it.
Damn it, Sharon.
So they did. But as time went on, the marriage was not getting better. Well, now it's March of 1960. James and Sharon's daughter was almost 3 years old, and their son was about 10 months old. Great. So on March 1960,
Okay.
Sharon went to her bathroom to get ready for, I guess, like a church dinner that they were heading to. And James was feeling a little tired. He wanted to take like a quick little power nap before they went to his dinner. So he lays down on the bed, and the bathroom was like right there, right? Because it's the master bathroom. Great. So he
Oh, I'm not
decides to lay
cooking
down.
right now, but I do cook in general.
Sharon said that she was in the bathroom getting ready when she hears her daughter, who's 3 years old, Walking into the bedroom, she goes up to her dad and says, "Daddy, how does this thing work?" And then Sharon says she hears a boom, or a bang, I should say. Bang. Sharon's like, what the fuck? Like, she hears a loud bang. So she runs out of the bathroom, and she saw that James is bleeding from his head in the bed, and their daughter was standing next to him with a gun lying on the pillow. Sharon, she recognizes the gun. It's James's .22 caliber pistol. Now, their daughter, and friends and family can confirm this, their daughter had toy guns of her own that she always played with, and Sharon thought that maybe her daughter thought, like, oh my god, this was one of her toys, but it was a real gun. James was shot in the back of the head, which showed that he didn't do it himself. And according to Sharon, their daughter was the only one in the room. Mind you, again, she was 3 years old. Killer baby on the loose, you know, like, holy shit. James sadly was pronounced dead at the scene, and he was only 25 years old. So police come out and they question Sharon, like, you know, they have to. What happened? Now, it was reported that Sharon was, like, very upset. She could barely talk. She seemed, like, traumatized. They could tell she was upset. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're like, if you're guilty of something, you don't act like that. Police tried to question the 3-year-old daughter. Okay, I'm sorry. I believe the daughter was 2 years old, not 3 years old. It's gotta be 2 years old. I'm sorry. She's 2 years old. Please forgive me. So police tried to question the daughter. I mean, she's 2 years old. So they tried to question her as much as she could. There's not much information that she can give them. She could talk and like give basic answers, but not anything in like super great detail. So after questioning the two, police decided not to do a gunshot residue test on the 2-year-old or Sharon because they didn't want to subject them to it. I know. Now this would be a very big mistake. Doing a gunshot residue test was not as easy as it is today.
Yes!
It was a very lengthy process back then, and police felt like it could
Holy broccoli, that sucked goat balls!
Horrific accident. The lead investigator on the case did have some questions, though. Like, he was kind of a little like, I don't know, you know? He wondered
You know what?
if a 2-year-old could really pull a trigger at her size. I mean, what are the odds that she could pull the trigger right at his head, like holding it up and everything? Like, did she even have the strength to pull the trigger? So the department, they wanted to test their theory and see, like, if it's true, if it's possible. So they ended up bringing the daughter back in for questioning. And
I think
this
the
was like
ice
days
sculptures
later,
are where
and
the
they ended
igloos
up
are.
putting an unloaded .22 in front of the daughter, and they told her to pick up and play with it. It's not funny, but it's like a, you know, I don't know. It just is weird when you think about it. Like, play with this gun. Let's see what she does. Well, I guess the daughter did pick up the gun a few times, but she did not pull the trigger. So it really didn't even answer their question. So the lead investigator ran more tests to see if a 2-year-old could pull a trigger. But unfortunately, they could not get a solid answer. So the theory that they could come up with was that the daughter must have climbed into the bed, asked her dad how to use the gun, and then maybe the body may have set the gun off. And that's the only reasoning the investigators could come up with. Well, it turns out James had a life insurance policy. Oh, funny, huh? Now, I know you're going to think you've got this whole story figured out, but let me tell you, this is the stupidest, wildest story. So James had a life insurance policy on him, right? The policy was worth $250,000, which is very odd because James was only 25 at the time. Why would he need such a high life insurance policy? Nobody needs that much at 25.
What's that? Puma, holy fuck rang! What? My bang ring gonna be super duper duper whooper power. Holy
Sharon
shit!
had collected that money about a month after James's death. Now, investigators and people in town, they kind of kept their eye on Sharon. They didn't have any evidence that it was like a murder or anything, right? They had nothing on her, really. But everybody was kind of just really watching her. After she received that insurance, Sharon was
That was funny. I like that.
car dealership,
Okay, wait.
like buying her dream car, which was a blue Ford Thunderbird. And, you know, a lot of people thought, that's kind of weird. The car salesman was a 23-year-old named Walt. Now, Walt over here was also married with 2 kids of his own. But Sharon found Walt to be just a total
I
and the
see.
2 would end up having an affair. Oh dear. I need more concealer. This is too natural for me. There we go. Yes. Yes. A month since meeting Sharon, Walt goes to the police to report his wife, Patricia, as missing. Ah, weird. She tells police that 2 nights ago, the couple had a fight, him and Patricia. They had a fight, and then the next day, she didn't work. So he asked Patricia's coworkers if they had seen her. She didn't come home, what's going on? And Patricia's coworkers said that after work, they noticed that Patricia went up to like talk with a woman that was in a light-colored Chevy that had pulled up by her work, and like Patricia went straight to the
too far.
Chevy.
Too far. You fucked it. You fucked it up. You fucked it up. You gotta spin it all the goddamn way around again.
Right? Now, at the time, Walt, the husband, figured like maybe she's just trying
And then
to
that
not
will-
come home because they had a pretty heavy
That will
argument,
whack-
and she just needed some time to like cool off and go
That will
somewhere with
whack
a friend. But
that
once
that
Walt
way,
had
and
found
then
out
that will
about
whack
the car,
that.
he got that really like funky feeling.
Right?
He knew something
Right?
wasn't right because Walt knew that Sharon, her father's car, was also a light-colored Chevy. Sharon.
What the fuck?
Mind you, Walt is telling all of this to the police. So before going to the police, Walt calls up Sharon, and he's like, "What was I doing? Did you?"
Oh, maybe I need to hold it harder.
Come on, I know that's your car. What the hell's going on? Now Sharon confesses.
Oh,
to it
fuck.
that
Good
yes,
timing.
It was her, and she said that she told Patricia that her
Yes!
sister, Sharon's sister, was having an affair with Walt, and that she thought Patricia should know
Nice.
about this affair. Side note: Sharon doesn't have a sister, so she's being that bitch.
Sharon's a
My
bitch.
friend
Sharon.
tells me that they're having an affair. You get it. You get this game. Sharon tells Walt that the 2 of them went for a drive to talk about this affair. Then she drove Patricia home, but she dropped her off about a block from Patricia's house. Sure. Sharon tells Walt that it was so funny because like after dropping Patricia off, I'm sorry, being tongue-tied, she saw her walk up to a green car that a man was driving, and she started talking to that person. But Sharon just reassured Walt that she was probably just angry and hurt, but off somewhere just like cooling down and trying to get her mind off of, I don't know, the affair. So I guess when Patricia didn't show up for work the next day, that's when Walt got like really upset. And he went to Sharon's house and he confronted her and was like, "I know that you did something to Patricia." And then he's like, he threatened her with a knife. And he's asking her, "What did you do with my wife?" But she doesn't give any answer. And Walt tells police this: "I threatened her with a knife. And I know she did something to my wife." What a rhyme. Later on, information would come out that the night Walt and his wife Patricia got into the fight, Walt had tried to like break it off with Sharon hours before. And he was like, "Look, I'm done with you. I want to work on my marriage, blah, blah, blah." Sharon told him that she was pregnant and demanded that he leave Patricia for her. Now, Walt wanted nothing to do with Sharon and did not even believe that she was pregnant. So naturally, Walt believed that Sharon told Patricia about the affair as revenge. So after reporting Patricia as missing and telling police this whole story, several hours later, a man named John Blades calls the police from a gas station. So this John guy calls the police station and he tells them that he had been out in like an area in Independence near an abandoned farm where he found the body of a woman. Oh my god, yeah. What? This is a side note, but I'm just like randomly thinking. I say it so casually, like, oh, he found a body of a woman. But could you imagine just like minding your own business and you come across a body? That would be fucked up. That'd probably fuck you up for a long time. You're like, wow, I'm having a really great day. Body, I mean, I get upset when I see like roadkill. So the spot where this body was found was also known as like the town's Lover's Lane. You know, where like
things
people would
blocking
go
the way,
and
see?
make out or like hook up, you know? Yeah, there was a body out there. So police meet up with this John guy, right? And he told police that he was driving in the area. You know, he was on this long drive and all of a sudden he has to go potty. So he pulls over and he walks over into this area where it's like Lover's Lane, and that's where he spots the body. Now, when police were out there with them, they find a purse that was close by. And in this purse, there was an ID card. It was 23-year-old Patricia Jones. Upon further investigation, Patricia was shot in the head, shoulder, and abs. Now, police could tell that this shot, it was done at a close range, and whoever did it tried their best to make it look like a sexual assault had also taken place, but it was determined that was a lie. There were no physical signs of sexual assault, but then whoever did it tried to make it look like there was. Naturally, police are looking at this John guy as their main suspect.
That took me way too long.
The area
Way too long.
It was kind of like, it was quite
Jesus.
from the main road. So it's like if you have to go
Jesus
to the bathroom, why are you walking
Christ.
way out there to go to the bathroom? Like, it didn't make sense to them. So John is feeling the heat.
So that was
and
not
he
the correct
confesses.
critter.
Well, he doesn't confess. He
But I
admits
did save
that
another
he
one,
went to
so
Lover's
yay!
Lane with his girlfriend when they spotted something in
And
the
where the
grass.
fuck are the
Now,
igloos?
girlfriend
I think
that
the
John
igloos
was
are
with,
up.
She didn't want to be involved, so she was like, "Please take me home before you go to police." Like, she was really spooked, I guess. So he did that and then made up a story about going to the bathroom. So police felt like this story could be true, but again, they were like, something
No.
still doesn't make sense. Like, something isn't right with this John guy. So police keep pushing for more information. And John eventually cracks again. John confesses that he was out there actually looking for Patricia. So I guess like news had gotten out around town that Patricia was missing, right? So John said that his girlfriend had suggested or like made a comment that she was probably out there in the Lover's Lane area with like another man to get back at her husband, which is like
Igloos.
I know
Igloos.
that. She,
Igloos.
John's girlfriend, told John that they should go out there and look for her because they were like really good friends. So they drove around, and then not long after, that's when they found the body. So police were like, well, who the hell is your girlfriend? Like, how does she know about all this? John's girlfriend, Sharon. Yeah, this girl gets around. John's girlfriend was Sharon. Girl, what are you doing? First of all, she has so many boyfriends.
I don't see it.
So police are putting together these pieces. They're like,
Red
oh, Sharon was the last one to
igloos.
see Patricia,
That's
and
not
now
it.
she's like the first one to find the body.
Hmm.
Interesting information. What are the odds of that, huh? Sharon was brought in for questioning, and they asked her, Walt, and John to take a polygraph test. Walt and John agreed, and I guess they passed the polygraph test no problem. Sharon, she refused.
Sherbert
She didn't want to take the
Grotto,
polygraph
huh?
test.
Oh, fuck.
Which
I
is
bet you that.
fine, 'cause
I
we
bet you
all
that's it
know,
over there.
or
I know
everyone
this
knows
way.
that polygraph tests
This
are
way?
not
We're
reliable.
gonna
But,
go.
you
We're gonna go
know, the fact
left.
that she doesn't want to take it.
We're gonna go
is,
left.
like, more suspicious. Now Sharon tells
Trying to
police
find some
that this
fucking
John
igloos.
guy was the one who was
That's right, you heard me.
insisting that they go to that
Igloos.
location and look for Patricia, not her. Why is he pulling me? I don't know anything. So while
You
they're
can't
questioning
ride
Sharon,
the
police are
thingy,
also at her home,
which is
searching
bullshit.
for her, right?
Why have it if I can't
So
ride
while they're
it?
searching her house,
God.
they come across a gun box
hiccups.
for a 22, but it was empty. Sharon said that she bought that gun to
Igloos.
replace the one that killed
There's
her
the
husband
statues.
because police ended up keeping that one and she didn't have it, so she needed to buy one. So she did. Sharon tells police that she bought this gun and she purchased it 2 weeks before Patricia's murder. And they're like, so where's the gun now? Because it's not in the box. Sharon's like, I don't know, I lost it 2 days after purchasing it. She just lost it. That was her excuse. Another mistake was made, and no autopsy was performed on Patricia's body because
Look, and I don't see any igloos.
And they picked up the body before they could do an autopsy. It was some kind of mix-up, and then they realized that they made this mistake, and then they sent the body back. But they had already embalmed and washed the body, so like there was no point in doing an autopsy because all of the evidence or information they needed had been washed away and just gone, not available. Sharon was arrested on May 31st, 1960, and she was being charged with the murder of Patricia. And also, she was getting charged with the murder of her husband, James Kinney. But to be fair, they really didn't have any evidence. Now I know what you're thinking. You're ready to pack up and leave right now. You're like, okay, that's the story. Wow, the end. No, stay put, because look, so right before her trial, Sharon was pregnant. She told people that it was James's baby, her husband, but like the timeline, it didn't make sense. Okay, people guessed that it was perhaps Walt's baby because James had been dead for quite some time. But because she was pregnant, her trial did get pushed. A year later, it was finally held. So Sharon's team during the trial had pointed out that this whole case was built against Sharon simply because investigators found the same gun box at Sharon's house because they still haven't found a murder weapon. And also, Patricia's body didn't have an autopsy done, so there's no time of death that could be determined. Sharon's team would focus on the fact that, you know, Patricia could have died like on Thursday or Saturday or Sunday. I mean, who knows? We just don't know. She could have shot herself for all we know. Well, Miss Sharon had spent her money on a good defense team, and it paid off because Sharon was found not guilty when it came to the death of Patricia. And it was said that the people in court actually cheered. Like, they were happy that she was found not guilty because they felt bad for her that she was being blamed for all of this when, you know, it wasn't her at all. People were cheering, and I guess, like, members of the jury were asking for her autograph.
Being healthy and having a sweet tooth used to be hard, but with Hungry Root, I can enjoy sweet treats guilt-free. I'm using a vegan granola for this recipe, but if you're gluten-free, Hungry Root has a bunch of great options. Some of these ingredients are super unique, like the chickpea cookie dough, which is honestly so good, and I have not found it anywhere else. I make this recipe weekly because it's healthy, high protein, and tastes like dessert. Plus, it only takes 8 minutes to make, just like many of them.
So next up was the murder trial for her husband. So remember John, the boyfriend who found the body with Miss Sharon? Well, he started cracking at the scene. Police were putting pressure on him, you know, say something, because they knew that he knew something. So police would end up getting John to crack a little bit more. John tells police that Sharon had approached him and asked if he would kill her husband, James, and she would pay him $1,000. Now, this was back when he was still alive. I guess she was talking to this John guy. She was busy. I don't know how she had the time. And John was like, no, I'm not gonna kill him for $1,000. That's a ripoff. First of all, James is worth more than that. Okay, so John tells her no, and then she asked him, do you know anyone who will kill him? He tells police that this had happened 2 weeks before James was killed. So police are like, oh my gosh, like we need you to, you know, take the stand at trial and tell everyone this. So in order to prove that Sharon sucks, police set up a plan to catch Sharon on tape confessing to the $1,000 that she had offered to John. They need to catch on tape Sharon mentioning that this actually happened. So John gets her in his car and he's trying to be like, hey, remember that time you asked me to kill James for $1,000? Like, he's trying to get her to say it because there's police officers in the back of this car hiding, like in the back seat, hiding and recording the conversation. Now you're probably thinking, what the hell is this freaking circus? Okay, this is the 1960s, so I guess they couldn't just put like a little recorder in the car. This was back when like someone had to operate the recorder. So a police officer is hiding in the back
Fucking finally, there it is.
Trying not to get caught. Meanwhile,
Holy
Sharon
ass!
and Sharon are in the front, like, having this conversation. And he's trying to get her to confess, or at least mention that she had said this to him.
Before I enter that
But
portal, I'm gonna
unfortunately,
look up here for the
after
rest of this
driving
crap.
around for quite some time, they could not get her to confess to this. You know, all they can do is have John testify against Sharon and just hope for the best. Okay, stay with me because it's about to get real messy. So the trial ends up taking place 2 years later. So in court, James, the husband who was shot by the 2-year-old, James's parents actually stood by and supported Sharon, agreeing that it was definitely the baby who killed their son. Now this, I guess, was all for show. I don't think they really believed this, but Sharon was threatening to like hide the kids from James' parents if they didn't support her. So John does end up testifying against Sharon, and after 5 hours of deliberation, 22-year-old, yeah, she's young, 22-year-old Sharon was found guilty and sentenced to life. Yay! Right? But don't get comfortable because this does not last long. So Sharon would end up appealing her conviction, and it would be overturned 18 months later. It turns into just like this big shit show from here. Her next trial would end in mistrial. Because really, the only evidence they have is John's word. John? Yeah. I think his name's John. I'm getting everybody real confused right now. Her next trial would end in a mistrial. Then her third trial ended with a hung jury. Her next trial was set for October of 1964. Okay, so October 1964. So Sharon's free. She's out doing her thing. And people really don't know where she went. She just kind of like disappeared. So Sharon's just kind of like off the grid. She's laying low, I guess. Then she appears. She appears in Mexico. In September 1964, this is a month before she's supposed to go to trial again. She's in Mexico. She gets arrested for murder. So Miss Sharon had left the kids with her in-laws and took off to Mexico with her new boyfriend. Yeah, she gets boyfriends like boom, boom, boom. She's got like beer-flavored nipples or something. She got something special, this one. So while she's there, she took on a new name. She gets a new name for herself. She starts going by Jeanette, but we're just gonna call her Sharon, right? So Sharon would say that they were only in Mexico to get married, not because like they were attempting to run away or anything. They were there to get married. But many speculate that that is most likely not true. Sharon said the first day in Mexico, the couple had gotten a stomach virus and they were stuck in the hotel room for a few days. Then Sharon allegedly left the room to get medicine at a local pharmacy. And then when she got there, oh no, the pharmacy was closed. She's like, what do I do now? What do I do? The pharmacy is closed. She sees that there's a local bar nearby and she's like, I'm gonna go there instead. So she goes to the local bar to hang out and get a drink, I guess. A different kind of medicine. So I guess while she is out doing her thing at this bar, she also brought a gun with her for protection, right? That's what she said. And while she's there, I guess a man approaches her in the bar, buys her a drink, and then invites Sharon back to his hotel room. And she's like, okay, I'll go. So while she's there, she said a man approaches her, buys her a drink, and then invites her to his hotel room. Now at 3 a.m., the hotel clerk heard a gunshot coming from this man's room. When the hotel clerk ran into the room, right, the man was on the bed, there's blood around, and Sharon was in the bathroom, seeming to like count money. When Sharon realizes that someone had come into the room, she picks up a gun and shoots at the hotel clerk, which did hit him in the arm, but he was okay. After shooting, Sharon tried to run away, but luckily Sharon was caught, arrested, and charged with murder in Mexico, where she swore up and down that she shot in self-defense. Now when police searched Sharon's hotel room, they found money, guns, fake IDs, ammo, and it looked like the couple had packed for like a very long trip, not like a quick little trip to get married. It looked like they were on the run. Police sent the bullets back to police in Independence, where they were able to match the bullets to Patricia's murder. Now, unfortunately, there's double jeopardy laws which prevent her, Sharon, from being tried again for Patricia's murder. The bullets matched up. Everything's pointing to Sharon, right? Great. In Mexico, Sharon was tried and convicted.
Ooh,
now, she did
ass.
receive a 10-year sentence, which she then tried to appeal. And it's funny because it ended up backfiring on her. You see, she appealed, it went back to court, and then they realized, like, oh, we were actually way too nice. And they added an extra 3 years on top of her sentence. After her 13-year sentence, Sharon would be deported back to the States and arrested there. Oh, because she had to do the trial for her husband's murder. Okay, but, and you think this is the end, but let me tell you, get ready. On December 7th, 1969, at around 2 a.m., police were alerted that Sharon had escaped prison. She's gone, bitch. The guards were all questioned to see, like, were you working with Sharon? Because what are the odds that she would successfully escape? Literally slim to none. None. Like, there's no way she could have escaped unless she had help. And unfortunately, no answers were found. I don't know what this Sharon girl had, but she had something. She used it in her favor. It's been 53 years since Sharon was seen, and she's never been found.
Ooh, what's this little catfish potato thing? Oh, it's a little green onion catfish.
What?
Pineapple?
She
The
got
fuck
away.
is it?
That's it. She got away.
It's a little whiskery pineapple.
Story's over. I have nothing else to say. If you're watching this, Sharon, bitch, girl, what the fuck? She murdered 3 people and got away with it. And she started a whole new life somewhere, probably in Mexico. We don't know. She's probably killed more people. Why not? She's gotten away with it. Mind blowing. Mind blowing. When I read the story, I was like, it's just, huh? Anyways, that's today's story about Sharon Kinney and how she got away with killing 3 people.
Murder.
What a little bitch. But wouldn't it be funny if she was watching? I'm like, hey, Sharon. Hey. I would love to hear your guys' thoughts down below if you have any.
What number
Maybe
are
you've
we
seen
at?
Sharon. I don't know. If you have, turn her ass in. Like a murderer. She blamed her child for killing her husband. Like, that's fucked up. She's like, yeah, the baby did it. And she got away with it. Like, that.
There it is. 77. That's where we're at.
Greatest goddamn advertisement. We're the hottest new super drug that makes you.
Hi friends, how are you today? My name is Bailey Sarian and today is Monday, which means it's Murder, Mystery, and Makeup Monday. If you are new here, hi. My name is Bailey Sarian, and on Mondays I sit down and I talk about a true crime story that's been heavy on my noggin, and I do my makeup at the same time. If you're interested in true crime and you like makeup, I would say, hey, subscribe, because that's what I do, hey. And if not, don't subscribe. That's okay too, you know? Do whatever you want. Live, laugh, love. Great. So before we jump into today's story, first we have an advertisement. Sorry about that. So let's jump to that real quick. I just want to pop in here because I want to give a huge thank you to today's sponsor, Casetify. If you don't know, I have been using Casetify cases for years. Here's one now. Now, they have the best designs, and they also protect me from, you know, the screen
look at this
being all
little
cracked and
fishy
doing
dude.
that cracked stone screen
Cutie
roll. If you don't know,
booty.
Casetify is the world's most popular tech accessory brand, known for their protective phone cases and global collaborations. They have a case for everyone. Now, if you're looking for a case that provides extreme protection, you have to get the Bounce case. The Bounce case is powered by EcoShock Impact Absorption and provides 21-foot drop protection. Not only does it protect your phone, but there are also over 2,000 design options. But if your vibe is way more low-key, then Casetify's Clear Case is perfect for you. Now, these clear cases are so great because they're anti-yellowing. Have you ever had one of those clear cases in the past that just gets yellow over time? What is that about? It looks grimy, but this doesn't happen with Casetify. Their clear cases have long-lasting clarity with UV Defender.
Only
technology.
one more
I love
variant, and that
Casetify
one's
cases so
maxed.
much, but I really love that they support artist communities by partnering with diverse
Same with
and
that
global
one.
artists. The artwork is always
That one's
amazing,
maxed.
creative, and fun. There's something new all of the time. To get your own Casetify bounce case or clear case, go to casetify.com/BaileySarian today to get 15% off your order. That's casetify.com/BaileySarian to get 15% off on your order. Use Casetify. Now let's get back to today's story. If you're ever curious to know what I'm using, I will list it down in the description box down below. But other than that, baby, I'm ready, okay? Because, look, I got my notes here. Yes, I take notes every time I do these stories. I have lots of notes
All right,
around my house.
no
I was actually
legs.
thinking about, like, publishing a book or something.
Was it
where I have
Crafts
all my
Club?
notes. I don't know why I'm talking about that, because today's story is about
Couch.
twins. Yeah, I'm gonna talk about twins.
That's
I've
crafts.
always been fascinated
Has
personally by
wings.
twins because they got something going on. I don't know what
Has
it is because I'm not a twin, but you know what I'm
wings.
talking about. Like they're kind of
Has
I don't know. They can
wings.
look at each other and it's like, oh, they just put a hex on someone.
Has
You know,
wings.
like they got superpowers. Well, today's story is not very bad twins, but it's okay. Okay, shut up, Bailey. Let's get to the story. I've had a lot of coffee and a Red Bull, so I definitely have wings. Okay, so today we're talking about
Maxed
Tasmia and Tasmia.
out.
And these two are identical sisters, identical twin sisters. And they were born on November 27th, 1993. They just had their birthday.
No legs.
Happy birthday. They grew
Blue.
up in Decatur, Georgia.
Movie.
And their mother, her name was
Bitch ain't
Tamika,
got no
Whitehead, but she went by the name of
legs.
Nikki. So I'm just gonna
Ain't
call her.
got no
So Nikki, they
legs.
say she was 18, so she was pretty young when she had the twins.
Ain't got no
And Nikki
legs.
herself had
Just a
other
little
child.
puddle on the
She was
floor
born
like a
to
loaf.
young mother,
Loaf, loaf.
And her mother was literally in jail when she gave birth to
Oh,
her daughter,
loaf,
Nikki.
loaf,
And
loaf,
then she
loaf,
kind of,
loaf, loaf.
you know,
Oh,
bounced
brown.
around. Her
What'd you call
mother
this? Is brown,
didn't
right?
want to really
Games.
please her, and also, I just think she was
Games.
preoccupied by
Has
being in jail. You know, so
spots.
I don't know. Her mother's name's Linda. So
Oh,
Linda
you
had
have
Nikki
spots.
young. And because of this, Linda let
Has
her grandma
spots.
raise her daughter.
Has
So
spots.
her grandma's name is Della. So Nikki was raised by her grandma Della, and when Nikki was 16 years old, she ran away from home, and she was kind of just like bouncing around. It was said that she liked to party and have fun and
Those
like
look
go
like spots.
out and just do her thing.
Yes.
You know? So when Miss Nikki had Taz and Jazz, she was also young and couldn't, or felt like she really couldn't take care of the
Fuck
kids.
yes.
So she actually gave custody to Della, which is the twins' great grandma.
Okay.
But Nikki's grandma.
Whew.
Got it? Okay, I know you do. I'm just
Okay,
getting
wait.
confused myself. So Della was considered
I gotta
the
change my
primary
variants so I
caretaker
don't
of the
keep-
girls. Nikki was young herself, and she wasn't really around that much. It was said that she would come and go and make sure to be like in the girls' lives, but she wasn't,
No, that one's
you
done.
know, the mother. She was seen as more like a friend or a sister, and she would just drop in whenever. And Miss Nikki, she made it a priority to like continue just living her own life
Okay.
while her grandma was raising her kids. And I completely understand because I mean when you're a young parent, I don't know what it's like, but I can imagine it being really difficult because you still want to go out and have this your social life, but you're a parent, like I don't know. So I get it, her grandma. But the situation,
change the
I mean, it
colors.
seemed like it was perfect for the girls. They were doing well in school. They were doing well in activities. They had, you know, all the nice things. They also had a pretty friendly relationship with their mom, Nikki. She would
That's how I
come
keep
and
track
go,
of the
and
variant.
They saw her as like a cool sister or friend, not so much their own mother. Like I said, it was said that Nikki was a lot of fun. She loved to still go out, meet guys. She had a great dating life. It's just she wasn't the primary caretaker. And if you think about it, like the twins, they also, it's kind of like a built-in best friend. Kinda, I don't know. I think that's the assumption we all make with twins, but I don't know, maybe there's some twins out there who like really hate each other. I'm sure there are. Can't stereotype twins. I personally would love to be a twin. No, I don't think I would like to be a twin. I feel like it would just be never-ending competition. Not that you're competing, but you kind of are, you know? Anyways, Bailey, true crime. Okay. So like I said, Nikki, the mother, she's
The
very
ice
social,
sculptures.
very
Okay, we remember where
outgoing.
them
She
are.
had
They are
a
up.
reputation being like a bit of a party girl. She liked to have fun. She liked to go out. She liked to, you know, drink and dance and all that stuff.
And I went
she
the wrong
also
way
really liked
immediately.
men,
I'm so
you know?
smart!
For her. She was in her 20s, just living it up. And I bring up the men part because later on I'm going to tell you that she had multiple lovers, which is like, good for her. You know, it's a full-time job in itself. But we're not there yet. So, when Nikki was 25 years old, she met a man named Robert Head. I know, pause for the name, because could you imagine if your name was Mr. Head or Miss Head? Yeah, Robert Head. He was 30 years her senior. I'm going to take a moment because I'm going to make a quick little side note. I don't understand that saying. When someone's like, oh, they're 25 years, they're senior. Like, what does that even mean? What does that mean? I don't know, but I said it because that's how it is. Maybe you guys get it. I don't. And if you don't get it, Robert was 55 and Nikki was 25. Which, you know, I mean, it's your life, it's what you want, but like, come on, that's like literally dating your dad. But no judgment here, you know. She loved him. Great. We support that. So, Mr. Head was a long-haul truck driver out of Conyers, Georgia. I guess Conyers is like a suburb outside of Atlanta, 20 Spring. So it's kind of similar to where the girls and Della and also Nikki were living in Decatur, just slightly further out. It's not a super big area, and it was pretty safe neighborhood. No, not a lot of crime, just somewhere that seems like a nice place to raise a family. Based off of what I read, I could be completely wrong, but it sounded quite nice. Like I had mentioned, Robert was driving trucks for a living, so he really wasn't home a lot, which Nikki really, she liked that because her relationship with this Robert guy,
I forgot to move.
was
Whoops.
open, or at least it was semi-open. He was gone a lot of the time.
Wrong button.
And I'm trying to be careful with my words because I don't want to say that he, some sources said that like it was an agreement, they had an open relationship, and then other sources said that Nikki, she just had, you know, she had Robert, but then later on she had a boyfriend, you know, which, yeah, okay, you know. I just keep saying, you know, because I don't really. Do you okay. But Robert was on the road like 80% of the time, and yeah, so she liked that. Apparently, their arrangement worked. It worked for them because they stayed together for a really long time. And when Nikki was 31 years old, her girls were then 13 years old. Robert and Nikki were 6 years into their relationship, I believe. And that's when Robert was like, hey, I want you guys to move to Conyers. I want you to move into my house with me, and we can, you know, create our own little family situation. And with Nikki, she was growing up. She wanted different things in life. She wanted to have her kids around and have a sense of family. So she was all on board. Also, Nikki really wanted to have the girls back in her life, and she wanted to be the primary caretaker. She felt like she was in a place where she was ready to be their mom, and yeah, she just felt ready. You get it. So Nikki agreed, and she said okay, and she made it a priority to go get custody of her daughters back, and she was just feeling really
Finally! You rescued the little bastard!
You know,
Oh, you're fucking ugly too. Ooh, you know what he looks like? He looks like. Do you guys remember? Oh, you know what? I think he hosts The Price is Right now. Drew Carey.
They're kind of more of an inconvenience, but okay, you know? Okay, so
He did a character called like Delbert or Dilbert or some shit like that.
They did not want to move in with this Robert guy, but most of all, they didn't want to move in with their mom. They don't know her as their mom. You know, like, oh, so now you're gonna show up and take us? We like our life with our grandmother, our great grandmother. So obviously not going to be too excited about that because they don't want to leave their current situation. But even though the girls were resisting hard, Nikki still followed through and she made it happen. She got custody back of the girls. They all moved out of Della's house and into Robert's home in Conyers. And it was around this time, around the move, that the twins, their behavior just did a 180, allegedly. So people who knew the girls said that their behavior was like night and day. Just things went really south for the girls, Jazz and Paz. And their grades even started to slip, which was like wild because, you know, they were really smart and did really well in school. And they noticed, like at school and whatnot, that the girls were more angry and they were often becoming quite violent.
Honey Crisp Farmhouse?
You know? Plus, it doesn't help that they're teenagers. Like, the worst time to really go through all this major change. I mean, they're not going to be happy about it. Teenagers, huh? Now, Nikki, at home, she's noticing the girls' behavior. And for the first time, she really steps up and puts down some rules. And she becomes very strict. But in reality, she's being a parent, right? The girls, though, they didn't like this because they knew their mom as more of like the older sister party type. So to all of a sudden step up and start acting like a mom was not received well, okay? They were not happy that this lady who hasn't been around for, you know, much of their life or like didn't raise them was now making all these rules and demands and just... they were not having it. They were not happy. Nay, they were not happy. And you don't want to piss off teenagers. According to Nikki's friends, her new like strict style of parenting was actually more of a natural progression. She didn't want her children to have the same life that she did, having a child young and kind of just bouncing around and whatnot. She wanted them to do better and be better. And she just wanted better for her kids. When Nikki was around 13 and 14, like that's when she said in her own life that, you know, she was becoming like a party girl, going out all the time, not listening to her parents, whatever. And now that the twins are this age, she's kind of seeing the same pattern happening with them, and she doesn't want that. So she's becoming more and more strict to really, in hopes, prevent them from being like her, which sounds really mean. But you get it. You know, you want your kids to do better than you did. Hopefully. Be better, right?
Can you be a travel advisor without quitting your 9 to 5? Actually, yes. We're Fora, the modern travel agency, and we are empowering anyone with a passion for travel to earn on the trips that they plan. At Fora, our approach is flexible, which means you decide what your travel business looks like. For some of our advisors, that means transitioning away from their full-time jobs into a full-blown travel career.
Oh,
For
shut up
others,
with your
it means
stupid
pursuing their
friggin'
passion for planning
Junker!
travel around their current
I get it. But when you're a teenager, you do not get that. Well, the twins, they definitely didn't like this. They thought it was very hypocritical because, you know, she's going out partying or was like a big party girl, whatever, and now she's cracking down all these rules on them. To them, it didn't make sense. Like, how are you going to tell us to do this when you're doing the same thing, Mom? You know, just being a jerk. And when you're a teenager, like, it makes sense because you just can't wrap your head around it. But as an outsider looking in, or if you just are an adult, I'm sure you can understand, like, Nikki is doing the right thing by actually trying to step up and set some rules and boundaries. They're important. So Nikki figured that the girls' behavior had changed so much because of all of the changes. I mean, Nikki figured that the girls were most likely, based off their behavior and stuff, that they were most likely following her footsteps and were probably using drugs, having sex. Plus, on top of that, they were dropping out of their after-school activities, and they were spending more time with friends or with boys, you know? So Nikki's trying to crack down on these kids, and they are not having it. Like I had said earlier, they really thought that this was hypocritical of their mother, because it was like, Mom, you still go out and have fun, you got a boyfriend and a husband, like, don't tell me what to do. So I'm sure, from their perspective, it's very frustrating to be accused of doing the same things your mother's doing, you know? You get it. Also, there was no proof that the twins were actually living like that, and going out, hanging out with boys, having sex, doing drugs. It's just the assumption that Nikki made, and so she was really trying to crack down on them. So that's probably also why they were getting irritated and angry and upset, because if they weren't doing that, yeah, you would be upset too. Teens be teening. It didn't take long after moving into the new house and the new situation that the girls, they went from being like angry teenagers, like, I hate you, Mom, to actual violent teenagers. To the point where Nikki, if she did something that they didn't like, or set up a rule or boundary they didn't like, they, being the daughters, would physically attack her, like really beat her. Nikki had called the police like numerous times because it got so bad. One of them was a biter. I forget which one. One of them really would bite, and they would bite the mom. Like, just freaking brutal.
Jesus.
Where Nikki had realized, like, okay,
look, it's a little blue and purple pineapple. I love it.
Great grandmother for a while, and she did just that. The two twins, they go back to live with their great grandmother for a while, and to them, they registered this as like, oh, so if I beat the crap out of my mom, we get to go back home, you know? So they knew they could get their way if they just were awful to their mother, you know? They wanted to live with Della. That was where
Fucking
there were friends around.
Dilbert.
School, stability, and everything. So they were happy to go back with her. They did end up having to go to court for what they did to their mother. But again, they were just sent to live with Della for a while. And yeah, and this is where the power struggle really started to ramp up in the family. Because you have all like these different players with different ideas of how their family should be structured. You had the twins, the twin girls.
This weird
Nikki,
little
their mom,
sausage
you have
worm
their
guy.
great-grandmother Della, but also Linda. Remember Linda is Nikki's mom? Yes, her. So Linda, she had really not been much of a player up until this point. So she starts chiming in, and Nikki is expressing, you know, everything that's been going on, that the girls are just not adjusting well, and, you know, they're also a little violent and dangerous in certain scenes, I'm not sure, but that she wanted to have them back in her life. And Linda tells Nikki, like, I support that decision. You need to get your girls back. That's the right thing to do. You need to be a mom. You need to do that. Which Linda, like, really wasn't even around much, so it's like, why are you gonna chime in now? But I also can understand why you'd want to listen. It's like, oh, you want, it's just your mom.
It's like a weird little catfish potato.
I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just assuming that Nikki
Catfish daikon?
I don't know. She wants advice from her mom. Linda apparently put a lot of pressure on Nikki to reclaim her children. There's a lot of speculation around this, that, you know, maybe it was that she didn't want her daughter to be like her. Maybe she had a guilty conscience. Maybe she really didn't like the great-grandmother, Linda. She didn't like her mom. Like, you need to get your kids out of there or something.
It's video
But
games.
everything's not working. No one's on the same page, it seems like. So the
Video
girls, they
game.
had beat up their
Small
mother pretty
tail.
badly.
No,
and they
you
ended up
don't
in
have a
court and
small
had to go through
tail.
the whole court process.
You have a small tail.
And because of this, they
You have a
actually
small
ended
tail.
up with court-mandated family counseling. Della said that the family saw up to 6 different counselors over the course of like a couple of months.
You have a small
Counselors
tail.
like write notes and would say like, this family thrives in chaos, and they struggle to take responsibility for who is causing the family stress. Which, fair. Well, it came out in court. I was gonna say, like, aren't you not supposed to
Has hair.
make those public? But
Green.
so the girls end up living back with their mother, and they are beating her up and being very
Coffee
abusive
date.
towards her. Nikki calls 911
Has
over and over again.
hair.
So like police in the area know about the family and the girls because they're always being called over there. And this goes on for about 2 years. It's really
Is this
sad
hair?
because they really do abuse their
Is this
mother,
hair?
Nikki. Like it's
It's
intense,
leaves.
and it's
Would you call this hair?
really, really sad.
Is this hair?
But the girls end up going back to their grandmother's house. Della and Nikki is
Is
continually
this hair?
fighting for like her children back, and it's just a hot mess. Okay, it's a hot mess. After nearly 2 years,
I think
one
this
of
is
the
hair.
counselors that worked with them said that their situation, moving in, police were called out to the house twice, 2 different times. The whole family gets together to have like a welcome home party for the girls.
Four
Didn't go
legs.
so well, because Jazz became very upset, very violent. She was like throwing food. She was shoving her aunt into the wall. She was becoming very aggressive at this welcome home party. It's not funny. I'm laughing because she's trying. She's really trying. She's like, welcome home. And the girls are violent. They are mean. So, I mean, I think it's really easy to see both sides. You know, like, Nikki's trying to be welcoming.
As
and
Feathers
have kids,
grave
have
video
this
games.
party and know that, like, everyone's there for them. But at the same time, the girls don't want to be there. They're angry. This wasn't their home. I'm not saying that they have a right to be violent. I'm sure you're mature enough to understand what I am saying, which is you can see both sides. They didn't want to be there, okay? They just were angry. And it feels like every time Nikki was trying to do something, it just made the situation worse. So it's like, what do you do? What do you do at that point? Now remember, they're all living at Robert's house. The husband, he's literally never there, and he was on the road. He was gone.
Large
so it's just
ears. Green
the
birthday
girls
party,
and
large
their mom
ears.
in the house, and tensions are very high. So
if you start with one hobby, it will improve your mental health. Paint by numbers is not only a fun.
This leads us to January 13th, 2010. This is like just a little over a week since the girls were forced to move back in with their mother. Now, I guess this day there was a police officer in the neighborhood patrolling the area, just driving up and down the streets, right? And when this police officer was driving past the girls' home, out comes running Taz. She comes out running from the house, and she is waving her arms trying to get this cop, this police officer, to stop. So she's screaming, she's just crying, she's a hot mess.
Alright, I gotta go change the variants on my little critters.
I'm here to save the day. I don't know. She ends up telling the deputy that she and her sister had just come home from school, and when they walked in,
end stream
they saw
is what
all
I
this
need to do.
blood, and they discovered their mother dead. So, yes, sad, Nikki is dead, poor woman. She was literally just trying to make shit work, you know? Fuck. For good reason, this deputy's like, I
That
should
one's
probably
almost
go
done.
inside. So he goes into the house, he follows Taz, and he said, like on the record, that this house was an absolute horror show. There was tons of blood everywhere. And then he finds Nikki's dead body in the master bathtub. And not only that, she had been stabbed like around 80 times. And there was like an obvious sign that there was a struggle, and she was fighting hard. She was fighting hard for her life. But when I say 80 times, holy, like that's insanity. Insanity. So obviously, the girls were taken down to the police station for questioning. And when they were there, they were questioned together. They said that morning that they had woke up a little late and they had missed their school bus. So they ended up walking to school that day. They made it to school on time. They went to all of their classes, and then on the
Fuck,
way
this
home,
thing
they
is
took
weird
the
and
bus.
ugly.
That's when they walked in the door and they found, or they saw, like, the whole scene, all the blood and everything. The twins, they had claimed that they had no idea what happened. And when they were being questioned, I mean, they were hysterical, bawling, crying, really just very upset. And even in some interviews I saw, like, police officers, they were very sad, you know? So they believed their story for a second. But one thing that was very peculiar, the girls, the whole time they were being questioned, they were wearing mittens. You know, mittens. And it was an interesting observation. It was like this police officer was watching his interview, and he said, like, he just noticed that when the girls came in, most people take off their gloves or mittens, right? And you make yourself comfortable. But the whole time they were being questioned, they had on the mittens, and they were crying and stuff. So he kind of leans in.
All right, maxed out that one.
Your mittens. I like the word movements. Anyways, that's not the point. So they were like, okay, just bawling. Takes them off, shows the officer their hands because, the crime scene was brutal. And there were like defensive marks on Nikki. So there would definitely be marks on whoever did it. There would be marks on their body for sure. So he looks at their hands and sees like there's some scratches and stuff. And their explanation is that the two of them, two sisters, they got into a fight with each other. They were just messing around though. So that's what those were from. But noted, so the twins, they swore up and down that they really had no
Alright,
idea.
that's all of them
They
upgraded.
were crying. They were really visibly upset. Some people said
Okay,
that they
now
saw
that
the
saves
girls,
it.
like holding each other like little babies and cooing to each other while they were at the station. And it looked like these girls were visibly like very traumatized.
I have to go
This
to
is a side
bed.
note, but a lot of murders that involve stabbing.
Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you being here. Don't forget to check out social medias for updates and whatnots, and I will be back when I'm back. Bye, love you, bye. Actually, yeah. Bye, love you.